Thank you. I will call the meeting to order. 2 minutes past the hour. And we will start as we usually do with the playing of our national anthem. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now introduce the members of council and staff who are present with us on the meeting today. Here in the our council chamber at the community center, we have Councillor Janice Bray and Councillor Joe Lamb and myself, Mayor George Connery. On Zoom, we have Councillors Scott Nash and Brian Woods. In terms of staff, we have our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, here in the room, and our deputy clerk, Schroeder. And just looking to see if there's anybody. Our planning assistant, Paula Macri, is on Zoom. And I think that's it for the moment. We do have some guests that will be involved in the proceedings as we go, and I'll introduce them at that time. And I see there are a few members of the public also joining us here in the room and by Zoom. So thanks to everybody, and we will get on with the proceedings. First item, I'll ask if there is any pecuniary interest to disclose on the part of any councillor in today's proceedings. So it doesn't sound as if there is, so we'll reflect that in the minutes. First item of business then is to approve the agenda as circulated. I get a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Ray. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, hearing none, I will call the question.
You should read the motion for the approval, right?
Well, if you wish, the motion is whereas the
No,
members
that's
of
okay.
council of the municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the July 21st, 2026 regular council meeting Be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented.
Thank you.
That's what was moved. And seconded. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Next on our agenda, we have two presentations and or delegations. I guess they're both. The first one has to do with the Cancer Center at Huntsville Memorial Hospital. And we have with us today Austin Toth, and Austin has a request of us, I believe, for support of a resolution, which we'll get to after the presentation. But Austin, welcome. Thank you for coming, and I invite you to come to the podium and give us your presentation. And when you're finished, we'll have an opportunity for questions from council.
Thank you, Whitestone Council, Mayor Comrie, for letting me speak today. Beside me, I have my wife, Leah.
Behind you. Sorry.
And Leah's also going to speak today. She's going to read a letter from a retired nurse at the cancer clinic. The petition you can read is in front of you. I know you've had it for a while. I'm going to give you a little bit of history of how that petition came about. In 2021, I retired, and in February and August, I was diagnosed with something called multiple myeloma. It's a blood cancer, and that would introduce me into the cancer clinic in Huntsville. And when you are diagnosed in Algonquin Highlands, you have a choice at that point that you have to make. And your choice is the regional hospital that you're going to attend. Your choice is Barrie, or your choice is Sudbury. Those are two regional cancer clinics. Once you make that choice, your satellite offices or the cancer clinics then become your choice. You go to Parry Sound or you go to Huntsville. If I chose Barrie, which I did do, RVH, I can't get treatment in Parry Sound. I don't have that association. It's really important to know that as I go along with this presentation. Once I made that choice, the other piece to that too is if I had stem cell in 2022, which means my stem cell is in Princess Margaret. If I was going to Sudbury, I would have to go to Ottawa to get my stem cell treatment. That's how our cancer clinics are set up. Once I was diagnosed in cancer clinic, these people are wonderful. They saved my life twice because the cancer treatment I'm on right now, I went into anaphylactic shock. Everyone here knows that term means your throat closes, your tongue swells, and you can't breathe. And at the same time, my stomach's upset and I want to vomit all over the place, which is not a good feeling. They gave me a wonderful drug within a minute to 2 minutes of me going through the symptoms, and called liquid Benadryl, and I flew for about a half an hour. It makes you high as a kite, but they knew exactly what to do. These are trained nurses and doctors there at that clinic, and they know exactly what to do in any situation, but they're more than just the medical staff. They get to know the people there. I sit down with the nurse there, one of the nurses or any of the nurses, and they want to know what happened on the weekend. They want to know what happened with my grandchildren. Because we all know it's a really serious thing. Everyone knows it. It's a life-giving thing. It's serious. But the staff team they have there take that edge off. They take the edge off of that seriousness. And when you think that you have 3 doctors that are tied to that clinic, these doctors are trained in cancer, how to deal with patients who have cancer. Not so sure you're going to get them to go to Bracebridge. they live in Huntsville, same with the nurses, and if you're gonna force them to go to Bracebridge, I'm not so sure they wanna go. They're gonna uproot, maybe they go somewhere else. You're well trained, you can find a job anywhere. In December of this year, I attended my normal treatment, and one of the nurses approached me saying that they had a big meeting and told the staff at that point that they were moving to cancer clinic. So the nurse, Jody is her first name, and Leah's gonna read a letter from Jody. She, of course, got to know me, so she knew my background, she knew I couldn't keep my mouth shut. So she asked me to see if we could do something, because the staff are tired of trying to stop the move, they've been fighting it for years. So hence the petition came around. Now, the petition is set up, I didn't do this by myself. I created the document, but I took it back to them, and the staff there approved the document that you have in front of you. So this is with their blessing. The document is done according to legislature protocol, because we have assurances from the MPP, Jalna, that she will present it to the legislature when they come back in the fall, which is around October. So that's why it's set up that way. But it's not about me. I'm just giving you my experience. It's about every cancer patient in the Almaguin area and Huntsville area. They're gonna have to travel, if they move into Bracebridge, they're gonna have to travel another 30 minutes one way. And doing that in February, going from here to Huntsville in February is bad. Add another 30 minutes, you're gonna end up in a snowstorm somewhere. And then on top of it, you're a cancer patient that doesn't feel good. All you wanna do is get home and crawl into bed. I mean, some of the side trips that we've had to do where Leah's had to stop the car because I had to, whatever I had in my stomach had to come out. You want to do it in the car. So, and you're gonna add 30 minutes to the drive. I'm just one patient. And on top of it, Leah's gonna speak about the caregiving side of it. So, of how many people are affected with this. But that's the problem, is that you're not affecting just me as a patient, you're affecting the caregiver also has to drive further. So someone else has to take that vehicle further or put more pressure on that caregiver. They're under enough pressure. So that's where the document is. We have over 1,200 signatures.
1,300.
1,300, sorry, we're up to 1,300. We keep pushing, we've pushed the petition into Huntsville, and now it's along the Highway 60 corridor. As far as, and as well as a magnet. So this is our 11th delegation. And the support from the Almaguin community on a whole has been overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. So we're hoping that this council will also support the petition. That's all I'm gonna say right now. Leah's gonna just read Jody's letter, and then we're open for questions.
Okay. So I'm reading this on her behalf. She's not able to come out in the public at this point in time. There's reason behind that. She's been asked not to speak from her employer. She's retired, but went back part-time, but anyway, we won't really get into that today unless you need more information, but I'm going to read it from her perspective. Hi, my name is Jody McPherson. I've been an employee at Huntsville District Hospital, Memorial Hospital for 36 years. For the past 27, I've worked in chemo-oncology and ambulatory care unit. When I began working in the unit, it was staffed by a single nurse and was open 4 hours twice a week. What we didn't know when we started this, but what Jody informed us was when they were open 2 days a week, 4 hours, they were actually servicing Sudbury cancer patients because RVH wasn't really up and running with a regional cancer center yet at that time, because we're talking many, many years ago. So they were servicing Sudbury. Now, if you are an oncology patient out of Sudbury and live in even Dunchurch, you could get treatment in Huntsville. Or if you were in South River, you could get treatment in Huntsville. Okay. Today, the unit is now open 5 days per week, 8 to 4, and is staffed by 4 to 5 nurses daily. The tremendous growth was supported by Dr. Sanjay Jindal, who has covered clinic patients since the early 1990s, and also by Dr. Allison Small, who assisted covering oncology patients for the last 20 years. Another big contributor to growth was Dr. Brian Murat. He established a Remicade treatment over 20 years ago. These additional patients' visits allowed to increase nursing staff and secure safe care for oncology cancer patients. Together with the help of other staff, nurses, managers, and leaders, the clinic has developed into a caring, compassionate service that supports many members of our communities. The clinic has alleviated the burden imposed by living many hours drive from either Sudbury or Barrie cancer centers. It has lessened travel times and associated expenses, eliminating the need for overnight stays in communities far from home, decreased missed hours of work for family and caregivers, and has allowed development of better patient care networks locally. The availability of a local doctor in clinic has decreased the number of emergency room visits by local oncology patients and greatly improved the quality of life for our community members with a cancer diagnosis. It has allowed for equitable access to supportive care for our community members north of Huntsville. Historically, chemo was offered both in Huntsville and Bracebridge sites, but it was determined approximately 13 years ago that maintaining these two sites in our area diluted nursing staff experience and expertise too much. Also, maintaining 2 chemotherapy pharmacies was too costly, as a special biological safety hood is required to mix chemotherapy drugs safely. Again, the pharmacy staff requires special training and expertise as well. Huntsville site has also dedicated medical staff covering consistently for nearly 30 years and has plans in place for recruitment for future medical coverage. Huntsville was chosen as a logical site as it serviced our community to the north better and ensured equitable access. During COVID, the Bracebridge Ambulatory Care Site was closed related to staffing and planning issues. The site was reopened approximately 2 years ago, as it was deemed that the single site did not service the district well enough. Chemotherapy remained exclusively at the Huntsville site. I personally have great concerns with the current plans to single site all oncology and chemo ambulatory care at the Bracebridge site. This is now shown in the current architectural drawings. It has already been proven that a single site does not work, in fact, failed to meet the needs of the community. I also have concern over the concentration of services to the southern region of our district. This would mean an increase of 30 minutes driving for our northern residents who already drive 45 minutes or an hour to Huntsville in good weather. The residents of Bracebridge and Gravenhurst do have that second option of chemotherapy in Aurelia. Aurelia Hospital offers outpatient chemotherapy within a 30-minute drive for both these communities. The Barrie Cancer Center is also closer for residents of Bracebridge and Gravenhurst. I feel there's a wonderful opportunity to create 2 properly serviced ambulatory care clinics at each site with a planned hospitable rebuilds. We could maintain cancer and oncology care in Huntsville, creating equitable access for all residents. We would have 2 properly outfitted units with access to planned supportive infrastructure, wall oxygen, suction, proper access to utilities and hygiene spaces for patients and staff, decreased crowding and improved confidentiality for patients. Currently, both units work out of retrofitted spaces, which are workable but certainly have limitations and drawbacks. Our northern community populations are only going to continue to grow and will need access within a reasonable distance. Now's the time to ensure proper planning and implementation occurs. This will only happen if we petition in a clear and direct manner for accessible services for our communities. I'm happy to answer any questions and provide clarity as best as needed, as best as I can, as needed. Please bring any questions to Austin or Leah, and they can email me. Thank you for your time, Jody McPherson. So one thing, and then I'll just turn it over back to Mayor Comrie. As a caregiver, most of the responsibility lies on you to ensure appointments are made, travel is done, just to coordinate everything and now to place additional burden. 51% of all caregivers right now currently in the province of Ontario are overwhelmed. People that have cancer rely on family, friends to have their support systems. It may be an organization, but sometimes when that treatment is moved, that all just gets disrupted. So they become extremely overwhelmed. So we're trying to make it easier, not just for us, but for the members in our communities that are actually having a cancer diagnosis. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Austin and Rhea. Questions from council? Councillor Bray.
I don't have a question, but as having worked in the whole district of Parry Sound for 28 years through this district social services, I do know how the east side of the district, because I work out of the office there, often gets left behind because of the split between North Bay, Sudbury, and Aurelia and Barrie. And I could certainly support this because I think that having cancer care within, you know, the kilometers that you've got in your presentation show that Huntsville would be the place to be, and that that would really help the Algonquin people. And I think we should be, as a council, we should be supportive of our fellow District of Parry Sound councils. Thank you.
So great.
Thank you.
Good. I'd just like to make one more comment. That recently, about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, they just announced that Array is getting a new hospital in conjunction with Lakehead University. So now you have a new hospital. You're going to have one in Array. You're going to have a new hospital in Bracebridge. Huntsville gets an upgrade, not only a hospital, but an upgrade, which is fine. They apparently have the room to do it. But Array has a full cancer clinic. And now you're gonna put one within 30 minutes in Bracebridge, but us up in Algonquin are gonna have to drive 45 minutes to an hour to access treatment. So the equitable healthcare, access to healthcare does not work with this, with what they're planning. For us in Algonquin.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. So I'm not, I understand it all and I'm sympathetic to it. So, I see a petition here. What exactly are you asking us to do? Like, I don't have an ask here, like, where are we supposed to put the petition, or what are we supposed to do with it?
All we're asking the councils is to a motion to support the petition.
Okay,
That's what we're
thank
asking.
you, thank you.
It currently is right now in your community at the Duck Rock.
Okay.
They have been extremely
I was
helpful.
gonna
There's a
suggest you.
traffic flow there, unbelievable. We've gotten calls that they've run out of paper, so we've, made sure that they've got lots of petitions to sign. So the sign, I mean, if the municipality does want to leave one at the office, that will be your choice. You don't have to, but we're just asking you to support the petition.
And thank you. Before you leave, make sure you have an ice cream at the Duck Rock. I'll always do.
Scott, you've
Okay,
seen us
so-
here before.
Thank you. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you both for doing your presentation and bringing the awareness of this to us. We had a presentation, I believe it was at the last council meeting, about some other items to do with cancer as well. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward, bringing it out in the open, and myself, I'd be happy to sign that petition as well. So good luck on your endeavors with this, and hopefully we can get some change made. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just be quick.
Councillor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'd like to thank the presenters for not only coming here and presenting and taking the time to explain it to us, but I really appreciate the fact that you guys worked on trying to get a petition out and you've been getting lots of signatures. I like watching people stand up when they see things that they don't agree with and trying to get the information out. Me personally, I know what it's like having to travel for treatments. In the past few years, I've been from Barrie to Sudbury probably 40 times trying to get different treatments, and everything that we can do to try and get more localized approach for all types of treatments. We should be doing that. I've been over to Huntsville Hospital for a few appointments a few years back, and it is a great little spot. All the staff there are fantastic people. It seems like they always want to try and move everything out of our area. So I appreciate the fact that people stand up to whatever branch of government is to say, no, we don't want that. We want more services here for the things that we need and the taxes that we pay. So thank you very much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll thank our presenters once again, and we will move on to our second delegation, and then when we're finished, we'll cover resolution. So next we have representatives of the McKellar Whitestone Lions Club who want to talk to us about I believe about our bottlehead collection protocol, and we have Tony Stevens, who I guess is going to present, and also Rob Dreyer.
Rob's here to hold me up.
Many of you know these folks, so welcome, and floor is yours.
All right, thanks very much, Mayor Comrie and councilors, for allowing us to come and meet with you today. You've had our handout, and I don't think I have to explain to anyone who the Lions Club is and the type of work that we do here in the Whitestone McKellar communities. And with the support that we give to the school, the various campaigns that we run, the Christmas, Easter, and Thanksgiving, gift baskets and toys, etc., the library, technology center, Halloween treats, the Legion, Earth Day, etc. All of these we're able to fund because you allow us to go to the bottle shed and access the cans and bottles, and then we redistribute that money. The thing is that as much as we are a presence here in Dunchurch, we're part of a much, much larger organization. Lions Club International was formed, excuse me, in 1917. We currently have, give or take, 48,000 members worldwide, 48,000 clubs, I should say, 1.5 million members. And the international group has donated to various causes over $1.3 billion. Like I said, we are a very small part of that. But part of the being a Lion group is that we support various pillars. Cancer, diabetes, the environment, hunger, and vision. And we're fortunate that within very close to our community, we have 5 groups that deal with those. We've got Camp Dorset at Lake of Bays that deals with kidney dialysis. Camp Huronda, which deals with children with type 1 diabetes. Campfire Circle, which gives overnight oncology camp and chemotherapy treatment, blood transfusions on site. CNAB like Joe, the Bob Rumble Camp for the Deaf, and we also support the Lions Foundation of Canada Guide Dogs. But this is where you can come in to help us do more. Right now, we have a restriction in place that we can only use 10% of the revenues that we gain outside of the Whitestone community. And to be frank, it's not quite enough for to allow us to do the type of job that we'd like to do. So our ask to you is to increase that to a minimum of 30%. If you feel comfortable that you can do more, we can obviously find good places to put it. And I want to stress that by increasing it from 10 to 30, it will not in any way, shape, or form decrease what we're able to do locally. So that's it, short and sweet. We need more funds to use outside. If you've got any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up for questions. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Tony and Rob, for coming. Tony had called me a month or so ago on this, and I suggested that he come in and delegate. First of all, I want to congratulate the Lions for all the work that you do in the community. It's absolutely spectacular, and everyone knows it, that a lot of volunteers put in a lot of time. That's fabulous. And also at the Bottle Shed, we've had several groups over the years that, you know, since you guys have taken it over, it's clean, it's done, it's regularly done, like it's not an eyesore. And congratulations for all your hard work up there. I have no problem. I didn't even know that the 10% existed because it was passed, I think, some years ago. But having said that, I have no problem. I know what the rationale was at the time, right? The bottles that are in Whitestone, so it should be spent in Whitestone, but I have no problem at all supporting the 30%. And I would suggest that staff bring back next month something to change this particular bylaw and make that amendment so that it's 30%. This isn't a time critical thing. You could wait a month or two, right? Right. Okay. If people want to make it more than 30%, I have a big problem with that either, but I think the majority of the funds that are collected because of all the drinkers in Whitestone should be better spent in Whitestone. So, but anyway, thank you again for coming, and we'll get this done for you, I'm sure. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, Councillor Nick.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation and all the work that you guys do, and I'm happy that you guys have been doing the Bottle Shed there for a number of years. However, I know a lot of the time when we speak at our budgets, a lot of the time we're not giving money and we're actually pulling funding from people that are outside of Whitestone. That happened on 3 or 4 things this past budget proposal. And I think in order to allow, I understand it, but in order to allow more of those funds to go outside of the community, I think we as council need to discuss that more so we can also allow for more people to ask for donations that are outside of our community than we do right now. So I'm a strong believer that what you do is a great cause. However, there's a lot of things that are needed within Whitestone itself, or the greater community of Whitestone, that those funds can be used for. We've just opened up a food pantry, as you know. There'll be many families that are going through hard times, as many people are in our community because of the expenses of living. So I wouldn't be for giving more money outside of the community, but I hope you can understand why, as I think we should really push to keep that funding inside our community, and not have it go outside, just like we do when we're reviewing and approving donations at the beginning of the year. But I hope you can understand that, Rob. But I believe that all the work that you guys do is phenomenal, and I fully support what you guys do. I just think we need to try and keep that money inside our community. Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Well, maybe at the end when we're
Sure.
finished,
Okay.
if we'll just take a few more questions.
Yeah,
Councillor-
and through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't looking to get into a debate or anything. It was just a comment I was wanting to make was all. That was all. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, approximately what would 30% be as opposed to 10%? Like, what do we?
Give or take about $4,500.
Okay,
Yeah, it's.
yeah, and
And some of the things that we're doing, Councillor Nash brought up the food hamper. I'm sorry, I don't.
Pantry.
Food pantry. That's one of the things that we intend to support. It's only just up and running, so it hasn't been part of what we've done.
and so if people, if organizations or people have ideas for things where you could support in the municipality, you would be open to that as well.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
we're
have-
here to- Yeah, we're here to serve the local community. And like I said, all it does
by increasing that 10 to 30 is give us more flexibility. I'm not saying we're gonna take 4,500 and take it outside of Whitestone every year. But there are certain times when one of these camps, for instance, has a critical need.
Yeah.
We can't do it with what we have available.
And we probably have children from our municipalities that
Absolutely.
attend to these camps,
Yeah.
so they're important things to have.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with supporting this 30% at all. Thank you.
Councillor Woods, did you have a comment or question?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say thanks and hi to Tony and Rob. I haven't seen you guys in a bit. The Lions Club does do some fantastic work in the community, Mr. Mayor. We all know that. Anybody in the community could see that. I loved the fact that you guys put the bike rodeo back on again at the school. All the kids really appreciated that. It's a good little day out to watch all the kids. When it comes to the 10 versus the 30%, what was the revenue that was brought in, say, last year from the bottle shed? Does anybody know that number?
Round number is $15,000.
And that's been consecutively for the past few years that you guys have been bringing it in? Rather than,
Yeah, it hasn't varied much. 15,000 is a good rule of thumb that we can use. I know, back during COVID, apparently it was up in 20, possibly even 21,000. It's just not that, it's not there anymore.
maybe people are going to work too much now instead of sitting around drinking during COVID.
Could be.
I mean, I can see both sides. I can see some people saying, well, that 30% shouldn't leave our community. But at the same time, I can see, you guys support things just outside of the community that many members of our community would still take part in and still, benefit from. I know the discussion at the table, and it was put in at the 10%. That was this council that said no more than 10%. Anybody could go back and review those just to see who said what. But if 30% is the ask, would 20 work, or would that be not enough? Just because I know there are some people in the community that have contacted me that said, you shouldn't let 30% of the money that gets collected in Whitestone leave Whitestone. Is that an option, or is that, is it a hard sell, guys, at 30%? Are we gonna, stop you from being able to do work and just make it a little bit easier on you, kind of idea?
It just it gives us more flexibility. 30 is not a hard number. And like I said, even if you approve the 30%, that doesn't mean that we're gonna automatically take 4,500 and move it out of the Whitestone community. It gives us flexibility. Like I said, if one of these organizations has a critical need, we're there and we can provide some assistance to them. If you want to make it 20, 25, 30, anything's better than 10. 10 is restricted. $1,500 just doesn't go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is an item, I've asked for it to come back next month. We can have this debate next month and decide whether it's 20 or 30 or whatever. But again, we've got a big agenda and we're getting into some debate on this. So once it comes back, we can decide next month, I guess, right?
Well, we have a motion. There matters arising from the presentation, so. Sounds like we're having the debate at dawn. I don't know why you want to have it again in a month's time, but.
Well, do we not have to change something? We just decide?
We could, the resolution that I have
Not a
in front
bylaw
of
or
me
anything.
is that we waive stipulation 6.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with, I'm fine with doing it right afterwards. That's fine.
Councilor Gray?
I just think we should be thinking in terms of a wonderful organization that we have in our community, the work they do in our community, and the fact that they look after the bottle shed. Like, honest to goodness, I have never seen it look so good and so well organized. And we have volunteers here who are willing to do the work. we also should be a little bit more generous in how we say the money should be spent. That's my thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick question? Because I wasn't actually finished there until everybody else.
Okay,
jumped in.
sorry, go ahead,
It'd probably be Tony or Rob would be able to answer this, or maybe a staff member. Is it still only one day a week that the Lions Club is allowed to go into the dump to clean up the bottle shed? So I know that was changed before, when the Parents Council, I believe it was, had the bottle shed where it was only one day a week, and it was Wednesday mornings they were allowed to be in the dump to clean and clear the bottle shed. Is that the same for the Lions Club?
I'm making the assumption it is, we only go in one day a week, which is Friday mornings. Because we have an arrangement with Home Hardware in Magnetawan, where when we pick everything up, that's where we take it. And they do the collections on behalf of the return facility. They give us a check and off we go. So we have to do it obviously when the dump is closed. So that only leaves 3 days a week, and Friday is the one that has worked for us.
And through.
Okay, that's just what I was getting to. If I didn't know if it was enough time, or it was the day that you guys picked, or you were told to do it on that specific day, because I know that's what happened before, and that was kind of created some of the problems when it came to keeping the bottle sheds clean and clear as to when people were available. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys had enough time to do it, and that we weren't telling you could only do it on a specific day, because I think you should be able to do it whenever you get the volunteers, and that would always help with trying to keep the bottle shed clean and clear. I'll leave my comments there, Mr. Mayor. And Tony and Rob, I absolutely support the Lions Club. I know you guys do wonderful work, and I thank you guys personally for the things that you do for the communities all around here.
All righty, thanks very much, and thanks for allowing us to come and make the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. All right then, we do have, as I mentioned, two resolutions under matters arising from the presentations and delegations, and you can see the first one on the screen. This is the suggested motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the information provided by Austin Toth regarding the Cancer Center at Huntsville Memorial Hospital site, and that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone calls upon the Government of Ontario, the Ministry of Health, and Ontario Health to retain cancer care services in Huntsville, and that Council authorizes the collection of petition signatures to be available to the public at the municipal office, and that this resolution be circulated to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier, the Honorable Sylvia Jones, Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, the Honorable Graydon Smith, MPP, Parry Sound, Muskoka, and the Honorable Scott Aitchison, MP for Parry Sound, Muskoka. That's the motion. Is there a mover? Can I get a mover and seconder for that?
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Brady, seconded by is there a seconder for this
Second,
one?
Mr. Mayor. Sorry, trying to find my mute there.
Okay, thank you. So it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor, please.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Councillor Woods, yes.
And Mayor Connery, yes, and that motion is carried. And the next one, 4.2, that Council for the Municipality of Whitestone receive the information provided by Tony Stevens from the McKellar Whitestone Lions Club with thanks, and that Council waives stipulation 6, organizations may at their discretion utilize funds to support charitable initiatives outside of Whitestone for an amount not to exceed 10% of the annual revenue received from the bottle shed returns, and that the McKellar Whitestone Lions Club be authorized to support charitable initiatives outside of Whitestone for an amount not to exceed 30% of the annual revenue received from the bottle shed returns. The 30% is the ask that,
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Lamb is moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bray, thank you. And you, mover and seconder, you are happy with the number 30% in the motion? Any further discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash. So, as I said before, I won't re-go over that, and I know Councillor Woods had kind of said maybe a number of less than 30%, but my question is here, one of the big things that I've spoken to in the 4 years of the past term here has been treating everybody the same. And why are we doing this for the McKellar Whitestone Lions Club and not for anybody else that might have a bottle shed in the future? Why would we change this for them and not change it, for example, the snowmobile club that does it? So I think that this should come back. And if we're treating everybody, I'll call it equally, then, you know, I might think of this a little bit differently. But I think it would be changing our policy, not just to do with the McKellar Whitestone Lions Club bottle shed, but any bottle shed. So basically what we should do is have that bottle shed bylaw or resolution come back to us and then redo that bylaw or resolution so we're affecting everybody the same in our community that does bottle sheds. That's what I would suggest here, instead of throwing it upon us and just saying let's change one without possibly changing any other people that might do the bottle sheds. And I think if we do it that way, I would be much more in support of doing this, because we're treating everybody equally in the same. So that's what I'd ask. I'm not sure what other council members would feel to that. But that's what I would like to see here. Let's not do this just for one club. Let's bring that bylaw or resolution back and have it for all bottle shed people, I'll call it, or organizations that may do it currently or in the future. Thank you.
Okay, I think I understand what your point is. You want to amend the, I call it a protocol. I think that's what it is, but let's see.
It's a protocol.
It is a protocol, yeah, sorry. Looking for that page, yeah. You want to amend the protocol. I mean, I guess what you would have to do is you would have to propose an amendment to this motion, then, that instead of us, essentially what we're doing by this motion is waiving it.
Well,
Right?
through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. I thought number 6 says that. If you read number 6 in the protocol, maybe I'm reading it wrong. All expenditures from the bottle shed monies are to be used to support Whitestone community and residents of Whitestone. Organizations may at their discretion utilize funds to support charitable initiatives outside of Whitestone for an amount not to exceed 10% of the annual revenue received by the bottle shed return in any given year. So this isn't specific just to the Lions Club, it's to any bottle shed. So I don't see why we have to bring it back to next month. That it does include every.
Yeah, what we're doing is you're right, we're waiving that stipulation 6.
We're just saying that I guess if the Cramadog is not going to, they're the ones that have it now. They're not going to spend it outside of Whitestone and everything. But you know, the 30% does apply to everyone. I'm just responding, I think, to Councillor Nash. Now, if it will get another. Well, if Councillor Woods feels uncomfortable and the amount should be 25%, I don't think the Lions is their hill to die on at 25%. If that would get more concurrence from council, I'm okay with that as the mover, but I don't think it should be 10%. And if everyone can live with 25, then let's go with 25. If not, I'll remain at 30.
And Through you, Mr. Mayor, just going back to what I was saying there, yeah, you're correct in that policy or protocol. But what we say in the resolution, if we all read it and listen to the words of it, that council waives stipulation 6, organizations may at their discretion utilize funds to support charitable initiatives outside of Whitestone for an amount not to exceed 10% of the annual review received for the bottle shed returns, and that the McKellar Whitestone Lions Club be authorized to support charitable initiatives outside of Whitestone. We're not saying Cramadog, we're saying the Whitestone Lions Club. That's why I'm saying this should come back and it should be a protocol update is all. We're talking about the McKellar Whitestone's Lion Club in that motion, not anybody else, not redoing a whole protocol. We're making a special concession for a special group. And I'm saying let's do this for everybody if we're going to do it. And personally, I think 20% would be good, but that's all I'm asking. I'm sure I'll be outvoted on it, but that's what I'd like to see that whole second part of that comes off this motion today and it just comes back to the next council meeting and staff can write up a nice report on updating the protocol and we treat everybody the same on it. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Well, so are you moving an amendment to defer this to another meeting, I guess is procedurally, yeah, that's what I'm.
If I need to move an amendment for that, yes, I guess I'd ask for an amendment that we move it to to a following meeting so that staff can update it and we do it for everybody if we're going to do it. Yep.
Is there a second? Okay, so we have an amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I'll second so we can discuss this and see what everybody thinks. Right.
Okay, so the amendment to defer it to bring back a different resolution, to amend the protocol is who wants to speak to that? I'm sorry, Councillor Lamb was on that path in the first place, I guess, but
Yeah, I mean, the Lions have asked it for really good reasons, right? To extend it to everyone else. If Cramadog or anyone else doing the bottle shed wants to come back and ask because they have an issue or a problem, let them come back and ask for that, right? Like, in my opinion, we've got a delegation. We don't have to always treat everybody the same, even groups that haven't come and asked for it, right? Like, I don't think Cramadog has an issue. We've given them monies this year. They're spending it. Obviously, the trails are in Whitestone, right? As far as I know, I think all the trails are. So if they want to spend more than 10%, I guess they can. But so no, I'll be voting against this amendment. Again, I'm open if it's 25%, but no, this is why we take hours and hours and hours to do council meetings and not to start the fight at council, but I mean, we take a muffin and make it into a meal and they've simply come for an ask. I think it's a very legitimate ask and I think we should be supporting it. So those are my comments. And I think we've debated quite a bit on this thing, but anyway, that's my view.
Yeah. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just to respond back, because I know that was pointed at me, Councillor Lamb. And
Was it? No,
no, Councillor Lamb, I have the floor. Please let me finish. The reason these meetings take a long time is because we have a motion like this put in here. We have protocols and bylaws for a reason. So often than not, in the last 3 meetings, we give extra money away, we do this, we do that. We keep breaking our own rules. That's why it's important for me, and I think for vast majority of people in the community, the more we can treat everybody the same, the better. I know I'm going to lose this vote, but we have a democratic right to say what we think. And with that, having something like this come back to another meeting when it can be reviewed by staff and it shouldn't be, well, make Cramadog come and ask for it. Well, when we had the before we took it away, or maybe they resigned from the school, maybe the school wanted to use it for something outside of the community. Maybe other people want to do these bottle sheds if they know more of it can go outside of the community. That's why it's important that we treat everybody the same. This should have just been a thank you for the Lions Club coming. And in my eyes, this should have been brought back to another council meeting after there was discussion, not to throw in an approval at this meeting to say, here, let's change the protocol. That's my take. I know I'm going to be outvoted on it. I am requesting for a recorded vote on it. Because I think a lot of people in the community unfortunately see that we keep changing our rules depending on who's coming and doing things. And I think that's a big problem in our community, and it's been a big problem in our community for a very long time. I'd said that, yes, I did support the Lions Club, but I think we have to treat everybody the same. And I'd be in support of it if we brought it back and did it the proper way. But hearing things, well, if it's 20%, I'm just going to be in favor of 30. Well, that I don't think that's the right way to do it either. But this is why our meetings take so long. I do fully agree, because we have wholesome discussions on stuff, and these discussions are important in my eyes. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I haven't weighed in on this particular, on either of these discussions. I'm going to call the question in a second about whether to defer or not, but let me just say, I'm happy with the resolution that was put here in the first place. I'm happy with the 30%, and I'm also happy with amending the protocols so that instead of 10%, it says 30%. I'm not, so I don't have any issues with what we're being asked to do. I think we're just kind of caught up on what the right way to do it is. So we have an amendment in front of us, which is to defer this and have it brought back to another meeting as an amendment to the protocol. So I'd like to call the question on that amendment so we can wrap this up. All those. Did you ask for a recorded vote on the amendment, Councillor Nash?
Yes, and yes, on that one and on the original one as well, please.
All right, so I'll ask our deputy clerk to call the roll for that.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb,
No,
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
No,
Mayor Comrie.
No,
That motion is defeated.
that's the amendment. So now the original motion as it stands, which had 30% in it, and we simply waive the stipulation.
all the question.
Do you want to record? You want a recorded vote for that one? Correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead when you're, oh, sorry, did you want to speak to the amendment, to the motion again? Yeah.
I just have a quick question, Mr. Mayor, to clarify. So we just voted on the amendment, and now we're voting on the original. So
Yeah.
So then if we wanted to change the protocol later, it would have to be brought back at another meeting in order to do this for another organization that maybe the Lions Club says in a couple of years, sorry, we can't do the bottle shed anymore. We give it back to somebody else. Would we then have to look at it again or adjust the protocol if somebody else wanted to spend up to 30% outside of the community?
I would say we would probably, yes. Would that be your interpretation? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna call the question on the motion as amended.
Yeah.
Or are you gonna make another amendment?
No other amendment, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious.
All right, thank you. Councillor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
I'll say yes on this.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yeah.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion's carried.
okay, thank you for that. All right. Just gonna make a note of this. Thanks, folks.
Thanks very much, everyone.
All right. So. I just wondered if we were asking for a break or anything. No, we're not. Go ahead. So next, we have 4 planning matters, for which we will go into committee of the whole. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it.
Councillor Land moves.
I can second Counselor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. Thank you very much. All those in favor of going to committee of the whole.
Counselor Lamb, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Councillor Bray, are you in favor of going to committee of the whole?
Sorry? Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Bray, yes.
And Mayor Carver, yes. So that motion is carried and we are now in committee of the whole of this 11:04 a.m. Thank you. First, application is 5.1. And it is an application to purchase and close a municipal road allowance by the Disleys. It's on the Washkash, the Narrows. And we have a memo from our planners, MHBC. And I believe that I thought I saw Jamie was on the call earlier, but I don't see him now, so.
You're right, Mr. Mayor, he was here.
Maybe he thought we were gonna get to it earlier.
Yeah.
Another meeting or something.
Well, I don't know, and I know our planning assistant is with us. Are you prepared, or Mr. Clerk, are you prepared to introduce us so we can move on to it, or?
Yeah, through you, your worship, I think you probably want to hear from the planners on these matters, so maybe the deputy clerk, or sorry, the assistant planner could try and reach our planners and see if they can rejoin the meeting.
We could move to one of the other items that doesn't involve our planners, so there are two consents that come from the Paris Area Planning Board, and I see that Patrick Christie is on the call, so we could just move and do 5.3 while we try to get in touch with get our planner back. How about that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, on this, I'm a little concerned when I look at a legal letter in here from Ben Pritchard that I guess we requested. And I guess I'm questioning why perhaps, and I don't know what other councillors think, why this item wouldn't be enclosed to discuss the legal issue. This, whenever we have a legal letter like this, it's usually enclosed. We can come back out and discuss after we discuss the legal letter and any ramifications as a result of the legal letter. We can deal with it then, but I just a little concerned that that's sitting in here and we're going to discuss it, and there's some items in here I'm not even sure the legal letter should have been in this package, quite frankly. We don't release legal letters from our solicitor that we've asked into an open agenda. So again, I throw that out to other counselors, whether they agree with that or,
The question I would ask is before this is in connection with 5.1,
that's correct.
which my question is that, we didn't ask for that opinion, right? Is it?
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
The applicants?
Yes, we
Oh,
did.
we did,
Yes.
all right,
Yeah,
so,
and
And we
through,
got it back, yeah, and we got it back and it's in the open agenda, so.
through you, Mr. Mayor. At first, when I read it, I was wondering why there was a legal letter in here. But after I've read it, and I know at any time our CAO has a right to include legal letters in our general correspondence meeting. So if that's the way that the CAO interprets it, that was fine to be in here. I have no discussion talking about this in open, and anything that I would say in closed, I would happily say in open as well. Um, I do have a lot to say about this subject. Um, so are we talking about it now, or are we trying to get the planner back on the call, or does council want to discuss this as we're waiting for the planner to come on about the
well, the
concerns
planner is now back, sorry, the planner is now back on the call, so I guess we can proceed with this. Again, I don't know how to address the question that's being asked, but, I wonder. Really, the question is whether you feel strongly about whether the letter should be there or not there. It's there in the public session of the meeting at this point. It's not something we can take back, right?
Well, that's true. If this had come to us in close and said, here's a legal letter, this isn't a hill for me to die on. I just find it strange that the letter is in there with opinions from a lawyer, including some planning items that I don't think is his area of expertise. But having said that, if there's no will of council to deal with the legal letter and close, then fine, let's move on.
Do you
Again,
wish
it's
to
not a hill.
comment? Al, I'm gonna ask the clerk, do you wish to comment on why this opinion was requested?
Through you, well, through you, your worship, I could certainly see the point of the deputy mayor in terms of normal procedure for a legal letter. So I do understand that point of view. From my point of view, when preparing the agenda and reviewing the letter, I did not feel there was a lot of substance to the letter, and I didn't feel that there was anything there that would be discussed that couldn't be done in an open setting. If council disagrees with that, certainly we could move it to the closed agenda and deal with it there.
So, but what was the purpose of requesting the opinion in the first place?
Well, it's if you read the opinion, it tells you what they were looking for, or what we were looking for. In consultation with the planners, we felt it was important to get some advice in terms of the existing structures on the road allowance.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. So, could we go back to our normal approach here and ask our planner to introduce the matter, please? Jamie, you said.
Yep, I'm here, Your Worship. Apologies, there's thunderstorms here and our power went out just as you were getting to it right on. So, but we're back in business here. Certainly. So, Your Worship, members of council, you've got an application before you for the proposed closure of a road allowance. Now, this is for the Stephen and Monica Disley, and it's located on Lake Wawakesh. If you can maybe there's some recommendations on the first page, and a couple of the one I just wanted to highlight for you is recommendation number 3 would be that there be a requirement that this road allowance, if it's closed, does not become a separately conveyable lot, and that it be merged with the abutting lands by whatever means are determined to be appropriate by the solicitor. So we just want to make sure that there's a condition there that's and a requirement there that these lands do actually get merged and that they don't get sold, and that the lawyer's got an appropriate mechanism for that to all take place. If you want to just go to the next slide, please, or next page of the report. There we go. So this is a pretty unique situation where you've got an owner that owns two separately conveyable lots that are bisected by an unopened municipal road allowance, and it's on a peninsula. So it's basically an unopened municipal road allowance that doesn't lead to anything or any other municipal lands. It leads to water on both sides. So effectively what they would be doing is they've proposed to purchase this land in red from the municipality and then basically merge the two lots together so that you'd have one large lot at the end of the day, which would encompass all of the green and all of the red. Next, if you just flip to the next page. So we had a look at, this shows a survey of the figure 2 shows a survey of the subject lands that are subject to the proposed municipal road allowance, plus the applicant's lands that abut on either side. We have reviewed the application in the context of the official plan and the relevant planning documents. And it's our opinion that it would be appropriate for the municipality to convey these lands to the property owner. That's, of course, a decision for council to make, but it would the closure of this road allowance would conform to the official plan policies, as it does not provide any access to other lands or access to the water from the mainland effectively. So with that, your worship and council, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. I do note there are some existing buildings and structures that are on that road allowance, which really aren't the subject of this application. This application is really strictly dealing with the sale of that municipal road allowance, not the fact that there's existing buildings. This sale would bring these lands, quote unquote, into greater conformity with the zoning bylaws and recognize those existing buildings and structures on the applicant's lands as well. So with that, your worship, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to do my best to try to answer those. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hands up, Councillor Nash, if I could.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And just following up, when I said something earlier there, I did agree with what Councillor Lamb was saying, in the sense of, at first I thought this should have been enclosed, but then with the follow-up to with the CAO, I understood that he had the right to put it into open. I think it would have been an easier discussion enclosed, just to get that clarification out there for everybody. Now, with that said, I guess a couple just really simple questions here, Jamie, to start off. Did you guys visit the site?
No, we have
Okay.
not visited the site.
Yeah, I know that's been spoken about, I think, when some of these road allowances are coming up in the past. Number 3 of the report, it says 9.04.4. It has been demonstrated that the proposal conforms with Section 12 natural heritage of the official plan. Prior to approval, the municipality shall review an assessment by a qualified professional to demonstrate that there are no adverse environmental impacts. So my question here is, how do we know that when this is a known area that there's rattlesnakes all the time? Like that golf course, which is right next door to this, is routinely housing of rattlesnakes and stuff like that. So how do we know by doing this and turning this property over, there won't be any adverse effects? Were you aware of the rattlesnakes that are present within a kilometer of this site?
Through your worship to the councillor, I'm not specifically aware of rattlesnakes in proximity to this site. However, I do recognize that there are species at risk habitat sort of in this area of the province and in this township. So effectively, in terms of implementing that policy of the official plan and making sure it's considered through this application, there's a couple of items with respect to that. So the first being the schedules to the official plan do not identify any natural heritage features in proximity to this site that would have necessitated an environmental impact study as part of our review. And then secondly, from an endangered and threatened species perspective, there is legislation that exists in the province that landowners are required to abide by with respect to endangered and threatened species. So if for example, the applicant proposes construction in the future or any site alteration in the future, they're bound by the endangered and threatened species legislation, just as any other property owner in the municipality is also subject to that legislation. But from purely the perspective of conveying a road allowance to the abutting property owners, there's no specific development or site alteration proposed or additional permissions that would be provided through this process. And we didn't feel it was justified in this instance to require, there was no trigger mechanism specifically to require an EIS to be completed in this instance based on the OP policies.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. And then I guess my main concern, I don't think it's nothing with your report, by the way. It's just in regards to this file. So I'd asked and staff had done it, so I appreciate it. But when I read the legal letter and some of the documentation and other stuff here, it's writing in regards to that there's encroachments. And I know that Jamie, you've said what we're here for today is basically about the road allowance, but I just want to bring this to staff's attention that based on this process and applications, and I guess a sketch submitted by the applicant, we as a municipality are now aware of at least two, it looks like, encroachments that are on our property. So I trust that staff will deal with those encroachments and advise the applicant here, the owner of the said parcels, what they need to do in order to resolve that encroachment, which from what I know, it's either move your buildings or purchase the road allowance. But I think I'm trusting that staff will issue the necessary letters to the residents in regards to that. Would I be correct, Nigel, in that, now that we've been made aware of this situation?
Through you, Your Worship, my understanding is that is the reason that we're looking at this application in the first place, is that the residents or the property owners would like to purchase this road allowance to address the encroachment issues. So if the sale does not go through, then we would have to look at the other options. But this is the first option, and this is why the application is being received.
Okay. And so when I've done some review on my own, and I could be totally wrong here, but if there's a building that's on municipal property, and it looks like by this it could be fully on municipality property, when we're transferring, should we vote in favor of selling the road allowance, that that building has to be taken into consideration as it's on our property. Right? It's not their property, the building's on, it's ours, right? So that's one thing. But unfortunately, staff were able to give us drawings and stuff like that. And I'm looking at the email that was sent from the CAO yesterday and the sketch that was provided to us. And it says site plan and lake, and it shows a couple existing cabins and one's highlighted in yellow. So I appreciate staff and the building chief building officer for getting this stuff to us in short order. But one thing that was missing on there, and I think this is just important for the overall discussion here. By the way, I'm actually in support of selling this road allowance, just so everybody's aware of that. But I think there's some issues that are around it. And on page 2 of our building application, there's an area, and this has been brought up by staff and the building department in the past, that the applicant signed a part of that building application, which says, item 1, the information contained in this application, attached schedules, attached plans and specifications, and other attached documentation is true to the best of my knowledge. So basically, when the application was applied for one of the bunkies, I'm going to say back in, I think it was the most recent one, that it was never identified on the drawing that was submitted, which again, if we all pulled it up and if we saw the drawing for that recent building permit, the site plan.
That's 4 minutes, Councillor Nash.
Okay, for the site plan, you'll see that there's no road allowance or anything showing here. But now they're coming to us to say, well, there's a road allowance. So this is not our municipality's mistake in any way, shape, or form. When this stuff comes to the building inspector, he goes on what's provided to him. And I think he's done a good job on that, on this one. Now, the question and point becomes, what would we sell this for? And basically, we're taking a property on Washkesh and adding a lot of square meters to this. And, in a report here, it says, oh, it's kind of worthless. Well, to me, this is not worthless. And I think if we put it in context to a real estate agent, there's a building on it, which is on our property. So hence, that's our building. And we're making a property that could be divided in an opposite direction into 2 or 3 properties by doing this. Now, that might not be the intent of the person, but when we go to sell this, we need to look at the value of the land.
That's your time, Councillor Nash.
All right, I'm just wrapping up here. We need to look at it as the value of the land as a whole, not just that little piece of sliver of land, but we also look at it as to what will that piece of property be worth if it's attached to the other piece of land, and council's done that for years. So with that being said, I'll let others talk, but I think it'll be very expensive. My guess would be well over $100,000 for that little piece of land. And I think we'll have to get that. But in the meantime, we'll also have to issue a notice for the owners to either move their, we'll make them known on paper that we're aware of their encroachment now. Thank you.
Well, I have some comments on that, but I'll save them. Councillor to the end, Councillor Nash, or Councillor Lamb, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know whether Jamie's gonna stick around because we have other planning files and then we come out of the committee of the whole to deal with this. I have more of a problem with the motion that I can speak to when the motion comes, but I don't know whether Jamie's still gonna be around and we're paying him lots of money per hour to stick around, so. Maybe I could just ask a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor, to Jamie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on number 1 of the motion, I don't know whether you had the motion, Jamie, but it says that we'll stop up and we'll sell the unopened municipal road allowance described above, subject to being satisfied that the application meets the following. It says obtaining an appraisal of the value of the land proposed to be sold, and this is what Councillor Nash is getting at, right? The applicant has said they've got some appraisal. I haven't seen it, but I guess it says nil, right? Like there's nothing. They want to pay nothing for it, or their appraisal says nothing. Ours may come back and say, well, this is a useless piece of land that can't be built on, so it's worth $1,000. But again, we've had in the past situations where the value of merging the land and in the future is like, we may not go with, let's say it was $1,000, right? So I think we should be saying something in number 1, like, and successful negotiation on a price by both parties or something, right? Because all the motion says is we'll get an appraisal, so that check that one off if we get an appraisal. So that concerns me, right? The other one that concerns me is, and maybe Jamie can comment on it is number 4, that all practices, policies, and procedures of the municipality be followed for closing up municipal road allowance, including notification of the adjoining property owners. So this application is before us for us to make a decision, and we haven't notified the adjoining property owners. Maybe there are none, but have we followed that process, I guess, is my question. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you. And again, I'm not necessarily against selling it at a proper price and subject to everything. So thank you.
Through your worship to the council, I think what you're getting at is today would be council potentially, if they so choose, supporting the sale of the road allowance in principle, not agreeing to the sale of the road allowance, but agreeing in principle to the sale, subject to these other things happening, including one of them being obtain an appraisal. Council can look at the appraisal, and then council can always decide at that point whether they actually want to sell the land or not sell the land to the end.
Correct, but yeah, and thank you. And that's what through you, Mr. Mayor, that's what we've done, Jamie, in the past, is we put in principle so that we have, we don't have to necessarily go forward, right?
I think that's completely reasonable.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments from councillors who haven't spoken already?
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick one, I
Councillor
think.
Woods, go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be to Jamie. If we did agree to stop up and sell this portion, would the applicants be required to purchase the shore allowance around the property as part of it? Or could we ask them to do so if we were going to decide to sell it?
Through your worship, I asked that question prior to the meeting myself, and it's my understanding that they do own the shore road allowance already in front of their property.
I was just curious because it on the diagrams, it doesn't, like, usually when it's indicated where the lines are and the shore allowance isn't in, from what I remember anyways, it means that they didn't own the shore allowance. That's why I was asking that question.
I'm given to understand that the applicant is in fact on the call, so perhaps we could either ask him or we could ask our planning assistant to confirm that if you're not sure about that, Jamie.
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dash, just one.
You're intruding on Councillor Wood's question, Councillor Nash. Just let us do the. Let's see if we can get an answer to the question that he asked.
Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
No, they do not own the shore road allowance.
They do not. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So we have answered Councillor Wood's questions. Continue, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, if they had purchased the shore road allowance around the entire property and we sell them the allowance, would it then be possible to do a subdivide on, I would say, I'm going to look at the numbers here, 22251, the larger portion? Would that not be able? Would they be able at that point to then subdivide and create 2 lots and still retain the one?
Through your worship, I haven't looked at the OP or looked at the specific opportunity on whether this could create an opportunity for a lot size and frontage that would be eligible for severance. We haven't looked at that yet.
Okay, thank you. And this is a water access lot, correct? There's
Correct.
no land access for these lots?
Correct.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, was just following up to something that Councillor Lamb had said there, and I was able to find, I hope this helps us all, a past motion. And this is what we ended up putting in that motion, Councillor Lamb, very close to what you'd said there. And it was that the sale be subject to successfully negotiation of price, which I'd be fully in support of, Councillor Lamb. So good memory on that we've done that before, because I think that does change it. And also I really appreciate Councillor Woods's suggestion about the shore road allowance, and maybe that's something we can think about here. I know we're trying to update that sometimes in our official plan, that maybe we can make it a condition here that hey, if we're going to be selling you the road allowance here, we'll also sell you the shore road allowance at the same time. But looking at the properties, the one property has 25,000, or sorry, that was the next file. Never mind. But they, from what I can see, from what Councillor Wood said, it would appear to me that these lots would probably be able to be divided into a couple lots, like one additional lot. That's what I see just when I'm looking at it. But anyways, yeah, sorry for that. I just wanted to let Councillor Lamb know that that wording was there that he'd suggested there, and I'd be supportive. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bray, do you have any questions or comments on this?
No, most of them have already been passed. So, good.
So, I will just point out a couple of things. I am familiar with this particular property. And I definitely support the acquisition of the shore road lots. It kind of makes sense for a lot of reasons. As far as encroachments are concerned, and without going onto the property and finding survey stakes, which I've never done, but I have been present in the main cottage years ago. And by the way, the main cottage that's on the property pre-existed this municipality. And if I were to guess, I would guess that it might possibly be, but there might be a portion of it overlapping that particular shore allowance, the one that, not the shore, the concession road allowance that we're talking about here. But of course, it was, if I'm right about that, then it was like that before we existed. So there's not, it's not because of anything that the applicants did. The current applicants or their predecessors did it would go back to many years ago. And there is the question about the shore road allowance is legitimate. There is a boathouse on there, and I would be willing to bet that the boathouse is perhaps partially on the shore road allowance too. I don't know, but in any case, so I think that would be a legitimate thing to consider. But the lot itself is fairly well. It's fairly low lying and it's fairly well manicured and that sort of thing. So it's not like, I'm not concerned about species are at risk or any of those kinds of things on it. In high water, a significant chunk of it is underwater because it's relatively low lying compared to, for example, the golf course that was referred to earlier. The golf course has much higher elevation than this piece of property, the whole thing that you see on the diagram. So anyway, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with us, sorting out some of these conditions another time. But I think I think the application overall makes sense to me, and I would support it. I don't know if it was pointed out to me that the applicant is on the call. I will give him an opportunity if he wishes to address anything that's been raised in this discussion to do that, as we normally do. So Steve, if you want to,
yeah, appreciate it.
If you want, I'll give you the last word here, maybe, and we'll.
Yeah, appreciate it. And hi, everyone. Yeah, the whole point of doing this really is, as you mentioned, the high water. Our boathouse was had 4.5 feet of water inside it, and all of our equipment and everything got ruined this spring. So what I'm trying to do is build a small garage up behind, which would sit on where currently looks like the road allowance. So the intent here is to purchase the road allowance, merge all 2 of our lots and the road allowance lot into one. That allows me to build the garage, because I cannot build a garage on the second lot, the back lot, as there's no dwelling on it. So that's the intent behind the whole thing. So concerns of subdividing and things like that is not the intent, and happy to put any conditions there. We're just trying to make it one lot so I can continue to put the garage on. The only other point I would make is I know there was a concern about some of our buildings encroaching on the road allowance. We do have approved building permits for those buildings, and if you look at site plans, the road allowance was indicated on the site plan, and that is stamped and approved. So I just wanted to make councillors aware of that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Can we move on to the,
Sorry,
the
through
next-
you, Mr. Mayor. The applicant there, Steve, just made a point that it asked our CAO to pull up the drawings on the site plan for building permit 2022-7055, the site plan, because Steve, just so that you're aware, the office did send us the site plans for your application, and it looks like they're hand drawn. If you've drawn them, good job, by the way. And if everybody could see them, I think
they're not in, I don't think, are they?
No, they were sent by email.
I might be able to.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't have them on the screen, and I don't unfortunately have them in front of me either.
Well, it could, if it was sent by email, I'm sure Nigel or Wendy could go into their email and open that attachment fairly easily. But what we're looking at when we look at it, I'll just start talking about it until it comes up, that it says existing 16 by 24 garage, existing cottage, and then a diagram. It says 60 feet, 10 by 9 existing bunkie, and then a 30-foot sign, and it says new building bunkie, and then another 12 by 8 existing shed, and another arrow that points back and says 30 feet to new building bunkie. But nowhere on there does it show a road allowance, just to the applicant. There's nothing showing on that drawing, and I'm seeing it fairly clearly. So hopefully staff can pull that up. This was stamped June 14th, 2022. And that's why I was saying that comment to the applicant, that it's not up to the municipality to confirm everything, but as part of a building permit application, you need to show all these things on your drawings. And if they're not showing, the building inspector might not know there's a road allowance there, and that's why that part is signed. The information contained in this schedule is true to the best of my knowledge, which is just saying everything you've submitted is true. It's not up to us. We don't get OLS drawings and OLS layouts for, be it a bunkie or a cottage or anything like that. So the onus does unfortunately fall onto the applicant once that's signed, to say that you've shown everything that needs to be shown. Were you able to pull it up, Wendy or Nigel, by chance?
Well, I'm trying, but I'm cooperating right now. I do have paper copies.
I guess
Yeah, I'd like to see.
the other concern, the applicant claims to have a drawing in which it shows, so the applicant could provide us with that. With that drawing.
Yeah, but
We don't need it for purposes of today, I guess.
well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it makes a big difference if we're dealing with this and the municipality's made a mistake and said that, oh, you can build here, and a drawing showed that there's a road allowance, versus us saying it doesn't show it. We're going to make a decision if we want to sell it or not. And I'd assume that when we were sent whatever 5 or 10 pages and they all say received and stamped, that we received all the drawings that were approved as part of that submission. Um, but I can only assume that, and I think I'm assuming correctly on that. It looks like the drawing's up there. Now, thank you to whoever brought it up. So I think it's the next one if you keep scrolling. Is that you, Wendy, or Nigel?
It is me,
Okay.
and just bear with me.
Thank you, by the way, Wendy. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
I don't see a site plan here, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I,
Yeah.
I haven't seen the site. plan.
Yeah, sorry, that, just to be clear, that you have the application for a shed that was built, gosh, 20 years ago. I think you're talking about the Bunkie application. This isn't the right one.
Yeah, it says 2022-7055. That's the one, Wendy, and it's the drawing for it.
Yeah, this isn't the correct one.
Yeah.
in the same
No,
plan.
the applicant has just said that is not the correct one. So folks, let's not spend any more time
So-
on this. We can
Well-
ask the applicant to
Here's the
provide us.
new, this is it right here, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's, the applicant doesn't need to provide it, staff has it. This is for new sleeping cabin 2022. So this is it, right? So if you scroll up, Wendy, you should see a drawing there. It's probably the next attachment. That's just the application. The next file that you'll see says BP 20-022-7055 drawings. Yep. And if you scroll down to about the third page or so, Wendy,
Bear with me.
no problem.
There we go. This is what you're referring to,
Yeah,
Councilor Nash?
keep going. It'll be there. It's, I think, next one. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay.
Next one. I think it's the one after this one, Wendy. Nope, it's the
Okay.
one. Keep going. Keep going. Next one. Next one. There, that one. So this is the one that says, if you scroll down just a little bit more, you'll see it says site plan. And there's no road allowance shown on that drawing.
Yeah, there's another drawing. That's should be a zoomed out.
Yeah, well,
Interesting. Okay. I can search for it. I'm looking at a stamp drawing that shows a zoomed out site plan, and it shows the road allowance drawn in. So I'm happy to provide that afterwards.
Yeah, so again, we can only, to you, Steve, we can only go off of what we're provided, and when we receive these, if this is what's said that we get by stamp drawings, we have to assume they're all there. But again, I am in support of you purchasing it, all with this all said. I just think it comes down to the price. But hopefully, if there's another drawing kicking around, that staff will send that to all of us, and I'd like to see it. Now, I do have one question for you, and this is a real serious question. Is the hydrant on your property active?
No, that's a gimmicky thing that was put in by my relatives way back when, and it seems to be a pretty fun thing on the lake, especially given the high water. Apparently, it was pretty funny because the bottom of that hydrant was right at the water level.
I've always seen the hydrant, and now I'm able to ask as a joke, saying, I know it doesn't work, but I actually think it's very cool that it's there. I like it. So I do know your property, but I do like that it's there. So thank you for the humor in my question.
Okay, thank you. Could we now move on to application 5.2, please? Application 5.2, the applicants are the Marshes. This is also, it's to purchase a shore road allowance on, well, it's also on Wabash. It's, anyway, and once again, we have a report from our planner, so we'll get that back to you again.
Thank you, Worship. So this is again an application for purchase of a portion of a shore road allowance. The only portion of the shore road allowance that's proposed to be purchased is the portion that's above the flood elevation. So the flooded lands are not proposed to be purchased that are part of that shore road allowance. So that's the area that's shown in blue on this figure. So it's the area in black that's proposed to be purchased. It has all been surveyed. The recommendation uh, is that council does agree to the sale of that shore road allowance and that the um, standard protocols for the municipality be undertaken. We have reviewed the application with respect to the official plan. There's no identified natural heritage features on or adjacent to the property that would have necessitated or triggered the requirement for an EIS. And for those reasons, and for the reasons in conformity with section 9.08 of the official plan that deals with the closure of shore road allowances, it's our recommendation that this application be approved by council. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, if I might.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Jamie, a couple things on this application. And this isn't to you, I guess this is the staff at beginning. I don't even think we should be hearing this file today. In our purchase of Shore Road application process guide, one of the first things is the applicant must obtain preliminary consent from the abutting owners. Do we have that in our package? And have you confirmed that that's there, Jamie?
I don't think it's in your package, and I'd have to confirm with staff. I'm not sure.
So why would we be seeing something that says we're recommending to do this if the preliminary consent isn't in our package and you don't know if we even have it?
My review is a review based on the OP policies and based on that information, and that's what I'm recommending about is the land use planning context, not the notification process or anything related to that.
Okay, this is crazy to me. So where's the staff report then that talks about us having received a preliminary consent? Why is there no staff report here then to Nigel? If Jamie's only looking at planning aspects and not looking at all the other things that we need to check off a list here.
Through you, Your Worship, my understanding is that form that you're referring to is in the process of being discussed between the two parties, and they're meeting this weekend. So I think from staff's point of view, we were just trying to facilitate a quicker, more efficient review of the application by allowing it to hit the council agenda while that was ongoing.
Okay, so I guess my question to that is, why do we have things that come to council when they're not complete? The completed, I'm reading right from our purchase of Shore Road Allowance application process guide. The completed application form for the purchase of Shore Road Allowance should be submitted to the municipal together with all appropriate documentation and application fee. I've highlighted the next part in it. The applicant must obtain preliminary consent. So we don't even have a valid application yet. Jamie's saying it's not up to him. I'm asking a question here. If I don't ask these questions, maybe other people on council don't know they're supposed to have this here. So my next question is that do we, like nowhere in a report here, do we have confirmation that 20 days before the public meeting, which I believe this is since it's in here, has there been something posted on the property to say that we're having a meeting today to talk about this? Was that done 20 days ago?
Is this a public meeting through you, Mr. Mayor? Today, I don't think so, is it?
Through you, Mr. Worship, no, it's not. This is the introduction of the matter at a committee of the whole meeting. This is not the public meeting that the councillor is referring to.
So this is where I get a little confused. So if we're gonna write a motion here, which says that the council of the municipality of Wyston approves in principle the closure. So we're gonna approve it in principle. it's hard to go back and we approve it in principle before we've had a public meeting to hear from anybody. And we've spoken to this on road allowances in the past. Why are we not having a public meeting now? Nobody in the public knows what's going on here. Nobody has a right to say anything, I'm gonna say, in a sense, because they don't know about it. Nothing's been posted on the property, so people can't see that we're having a meeting to talk about this. But then we're gonna say, but we're gonna give a preliminary consent to do this. And then when it comes back, it's, well, we've really already approved it. We're just going through the motions now. So how can we make this system function properly? And again, to me, if our application that was submitted was not complete, and our planner, I understand that he's only looking at this from a planning point of view, not from our municipal requirements, which is the news to me. I've never heard that before in any of these in the past. We need to have a municipal staff report that comes with this and outlines that there is no preliminary consent granted. We don't even know if the owners of the abutting property are for or against this, but we're going to provide preliminary approval today when we don't even know what the owners, and hopefully the owners would be up for it. So I suggest that this be removed from the agenda today, postponed, and come back at the next council meeting, hopefully when I'm going to read it. The applicant must obtain preliminary consent
That's 4 minutes, Counselor Nash.
from the abutting landowners. A legal plan must be attached to the application form which clearly demonstrate the boundaries of the applicant's lot, neighboring properties, and the proposed projection of lot lines to the water's edge. If the abutting landowner, and then it goes on. Well, in the package I'm looking at, I don't see any projection of property lines going into the water that's clearly identified here. So again, in my eyes, we don't even have a complete package. So hopefully I'll get council support that we just bring this back to another meeting and we make sure all the relevant information that we needs for council to make a truly informed decision, which we say so often is in front of us. And if going forward, our planner doesn't talk about if an application was complete or not, then certainly we need a staff report with all of these going forward. Would that not be fair to request CAO going forward on these types of things?
5 minutes, Counselor Nash.
That's you making that noise, isn't it? Okay.
This is the timer, yeah.
Through you,
Your worship, if council would like to defer this application until all the documentation is in front of you, that's absolutely your prerogative if that's the way you would like to do.
But I guess, and what I'm asking, Nigel, is going forward, if it's not our planner's job to talk about the application and if preliminary consent is granted and if there was a proper plan submitted, can going forward we make sure that we have staff reports on these things?
Through you, your worship, I will review the practices, procedures of the municipality and determine what's the best way to deal with that. If it requires 2 reports, then yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I'd suggest, that we defer it and then hopefully it comes back. And again, I'm in support of these types of things as long as we're doing all these things correctly. I see type 1 fish habitat very close to the proposed severance here, and I think we have something, if you're within 120 meters of type 1 fish habitat, that you might need a report, and that's not addressed in here. But if we go to, I think, the image just before or after the one that's on the screen there, you'll see the type 1 fish habitat if you blow it up, and then I'm done with my comments. I think it's the next one, if whoever has that on the screen. Yeah, can you blow that up? The map there?
Short answer, no. That's beyond my technical capabilities. I'm sorry, Counselor Nash.
Well, what we'll see is both to the right and left, just outside of this is type 1 fish habitat, which is the little white circles you can just see on there next to the red. So if you take the purple cursor and go to the little red highlight that you can see there, Wendy,
I'm sorry, Councillor Nash?
can you go to the property that's highlighted there with your purple cursor? Yeah, and yeah, right there where you are right now, right where you're on, that's type 1 fish habitat. And just to the right of that and above the littlest bit. And above, yeah, right there, that's type, nope, below, right there's type 1 fish habitat. So again, we're doing our official plan and talking, and right now it's anything within 120 meters of these types of things. So again, hopefully when it comes back, they'll staff will write about, do we need to do a fish assessment if we're that close to these type 1 fish habitats for this shore road allowance closure? And again, as long as we're following all the protocols, I think we should try and sell up and close every single one of these where we can. So the applicants will have my blessing to do it. I just wanted to come back with the proper reports and stuff. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I hear from other councilors if you wish to defer this, please? Because
Well, I don't think there's any time sensitivity to this thing. So let it come back next month, I guess.
Anybody else wish to speak to it or ask questions about it at this point? Because it sounds like maybe we will defer. So, all right,
Good, let's go on.
if you want, we could move on to the next one. The next one is a report from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. This is a consent application.
We have a 2-minute break.
Oh, yes, we can have a 2-minute break.
I just have to go to the washroom.
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Which is. Okay, take this recess one down.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, thanks everybody for your forbearance. We're back in session now and we're at application 5.3 or agenda item 5.3, which is an application from Robert Duda. And this is a consent application for what sometimes referred to as a backlot, I suppose. And we do have a report from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, and we do have Patrick Christie on the line there, and I can see his face smiling. And so, Patrick, if you would like to kick this off for us, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me to present these consents before your lunch break. This consent by Robert Duda is to create 2 new lots from lots that were created in 2022 on Gibson Bay Road. And these at least one of those lots were the first to take advantage of the policy in Whitestone to create lots on private roads. One of the lots was created on an extension of Gibson Bay Road that is not municipally maintained. And this consent would create 2 additional lots on roads that will be created on either side of these lands from Gibson Bay Road down the, I guess you would say, east and west sides of proposed severed lots from 2022. Not too much more to say about this consent. Again, the official plan allows for additional lots to be created by consent, and the official plan policy allows for creation on constructed private roads. So otherwise, these lots conform to that, and also would need a 5126 agreement to indemnify the municipality for the private road access to a backlot, and also a rezoning will be necessary from the rural lands to the rural residential because of lot size. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions on this, and one of them is just a statement. But if we're looking on page 31 of 202 or page 3 of the report, where it says proposed consent, the page that you have up there, I just wanted to point out when we look at that drawing, it says Gibson Bay Road and severed 1 hectare, severed 2 hectares. I just wanted to point out how clear that sketch is compared to the last file we just had, where I couldn't even tell where there was a property line coming off a lake, stuff was covered over and highlight you. Whereas this is so clean, just for staff, when this stuff's coming to us, this is so easy to read and comprehend and see, and you can see it on the screen, just when they're coming to us. With that said, to you, Patrick, I'm a little confused, but I think it's a simple thing. I have no concerns with the proposal and see that, you know, there's been reports done in the past and everything like that. And I remember this from several years back. But I'm noticing that it looks like they're doing 2 lots from 2 separate severances in the past. And just, would those have to be separate applications? I'm just not sure how I've ever seen that in the past. So it's more of a procedural question for you. I thought you would have had to do 2 separate applications, not one. So how does that work? That's all.
Through the mayor to Councilor Nash, I can answer that. First of all, to the sketch comment, a little easier when a survey was done in 2022 or 2023 versus some of these old plans that exist. And I think people do the best they can, but this is part of what I do, so I can produce things a little differently. Also, these are 2 separately conveyable lots that were created by consent. So they are 2 separate. They're in the same ownership, and there's no need or necessity for it to be done in separate applications. Same owner. No other authorizations are required. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, you did. I never knew that before. So you learn something every day. Just when I saw it, I'm like, ah. And then the second one is I just wanted to, it was more of a question, and I'm going to applaud the applicant here. It says in his letter dated June 5th, 2026 attached, the owner states that he has planted 3,000 trees on these lots. And I'm just wondering, I like trees and stuff, and I was just curious, were they like small trees or whips or whatever? And I was just wondering when that was done. I think it's great to reforest stuff, so I was just curious on that. That was all. So I'm not sure if there's any information on that. It said 50 years ago, I think, but so that's what I'm just wondering. So if is there any information on that?
To the councillor through the mayor, I did attend the site. I did not notice exactly, you know, how many trees. It's actually a fairly large property aside from what we can see here. So the much of the plantings might have been done elsewhere. It is well forested. There is a tree screen from Gibson Bay Road. I can comment on that. Other than that, I can't comment on the size of trees or when they're planted. But I did read that in Mr. Duda's letter, yes.
Yeah. And if possible, if the applicant's on the phone today, I'm not sure if he is or is not, but if they are, is he able to answer that? I'm just curious when that was done. Again, I think it's great and I don't have any concerns with this and appreciate the past reports that have been done on it and everything. I'm just more curiosity than anything on the trees. That was all. Thank you.
I don't believe that the applicant is on the phone, but in case I see a telephone number that I don't recognize, so if Robert, if you are on the phone and you want to you want to say anything to your application, please unmute yourself. Okay, so, Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
Yeah, I have no problem with supporting this application. I just want to point out in the motion that we'll deal with when we come out. Under number 2, it says that the 3 new lots receive 911 addressing. It should be the 2 new lots, right?
Mine says 3. Mine says 2.
I did.
Mine says 3.
I caught yours, Mr. Mayor, when I was doing your resolution papers.
Oh, sorry.
Didn't catch it in time before I sent for.
Okay, what we
The blue
have,
sheet is wrong, but the motion that I'm gonna read to you has 2 instead
Oh,
of 3.
okay, I
So
just
thank
want-
you. You caught that.
yeah, well, I got the 3. Anyway, okay,
It
as
was
long as
test,
it's 2, it's not 3 lots. Okay,
Glad you're
thank you.
reading them.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb, where was that? I was just trying to find that on here. Thanks.
Well, I'm just looking at the motions. It's number 2 under the 5.3 motion. Right, it says number 1, the payment of parkland dedication, number 2, that the 3 new lots receive 911 addresses.
He's looking at the blue pages, Councillor Nash.
No, I got it. Thanks for finding that and thanks staff for updating it already. But no, good catch, Councillor Lamb. I hadn't
Thank
seen
you.
that.
Okay, let's move on.
So, Councillor Bray or Councillor Woods, do you have any comments or questions about this one?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just be real quick. I don't have any problems with this. It's pretty straightforward, as far as I'm concerned. I did notice the 3,000 trees planted on the lots. I think that's awesome. I would like to try and remind all of us though, when we were doing official plan amendment number 2 to allow for what was called backlot development, there was a lot of discussion in the community and at the meetings, that people were kind of offended when you said backlot, and we had all agreed that we would try to stop using the term backlots because people were getting the feeling that if you had a backlot, you weren't as important or your property wasn't as important. So for future, I think we'd serve the community a little bit better if we were just going to say, lots that were going to be created on private roads or right of ways rather than using the term backlot. And it was actually Councillor McEwen. It was a pretty heavy advocate for that. So I just wanted to remind all of us of that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray? Okay, if there's nothing further on this one,
Actually,
then how about...
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I just remembered one question. It's just in case Patrick isn't here when we go to do the voting. And on the resolution, I noticed it reads item number 4 about entering into a 5126 consent to be registered on title. This is about the access roads. But when I'm looking at the plan again on page 31 of 202, it says severed lot 2. Does that not have access right off Gibson Bay Road, which is the municipal road? So I'm just wondering why we need that section 5126 if severed lot 1 and severed lot 2 front right on to Gibson Bay Road themselves.
Any comment, Patrick? Any response to that?
And I was just going to say, I think there's an existing 5-meter, looks like a proposed roadway, but I'm guessing that's really for a driveway coming from retained lot 2 and retained lot 1, whereas these would just have driveways off of Gibson Bay Road, I would assume. So do we need that section 4 in here if they have direct access onto Gibson Bay Road?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nash, these whether you view them as the severed or the retained lands that are being created, there are private roads proposed where it says proposed roadway on flanking either side of these lots, and if you think of the existing situation where the lots front on Gibson Bay Road, when you create the 2 lots behind them, they will need roads constructed to them, and also the private roads constructed on either side are what give them their 100 meters, or actually, sorry, lesser frontage because of the rural residential, but that's what gives them their private road frontage, is the frontage being created on either side of the property from Gibson Bay Road back in. I hope that's clear.
I think, but would there be anything stopping the applicant from having driveways right onto Gibson Bay Road? Like the lot frontages and everything are fine, and I would have assumed when we did the previous severance, did we not have anything about private roads to get to their lots already? I guess not then.
The private road is what creates the frontage that allows for the lot. So that's the uniqueness of this official plan policy, is that it allows you to create your own private road frontage in order to make the lot, in order to create the lot.
Oh, so basically, if you didn't do this, there couldn't be a retained two, for example, is what you're saying, right?
That is correct, Councilor Nash.
Yeah,
Yes.
never. Okay, I get it. Thank you for schooling me in that, Patrick. Totally understand now. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Could we move to 5.4? Just the last application we have here. The owners are the Moffats, and this is a parcel of land fronting on Highway 124 near the intersection of Lorimer Lake Road, as you can see on the map here. Once again, Patrick, do you want to kick this off?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a parcel of land owned by the Moffats near the intersection of Lorimer Lake Road and the 124. Is a rather large piece of land fronting on the highway. The proposed lot would be a 2-hectare lot to meet the minimum required lot size with 100 meters on the highway. The applicants have been in contact with MTO with regard to an entrance from the highway, and they have been circulated this notice. The existing conditions, that there is a wetland on this property, but the proposed severed lot has been set outside of that so that there is adequate area for access and buildable area outside of that. And not only that, but outside of a 30-meter buffer that would be required if any environmental assessment were to be done. Just going through my report here. It meets the official plan policies for this, and there is, as we know, a pit and a industrial property across the road. It's the West-Tech property, and so as a condition, there will be need to be a warning clause put on title of the proposed new lot to let any potential purchaser know of the pit use and the industrial use. As far as I know, there's no actual pit activity on the land across the highway, and but that warning is there kind of as a caution to any potential owner for that purpose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments on this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Patrick. So I know in the past sometimes we've spoken about these wetlands and have putting items into our approvals, which have then been struck out by our planners when it comes to fulfilling. So I'm glad that you've just made note of it in your report. And basically what you've said is in that wetland that just to the, I'm going to say to the right of the severed lot on the drawing, they just need to stay 30 meters away from that, which is just a normal requirement within existing OPS or our existing OP, right? Am I correct on that?
Mostly, through the mayor to Councillor Nash, any environmental assessment that I've ever seen evaluates a wetland such as this and recommends a 30-meter buffer. So I thought, rather than require an assessment, when I mean, obviously we can see where the wetland lies, we can see its outline. Why not just build into the proposed severed lot a buffer so that if anything were to be required, it's been addressed, and also so that you have a viable building lot outside of the wetland, with the required area that's usable outside of any land that would not be usable.
And Patrick, is that why you kind of have the lot indented and right not at the corner? Is that what you're referring to there?
Yes, it's just more of a natural setback from the wetland.
And it's a silly question, but I think this is a good learning opportunity for us all on council. If we go to, I think the next page, if you could, Patrick, in our agenda or your report, I'm not sure. Yeah. So, you can see the property there that says Severed 2, but just north of it, or again, I'll call it to the right of it or just above it where it's black, that's all a wetland there. But it's not showing on page 2 of your report. Only the wetland within the middle of the property is there. Is there any reason why this other wetland, which looks to be just as large, if not larger than the one that you've shown, is not showing on page 2? That would actually like go right next to the severed lot almost. Just curious. Oh, I think you're muted, Patrick.
Pardon me. There we go. I can speak to that because I spoke to the applicants about that wetland. The wetland that you can see on the mapping, that mapping data comes from a source that I believe is provincial. And I did speak to the applicants with regard to the wetland in question that affects the severed lot, and it depends completely upon a culvert underneath the highway. If that culvert becomes cleared, that land almost completely dries up. So it's not always present, and so that's probably why it doesn't show up elsewhere. I don't really know that, but I just thought obviously you can see its extent, and it would be best to stay away from it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I'll be for this, but I think again this is I would call this a learning opportunity, and to the applicants, the Moffats, I think you're happy. You should be happy that you've come to us now to do this. I'll be in favor of this, but once our official plan passes, if it passes in the state that it is in right now, even though we're going through it, you would have a much harder time getting approval, and you would have had a much harder time for costs because that wetland there would have caused you to have to do a whole bunch of reports and stuff because you're within 120 meters of it and based on the size of it. So I think it's really good that you've come to us at this time. I see no problems with your application. I'll be supportive of it and wish you all the luck on your future endeavors, or if you come back to do another severance in the years to come. So thank you.
All right, other Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I just, if we're finished with this one, unless someone else has any comment, I did get a message from Robert Duda. He said he tried to unmute but wouldn't. So I don't know whether that's his telephone number, if he's still on there, whether he could come on. again, tell us about the trees and Councillor Ash's question, or is he still on there? Or maybe he can't unmute. I don't know. Anyway, I got a message from him.
Is that his phone number, 705-733?
I don't know. Hold on. What do I have to do? Go there and say his number is 733-5350?
Yeah.
That's the one there.
Okay, so that's his telephone number, so that's him. Earth to Robert, come in. I guess he can't unmute. Okay.
I don't know what that line means, but it's got a line through this audio, through this.
Oh, there's another message from just
All right.
not connecting. He says not connect.
He's unmuted now.
He's connected now or admitted now?
Should be.
He's gone. Oh, no, there he is. Okay.
Oh, he's come
Oh,
back.
sorry,
He says
he's
not
back, yeah.
connected or something, so.
Can you hear
Are
me?
there, Robert?
Testing.
Yeah. Hear you
Yep.
now. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You can hear me? Excellent. Yes. So, so the property about 2016, we bought the small little 69-cent, 79-cent seedlings. That's all on the 60 acres, I guess. We've intermingled pine, Christmas trees, the spruce, balsam, and we tried cedars, but they're really tough to do. So I think Patrick said he went by the road, and there's trees all along the road. Those are all seedlings from 2016. So
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
excellent.
So can we go back to,
Councillor Bray has her hand up.
yes, 5.4, are we back at, or,
The one that we're dealing with now.
yes.
Mr. Mayor, it's probably a very stupid question, but I'm curious as to what the dotted line is on the figure on page 44. Just curious. That goes through the property.
Screen.
I
The indicator.
I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bray.
Yes, go ahead.
Pardon me. So that dotted line is a 30-meter buffer from the extent of the wetland.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Patrick.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any other questions about this one? If there are not, maybe we could reconvene into a regular meeting and we'll pick up the motions that relate to these. Mover and seconder to reconvene, please. Councillor Bray moves.
Second.
Councillor Lamb seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. And it is 12:30 p.m. 30 p.m. So, under matters arising from the whole, the first one was this application to purchase and close the municipal road allowance on the Washkesh from the Disleys. And well, I'll read the motion to you first. Whereas an application has been submitted by Stephen and Monica Disley to stop up, close, and purchase a portion of the unopened municipal road allowance located between 22201 Washkesh Lake and 22251 Washkesh Lake, legally described as road allowance between lot 30 and lot 31, concession 8 Mackenzie, abutting part 142 R2706. Municipality of Whitestone, PIN number 5249-0318. And whereas MHBC Planning Limited have provided a report for the July 21st, 2026 agenda, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone stop up, close and sell a portion of the unopened municipal road allowance described above, subject to being satisfied that the application meets the following. 1. Obtaining an appraisal of the value of the land proposed to be sold. And I believe that we were going to add some wording to that was subject.
Well, we can amend it.
You want to do it?
Yeah, because there were a couple of other things.
Number 2, that the unopened municipal road allowance does not become a separately conveyable lot and that it be merged with the applicant's property by whatever means determined to be appropriate by the municipal solicitor. And 3, that the applicant pays all associated costs and fees. And 4, that all practices, policies, and procedures of the municipality be followed for closing of municipal road allowances, including notification of existing property owners.
I'll make the one.
So Councillor Lamb is going to move that. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I can second that, Councillor Nash.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm
Now
gonna
you
move,
wanted to add some wording.
well, first of all, I thought our planner said we should put in here somewhere in principle. So I don't care where it goes in, wherever you think it's
Well, it
appropriate.
would be that the council of the municipality of Whitestone agree in principle to stop up, close and sell.
Okay, good. Well, I'll make that amendment. And the second one would be Counselor, I had unsuccessful negotiations on a price or something, but I think Counselor Nash had the specific wording from another application, but.
And
All parties, right?
What is the wording that you want to add to the?
yeah, if you'd like, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb, what was used in a previous one was that the sale be subject to successfully negotiation of price. Again, that the sale be subject to successfully negotiation of price.
Hey, sorry, I'm just capturing it. Sale be subject to the successful
Negotiation on a price.
well, yeah, of a price. That's fine. It's okay.
That's all
Right, so
the,
the amendments that who's proposing, who's moving these amendments?
I'll move the amendment.
So,
I'll second it, Mr.
Yeah.
all right, and who's seconding the amendments?
Counselor Woods.
I can second the amendment.
Counselor Woods said first.
Oh, all right, well, we got Councillor Woods first, so that's all right. So the amendments are to insert the words agree in principle to in between Whitestone and stop up. So reads, be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone agree in principle to stop up. And then it adds a condition number 5 to the list. And the condition number 5 is that the sale be subject to the successful negotiation of a price.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, if I wanted to add one additional item on here, which would be 6, is that an okay time to bring that up now?
Well, I mean, I guess if the mover and seconder want to add it to the amendment, we can,
Sure.
you can suggest what it is. Go
So,
ahead.
it is, I'll just summarize it and then I'll read it after, but it's in keeping with what I believe it was Councillor Woods had said earlier, and that's about closing up the shore road allowance. So I'd like to see a condition of this that, and I'll read it to you, that the sale
Be
the
subject to acquisition of the shore road allowance?
yeah, in, as per our shore road allowance procedure. So basically, if for some reason they can't close up a portion of it because there's type 1, we're saying, what they're able to close up as long as they're following our procedures is where we're going there, Mr. Mayor and everybody. So that the sale be subject to the applicant purchasing the shore road allowance of the properties, because there's two, as per our shore road allowance procedure, if that makes sense.
Okay, so shore road allowance says of the properties. What it's subject to, or subject to our what is it, a protocol or something?
Procedure, I think.
To the municipalities' procedures. Okay.
And then just one more item, and it's really, I'm just going to read it here, but it's on item number 1, obtaining an appraisal of the value of the land proposed to be sold. But I think that's a little I'll call it ambiguous. Sorry about that. In the sense of, I know what's happened on other ones is we have to take everything into account, and it's not just to say that piece of land on that site is worth $1 or $1 million. But so what I'm proposing, and I'll say it and then read it back to you, Mr. Mayor, obtaining an appraisal of the value of the land proposed to be sold, taking into account the value it would add to the existing lot. So I think it's important that when we go and ask for an appraisal from our real estate agent or whoever we might get, that they're aware that we want to know what that land value is worth in the context of adding it to this other property, because that's really what we're looking at. And I think that way the applicant isn't misinformed, or we aren't misinformed, or a real estate agent misinformed. So again, add to the end of that, again, it would read obtaining an appraisal of the value of the land proposed to be sold, taking into account the value it would add to the existing lot. And I think then when staff go out and ask the real estate agent for an appraisal, they much better understand what we're asking for. And it's more in keeping with what we've done on other files for people as well. Thank you.
Well, I think the appraiser would do that automatically, but I don't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the appraiser doesn't. If you look at any appraisal in the past, you can't build on it, it's a road allowance, not big enough, and the value's $1,500 or something, right? Very low. And we've run into this on Fardings Road and other areas where, we've said, no, if we, not in this case, but if we sell you that, it's going to make your property worth, $300,000 more. We're not going to sell it for $1,500. We want a little bit, taxpayers need a little bit of that money. And we've established a price where they agreed to it, right? So
do you want to add that to your amendment?
Well, I don't have a big problem whether it's adding it to, or it's a staff directive to the real estate agent or whatever, but Councillor Nash is right. Otherwise it's going to come back as I just described, right?
Well, why don't you put it here then?
Okay.
So taking into consideration
The value it would add to the existing lot. And thank you.
Value will existing. It's actually lots because you've got two lots right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we have a vote on the amendment.
Can I recap the amendment and then we'll have a vote on it? So first amendment is to the council of the municipality of Whitestone agrees in principle to this stop up close and sell. So it's the agreement in principle piece. The second one is to add to condition number 1 obtaining the appraisal of the value of the land proposed to be sold, taking into consideration the value it will add to the existing lots. The third one is to add condition 5, which is that the sale be subject to the successful negotiation of a price. And 6, that the sale be subject to acquisition of the shore road allowances of the properties, subject to the municipality's procedures for acquisition of shore road allowances. So that is the amendment, and we have a vote. I guess this is a recorded vote too, isn't it?
Yeah.
May I say something as the applicant quickly? Am I allowed to do that? If not, that's
sorry,
okay.
this is not your application, Robert.
No, this is Steve Disley speaking.
Yeah,
That's not Robert.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
and I don't think
Yeah,
we're in a
but what-
public meeting anymore, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we're not in a public meeting, but nevertheless, I don't know, as long as you have a quick comment, just go ahead, please, and then so we could hear what it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind council the intent here. I mean, we as the owners are trying to build a structure. This is preventing us from doing it. Again, it wasn't included. Well, it was included in the planning package, which I was sent. So I think the materials are there, and I do have my building permit in front of me. So our structures are permitted. So the intent here was to satisfy us as the owners, to allow us to continue development, but then also to assist council in sort of cleaning this up and making sure it's all compliant. So if we're looking at appraisal and our property grows double in size and we get into prices of hundreds of thousands of dollars, that is not the intent here. So no problem purchasing the road allowance, no problem purchasing the shore road allowance, but I just want to remind council that this isn't an attempt here to increase our property by hundreds of thousands of dollars. This was sort of discussed to allow us to continue to development and to clean up the existing building permits, which show our structure on drawing 9, stamped June 14th, 2022, clearly on the road allowance that was identified. So I just want to make sure that's taken into consideration before we get an appraiser out there and I end up with a value of an astronomical amount. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask our deputy clerk to call the roll, please, for the amendment?
Thank you. This is for the amendment. Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Councillor Bragg.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is so that amendment is carried.
Right, so now a motion as amended. You want me to read it again, or are you okay?
No, we're
I
okay.
think you know what it,
Yeah.
but just everything that we just approved as an amendment is now incorporated, so.
Yep.
All right, once again, roll call.
You. Councillor Bragg.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion as amended is carried.
All right, so. All right. It was that one. Next one was Marsh 5.2, and I believe, well, I could read you the motion, but I believe that we wanted to defer that one.
Why don't we just move to defer?
And we move to. Can I get a mover and seconder to defer item 5.2?
I can make that motion, Councillor Nash.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wood seconds. Any
Yes.
further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, could we just ask, hopefully staff could, I don't want to delay the applicant any longer if possible. So can we ask staff, like just speaking now, that it come back to the next agenda? That should give more than enough time as long as all the paperwork's in place. Is that possible? Just a comment. That's all. Thank you.
That would be our intent.
They, CAO clerk says that would be their intent. Okay, so motion to defer. We need a recorded vote for that one? No, we don't. Okay.
Counselor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Wood, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Connery, yes. So that motion is carried. And it'll come back at the next meeting. 5.3, 5.3, which is the due to consent application. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board dated June 8, 2026 regarding consent application B10/2026 Whitestone. The applicant is Robert Duda, as 1569329 Ontario Inc., and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle subject to the following conditions. There are 6. Number 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the newly created lots be rezoned from the rural RU zone to the rural residential zone limited services. That's RR limited service. 4, that the applicants enter into a section 5126 consent agreement with the municipality of Whitestone to be registered on title by the applicant to include the recognition of the private access road for the new lots, and to indemnify the municipality for any responsibility or liability for the access or maintenance of the road. Number 5, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the McKellar Whitestone Planning Board. And 6, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid.
I'll make the motion.
Councillor Lamb is moving. Is there a seconder?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Woods, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we will ask our deputy clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Connery,
Yes.
that's carried.
Right, thank you. And finally, we have item 5.4, which is the consent application from the Moffats. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board dated July 7th, 2026 regarding consent application B11/2026 Whitestone. The applicants are Moffat, William, and Tamara, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the new lot receives 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that a notion be placed on title to the severed lot of the adjacent industrial property and the sand pit on the nearby lands. 4, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the McKellar Whitestone Planning Board. And 5, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. Mover and seconder.
I can move, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Bray, seconding. Any further discussion?
I just have one quick, maybe it's an amendment to it. Item number 3 that reads that a notation be placed on title to the severed lot of the adjacent industrial property in the sand pit on the nearby lands. Should we just note that the sand pit's an M2 and the industrial property is an M1? Instead of just saying sand pit and industrial property, I think if we could just note that, you know, and the M2 sand pit, and it would say M1 industrial property, just so people know the zoning. Would that make sense to others as a possible amendment?
It's a cosmetic change if you want it. I think we can add it if the mover and seconder are in agreement.
Yeah, I'm good. As a mover, I think I'm good with that.
I'm fine with
If
that.
seconder's good.
Anybody else have any? So what I would,
I'm good with it.
what I would do is I'd simply include the word zoned M1 after the word industrial property, and the sand pit I would include in brackets zoned M2 on the
Thank you,
nearby
Miss.
lands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff or the planning board for putting that in. I know we've started doing that on these, and I think it's really important. And I appreciate that we're doing it. So thank
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Not, let's call the question.
Thank you, Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
Thank you, that's carried.
okay, thank you. So we are done with our planning work. I think. Are you ready for a lunch break? Yep.
Yeah.
So maybe we could have a recess for, let's say, well, 12:30 and we'll,
1:30.
or 1:30, yeah. Sorry, that's gonna be a quick break and then quick lunch. 1:30. We will be back. Everybody, thank you.
Yes.
So. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to reconvene the meeting. And we are at item 6 on the agenda. Sorry, item 7 on the agenda. We don't have a public meeting. And that is the consent agenda. So we have a I guess a minor change here in that we have in the consent agenda 4 items which were from previous sorry, where are they? Aren't they under business arising now?
No, they are in the consent agenda.
They are in the consent agenda, sorry. Anyway. I'm gonna read you the motions and you'll see we've got something that we haven't seen here before, just to kind of alert you. So the suggested motion is as follows: whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda as presented in the June 16th, 2026.
That should be July.
I think that should be July 21st, 2026. Sorry. As presented in the July 21st, 2026 agenda package. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. 7.1 regular council meeting minutes of June 16th. Well, that's where June 16th comes in. And that council receives for information the following council committee and board minutes under 7.2. And that is 7.2.1 is the minutes from the May 25th meeting of the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. 7.2.2 is the April 22nd, 26 minutes from Belvedere Heights. 7.2.3 is the District of Parry Sound Social Services Board, DSAP Board from May 14th, 2026. And 7.2.4 is the North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit minutes from April 22nd. And that council supports the following municipalities' resolutions. And they have,
Each one has its own resolution.
and each one has its own resolution, so we're gonna deal with those ones separately. So let's just deal with the well, we can take that off this motion.
Yeah, we can.
All right, so there's no and. So it's just 7.1 and 7.2. Now, could I get a mover and seconder for those, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Bray moves, seconded by
Okay, I'll second.
Councillor Land, thank you. So is there any discussion about either the council meeting minutes or the council, the four committee and board minutes? If not, I guess we will call the question on those to approve and or receive them.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods, do we have you?
Yeah, Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Comrie, yes. So those are canceled, those are approved. I'm sorry. And now we have the individual ones. These were the resolutions of support that came from the previous meetings correspondence. So 7.3.1, which was the McDougall Township resolution regarding the hospital purchase of an MRI unit. The Parry Sound Hospital's purchase. That Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the province's consideration of funding an in-hospital MRI for the West Parry Sound Health Center, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honorable Sylvia Jones, Minister of Health for Ontario and Deputy Premier, and the Honorable Braden Smith, Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and MPP for Parry Sound, Muskoka. Mover and seconder for that one.
I'll move.
Councillor Bray. Seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. All those in favor of this motion?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
And Mayor Comrie, yes. So that motion is canceled. It's, I don't know why I keep saying cancel. It is approved. It's carried. It's the word I'm looking for. 7.3.2 was a resolution from Plimpton, Wyoming about sustainable provincial grant funding for fire services. The motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the town of Plimpton, Wyoming's request to transition the current practice of competitive provincial fire service grant programs into a permanent, stable, and predictable non-competitive provincial funding program that supports municipalities in meeting provincially legislated fire protection requirements. And that this funding be structured to provide equitable and predictable annual support for operational readiness and training costs associated with volunteer, composite, and full-time fire departments across Ontario. And that the value of this funding be reviewed and adjusted to more appropriately reflect the level of provincial funding support currently provided to other provincially regulated emergency services, including policing and paramedic services. And that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honorable Braden Smith, Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and MPP for Parry Sound, Muskoka, and the Honorable Michael Kurtzner, Solicitor General for Ontario. Mover and seconder.
I think this was one of mine, so I'll move again.
I think it was.
A second, Mr. Mayor.
All right, seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. All those in favor of that motion?
Councillor Wood, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yeah.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Conroy, yes. And that motion is carried. 7.3.3. The town of Parry Sound's resolution objecting to the closure of Canadore College in Parry Sound, that campus. Here's the motion. The Council of Municipality Whitestone supports the town of Parry Sound's resolution and believes the decision to close the Canadore campus in Parry Sound is short-sighted and premature. And the council formally urges Canadore College to reconsider the decision to close Canadore's Parry Sound campus and work collaboratively with regional partners to explore opportunities for the revitalization, expansion, and long-term sustainability of the campus. And that the town of Parry Sound encourages Canadore College, area municipalities, First Nations, local businesses, healthcare organizations, and community stakeholders to engage in collaborative discussions regarding the future of post-secondary education and workforce development opportunities within West Parry Sound. And that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the chair of Canadore's Board of Governors, Jake Lacourse, the president of Canadore College, Dr. Sandra Ifu, the Minister of Education, the Honorable Paul Calandra, and the Honorable Graydon Smith, Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and MPP for Parry Sound and Muskoka.
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. Any discussion? I will just mention to you that there is a draft proposal that is circulating, and I just got it and I didn't have a chance to copy it to anybody, and I wanted to ask the author of it, who is the head of the chamber, or the chief staff person of the Chamber of Commerce in Parry Sound Area Chamber, and the Parry Sound Councillor. I didn't get a chance to get an answer for him if it was intended to be circulated publicly or not at this point, but they are working on some possibilities to try to salvage it. And you may have seen something in the news that the town of Parry Sound was also considering, because I guess they own the property maybe, and they were considering whether they would like to do something specific with it that would be more consistent with the intent of what it's being used for currently. So anyway, there's something going on in the background, but this is still a very good resolution, I think, and I will certainly keep you posted as to what other things I might hear about it. So, and I'm certainly in favor. Is there any other comments you want to make on this one? No? All right, I'll call the question then. Those in favor of the motion?
Councillor Lamb, yeah.
Councillor Woods,
Bray.
yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Mayor Conroy, yes. And the last one of these was 7.3.4, a resolution from North Glengarry asking that the province return to the property tax reassessment cycle that has been suspended since 2016. That the Council of Municipality Whitestone supports the Township of Glengarry's support of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus call to return to property tax reassessment cycle, and that the province provide a defined timeline and transparent planning for implementing future reassessments on a regular and predictable basis, and that the Government of Ontario work in coordination with MPAC, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, to ensure properties are reassessed in an accurate and timely manner, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honorable Graydon Smith, Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and MPP for Parry Sound, and the Honorable Peter Bethlen-Falvey, Minister of Finance. Mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Counselor Lamb moves, seconded by
I'll second.
Counselor Gray. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Counselor Lamb, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor Conry, yes. And that motion is carried. That brings us to item 8, which is accounts payable. The resolution is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $1,025,851.53 for the period ending July 14th, 2026. Mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Mr. Lamb moves, seconded by
I can second Counselor Nash.
thank you, Councilor Nash. Okay, is there any discussion on payables?
If nobody has their hand up yet, I have a couple questions. And the first would be on page 108 of 202. And it's under MHBC planning. And there's a couple charges here that say Whitestone Woods -8 pit, but the rest of it's cut off. I'm just wondering, is there a file before us somewhere for Whitestone Woods? I didn't think anything was happening there right now, so I'm just curious.
It's in that MHBC planning, 2/3 of the way down, it's an item 5039960.
What page?
108 of 202.
Yeah, and there's two lines. One's 5039668, and the other, you're correct, Mr. Mayor, it's 5039960.
Oh, yes, I see. Sorry, yeah, there's two of them. The same thing. I don't know what 8 pit is, but.
The road. That's the location.
Oh, you're right. It's Pitt Road is the road that goes, yeah, that's where that's the road at the sort of northernmost entrance to the area where that park is. Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay,
are we doing, are our planners doing work for something there? Like, this is why I'm asking. I'm like, I didn't know there was anything before the municipality.
I wonder if, unless our CAO clerk knows if Paula's opened up her mic. Do you want her to answer?
Yeah. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Whitestone Woods have submitted a rezoning application, and our planners are doing a pre-consultation with them.
Okay, so this is to do with, what did you call it? A pre-consultation of a rezoning that's coming before us?
Correct.
Paula?
Through
Okay,
you, Mr. Mayor, correct.
and
But
the,
the applicant, sorry, the applicant will pay for it though, right?
That is correct.
Ultimately, yeah.
okay, and the other one on the same page, I noticed we had the short-term rental bylaw up, and I guess the most recent billing was about $6,000 for the short-term rental to our planners. Is that correct, Paula, there?
I will have to review the account. I just don't have that in front of me at the moment.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at 5039670. It says short-term rental bylaw $2,059, and 5039958 says short-term rental bylaw $4,045. Where do we sit? Could somebody just, where do we sit with that bylaw at present?
Can you respond to that question again?
I should be able
Mr.
to, but
CAO?
through you, your worship, I would have to go back and look at the file. I don't recall. I think it's been sort of left to deal with once we have a new council in place, but I would have to go back and look at what the last motion of council was on it. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I'm assuming that these invoices are for work that was done prior to the last discussion that we had.
Yes, that's right.
At
Yeah.
the previous council meeting, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Paul again.
Yes.
At the council meeting back in May, I believe there was a discussion that another meeting will take place after the elections.
Yeah, I guess, does that answer your question against concerning it? What, we might have lost Councillor Nash.
Appear to have lost.
I would say,
He's just readmitting there now.
there he is, yeah. Okay. While we're waiting, are there any other questions about payables that somebody else has? So we.
I do have one, Mr. Mayor, but technically aren't we supposed to wait? It's got to get back on.
Yeah, I'm back on now, but Councillor Woods finish up, and I lost power here for a minute because of thunder or lightning. Sorry about that.
No, I hadn't asked anything yet, Councillor Nash. We were waiting for you because the staff and Mr. Mayor noticed that you had been disconnected.
Are you finished, yeah. Councillor Nash, or do you have more?
No.
Sorry about that. I was hearing myself talk there. It was just, I never heard the response back. I don't think about the short-term rental bylaw where we stood when I got cut off abruptly there by power outage.
Yeah, Paula did answer your question, and maybe Paula, if we could ask you to just repeat what you said now that he's back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the May 19th council meeting, council passed a resolution directing staff to prepare a recommendation plan report to review and respond to the comments that are received on the bylaw to be presented at a subsequent council meeting. And there was a discussion stating that another meeting will take place after the elections.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Paula. And my final question I had on accounts payable was on page 115, item 3835, Georgian Bay Biosphere. And I know we had approved it in our budget for the under green initiatives, the $6,500. And I'm just wondering, where do we stand on getting the report? We got the report for last year, I believe. Am I correct, Councillor Bray? You might be able to answer that for us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we got the report for 2024. If I'm, this is 2026. I think it was 2024, and that they're working on 2025. We have a meeting coming up in August, and we'll be looking at that. They were late getting to it because we were so late. It was after May before we were able to finish up things with them in order to what we would like to see this year.
Okay, and I guess that was my question. So the $6,500 is a report that will be coming for last year's energy, which would be for 2025, but we don't have that report yet. It'll be coming future, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
and
thanks.
Also for a few other things that we're working with them on as well.
Okay, is that, are there other questions then on this, on the payables?
So
Mr. Mayor, I got one left.
Yes,
So,
yeah, go ahead.
thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nash crossed a couple off for me there, but page 112, 3813, Chris Kasulki. Just a quick question, and I'm sure I know the answer, but I just wanted to ask. Is this for like 3 separate months, or is this just 1 month payment?
worship. That was for several, looks like three separate months.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else about payables? If not, could I call the question then on the motion to receive the report, please?
Counselor Lamb, yes.
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
And Mayor Comrie, yes. And that motion is carried. Thank you. So, we now go to section 9 of the agenda, which is staff reports, and we have 9 of them. So a number of things here, but the first one is 9.1, the sale and removal of scrap metal stockpiles. Our manager of public works, Mike Huggins, has joined us in the council chamber here. And by the way, our fire chief has also been on the call for a while now. But I don't think he has any of these particular items that are in this section. Anyway, maybe we'll get the motion on the floor first for this one, and then I'll ask Mike to just comment on it briefly. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report Public Works 2026-05 entitled Sale and Removal of Scrap Metal Stockpiles for information, and that council approves the sale and removal of accumulated scrap metal stockpiles located at the municipal landfill sites to all Ontario Recycling at a minimum rate of $200 per metric ton, based on certified scale weights, with the purchaser responsible for all loading, transportation, and associated removal costs. Can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move.
I'll
Councillor Lamb
second
moves.
it.
Seconded by Councillor Woods. Mike, any comments about this?
I will, through you, your worship, give you a quick little background on it and what I found out lately. Municipality issued 2 separate procurement opportunities for the sale and removal of the scrap metal piles. The first one resulted in a singles commission of $25 per ton from a contractor in Terry Sound, which we thought was pretty low. So we didn't accept it. The second one we put out again and received no submissions whatsoever. And then talking to one of the contractors after all this went through, they came and had a look. They were interested in cleaning them up for us, and they offered us $200 per ton. My opinion is we should go ahead with this. It's a fair market value, checking into everything, and they're still willing to give it to us to, like, after you guys go over it. They're still willing to hold that $200 per ton to haul it all out. Then once they do all that, we'll be able to maintain our piles and stuff with our own truck.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, and glad that's a heck of a lot better than 25 bucks. Do we have any idea how much revenue this would be?
Not offhand.
Any guesstimates? We won't hold it to you. You can be out $1 or $2.
Say 20 to 30,000 maybe, somewhere in there.
That's for both sides.
Yeah, both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead.
Mike, thank you for looking back into this. I know I when I saw this up here, I checked recently, and I think currently down in the GTA it's about $215 a ton. So $200 picked up, them doing everything, to me is a very good price for us to be receiving right now. So I'm glad that they were able to hold that price for you from when you spoke to them, and I'll be in support of this. And I believe, do you know how many loads it might be? Like, is there any estimate? I know Councillor Lamb asked for dollar value, but do you know roughly how many loads it's going to be? I'm guessing it's like a 50-foot trailer will be each load or so.
No, no.
Well, 3 to 4 loads.
Oh, that disappeared in my brain.
Right.
Oh,
On 3-foot trailers.
okay. So could you say that again? There was some background noise there, Mike. Sorry.
I think the guess was gonna be 3 to 4 53-foot trailer loads being removed.
Okay, good, perfect. And do you have any idea if they're awarded this, how quickly they'll be able to get this completed? Like, are we talking a month or two away or weeks away? Just curious.
For your worship, when I talked to him this morning, was pretty sure he could get here within the next 2 weeks.
Excellent. Thanks again, Mike.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this one?
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mike, I like to report, I know we discussed this before, that 200 a ton is a really, really good number right now. I did some checking all down south for people that I know that operate those types of businesses. I'd like to say too that this is going to be the best number that the municipality has ever received for scrap metal pricing since they decided to start selling it rather than giving it away. So this is a good thing. There'll be a good chunk of money coming in to help us manage the place. Yeah, this is a great common sense move years ago, and I'm glad we did it.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's nothing else, I
Can I
will call.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just an aside, it's not on this topic. Is there any reason that we don't recycle styrofoam in the municipality? I've been asked that question several times.
Through you, your worship, right now, we don't have a recycler that will pick it up. We're still currently looking for somebody, a company that will come in. I know it's being done down south. It's just finding someone local that will come in and do it for the cost of the styrofoam recycling.
Okay, so you're looking at it.
Yes, that's one thing I would like to see get out of the landfill, because it blows around an awful lot, so.
Yeah.
Knowing that there is some companies down south that recycle. If I can find one local that's close enough that will come get the materials from us, it would be worth our while to recycle it here.
Okay, thank you.
So is it, sorry, supplemental, is it not covered under producer responsibility?
That I would have to look into.
I thought somehow or other, I thought that they had relented on that one, but if it is, obviously Circular Materials is obligated to come and get it.
Yeah, I don't think right now.
You have to go find somebody to take it, then I
Yeah,
guess
exactly.
it isn't, but that's.
Could you bring something back to council, like on the styrofoam, maybe next month or something? Make a note of that, please. Thank you.
All right, so can I call the question on the report?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. That's carried. 9.2 is a tender award for a slurry seal. Need a mover and seconder that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives report Public Works -2026-06 award of RFT. Guess that's request for tender 2026-05 supply and application of slurry seal for information, and that council awards the contract for the supply and application of slurry seal to Duncor Enterprises, Inc. in the amount of $155,946 plus applicable taxes as the lowest compliant bidder. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it.
I
Moved by
can second
Councillor,
Councillor Nash.
seconded by Councillor Nash. Thank you. Any discussion?
I have a question for Mike. I'm not sure if he was going to say anything first, but
Oh, sorry, I guess I should have asked if you wanted to say anything. No, he's shaking his head, so go ahead with your
Okay.
questions.
Thank you. My only question is leading up to this, I know the crews have been busy, Mike, but leading up to this work for Whitestone Lake Road, Balsam Road, and Canning Road this year, are you guys are continuing with the culvert replacements? And are you guys ditching all of the roads or just select areas? That was my main question.
Your worship, for the slurry seal application, most of the roads are in good shape. We've had to go out and do some patching in areas, some edging. We still have a little bit to finish on a couple of the roads, but we are continuing as we go. So the big dig outs, the culvert changes were already done, as far as I know, from the culverts that I see. So this is more or less just a quick patch before they come in and slurry.
Okay. And my next question is, I was a little confused on page 2 of 3 in the report, page 124 of 202. It's the what I'll call third paragraph down. And it says the compliant bidder with the highest domestic content percentage received a 10% reduction to its tender price for evaluation purposes only. This adjustment does not reduce the actual contract price to the successful bidder. I believe I understand that, but can you just go through that? That was just for like when you're looking at it, like scoring people. And do we have that written in our procurement policy about the 10%? I just had not seen that before.
Pretty early worship. That 10% reduction is for when you're sitting down and going through the tenders and stuff to make sure if the prices are close or not close, whatever. If they have a higher domestic content, they get a better mark towards us using them or not. And I don't believe it's in our policy per se, but it is in the new Buy Ontario legislation, which is attached to our policy right now.
Okay.
That makes.
Yeah, no, that does. So I guess this isn't for you, but this is just for staff overall. For the last 4 years, the whole procurement policy has been on the agenda to be redone and looked at, and we're almost fully through 4 years and hasn't had it come back to us. And it's as you said, Mike, this might be for Build Ontario, as you say, or Canadian made. But do we have any idea, I guess, through staff or Nigel, would you know when is that procurement policy coming back to us to look at? Thank you.
Through you, your worship, we do recognize that policy is due for an update. I can't speak to the last 4 years, but I can speak to the last 1.5. And I know it is on council's list. We do intend to have that before council in this fall, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, again, is not a word to this, but it's just a question going forward to yourself, Mike. I'll be in favor of this, of course, but knowing that we're going to have to do slurry seal next year and stuff like that, and I know there's some funding source here, OCIF and OCBF, but I guess it's just a comment that I'm making. Hopefully, if we're thinking of where we need to do slurry sealing next year, if there is any, hopefully we can be applying for grants this fall, this summer, early into next year, for grant possibilities for this type of work for next year. Just an overall statement. Thank you.
OCIF, Community and Infrastructure Fund, sorry. That is a fund that we get money from every year, and the government determines it using a formula which is based on our past year's revenue and expenses, so we don't apply for that. The other one is CCBF is what, Mike? Nigel?
Trying to think of the acronym.
I don't think we apply for it either, to be honest, but maybe we do.
I don't believe we do. I'd have to check with the treasurer on exactly the name of that fund. I don't remember.
The community building fund.
Yeah, I think it's also though a fund that we get a standard amount. We could check into that, but that's my, kind of my recollection of it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just Google. The permanent federal program that provides predictable upfront funding to local governments for community infrastructure.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that's the federal one. OSIP is an Ontario one.
through you, Mr. Mayor, it wasn't where we got the funding from this year. It's just if we're doing road improvements, we don't need to rely on money we might get automatically. That can go to other roads. It's staff looking into, hey, we're going to spend 250 grand or 500 grand or 100 grand on improving this road, whatever road it might be. What grants are out there that we might be able to get for that road? And then these types of funds, the OCIF or OCBF, are still there for other roads, right? We can always be applying for grants. We don't need to just wait for the government to give us money. Let's try and look for opportunities to apply for grants. That way we'd be able to do more capital projects if we get more funding from the government by applying for grants. That's where I was going. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Fair comment. But anything else about this one? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Palmer, yes. And that motion is carried. So that brings us then to 9.3, which is in the similar vein, a tender award for surface treatment of some other roads. So, here's the motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report Public Works 2026-07 entitled Award of Request for Tender 2026-06 Supply and Application of Surface Treatment for Information. And that council awards the contract for the supply and application of surface treatment to Duncor Enterprises in the amount of $92,134 plus applicable taxes as the lowest compliant bidder. And that council approves the 2026 budget amendment to increase the gravel to hardtop for the Alts Road project, that budget from $35,000 to $47,000, funded from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OSIF, deferred revenue. And the council approves a budget amendment to decrease the 1/4 inch chip seal Farley's Road project budget from $52,500 to $51,000, funded from Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund deferred revenue. So that's the motion. Can I get a mover and seconder?
I can move, Councillor Nash.
You, seconded by
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Thank you. Mike. Go ahead, please.
Give you a little bit of background through you, your worship. As part of the municipality 2026 road capital program tender was solicited for the supply and application of surface treatment as the native municipal meeting. Surface treatment is a cost-effective road preservation method that seals the roadway surface, improves skid resistance, and protects the underlying road structure from water infiltration. Also helps extend the life of the roadway. The tender got 2 companies back. We've gone out already. Did a bunch of prep work because we knew it needed to be done no matter what. Removing some rocks and underlying issues on Farley's Road. And right now we're just finishing up working on Alls Road, prepping it for a hard surface. Should just be passed, doing the ditching, replacing 2 culverts that need to be replaced before the final surface goes up top.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Council.
If I might, if nobody has their hand up in the chambers, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, go ahead, please.
All right. On page 127 of 220, second paragraph into analysis, Mike, it speaks here and says, it speaks to because this is below the $347,400 threshold, the RFT used the DSCP evaluation approach method 1. I'm sure this is something to do with Ontario made, but can you just enlighten everybody on council?
Very worker. Yes, this is through the Buy Ontario supply and domestic chain plan that they have in place. If it's under a certain amount, you can evaluate them a little bit different, and because it is, we were allowed to go ahead and do that. It doesn't really affect anything in this. The price was the biggest option here because they both met the criteria of the Ontario domestic supply chain.
Okay. Well, that answers that. And then the next one, similar to what I said to the last one, but I believe here I've seen some signs up near Ald's landfill that say ditching. So I'm assuming from those signs and from what I understand from you that we're going to be ditching both sides of the road prior to the hard top going down on Ald's Road. Am I correct?
For you, your worker, yes, you are. For being up there, the whole road doesn't need it. There are some areas where the ditches are deeper than you need to dig. But the areas where the needed the ditch cleaned out and some ditch put in are being done prior to the surface going on. Right.
Okay. And then I also see here that because we're a little bit over budget, we're just pulling some money out of some deferred revenue from OCIF. And I'm assuming in the previous one, the amount that we were under budget, would I be correct that that is going back since we're under budget by $6,000, that's going back into our deferred OCIF revenue? Am I correct on both those accounts?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because I noticed on the previous one, it didn't say that the surplus was going into the deferred revenue area, but that is what is happening, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. It'll, I think, be really nice to see people that have heard that hardtop is going down from Highway 520 to just past the landfill, not all of Ald's Road, but just past the landfill, have all said they think this is a really good idea. I haven't heard anybody saying they don't think it's a good idea. I've only heard compliments that we're doing it. So I'm really happy to see this work being done here. And I think this will really help us for winter maintenance and for both late fall and early spring works for the road with all the traffic going in and out of the landfill. So thank you, Mike.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the question then on the motion to approve this. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Mayor Connery, yes. And that motion is carried. 9.4, after school program. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality receives for information report admin 2026-07 entitled the After School Program 2025-2026 School Year Update. I'll move it. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Bray. Thank you. I guess I will ask I think this is our deputy clerk's report. If you want to say anything about it,
For you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's nothing more that I need to add. I had not done an after-school program update in the last couple school years, so I just wanted to provide one and remind everybody that the program coordinator's contract is coming up at the end of next year, so I do need to turn my mind as to what we will do next and speak with her about our plans as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, if I just make a question. When you say next year, you mean before September of this year? or-
No, next year
next
being
year.
2027.
All right,
Year.
okay.
Yes.
All right,
yes.
thank you. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I know thank you for the report, and I know we've tried to up it from 3 days to 5 days, I guess without success. Is there anything that you can see that might change that come September, or are we?
Come September of 26 or
Yeah,
September of 27?
is there anything on the horizon that might someone else take? I take it the lady that's doing it can't do it, can only do it 3 days.
Correct.
So there's no one else, I guess, that would do it the other 2 days, right?
I did have somebody approach me that was interested, but unfortunately she found other work.
Okay,
So she's unavailable. It's difficult because it's 2 hours essentially, Mondays and Fridays that we need that coverage. So to find somebody that's
Yeah.
available Mondays, 2 hours, and Fridays, 2 hours from 3 o'clock
Pretty
to 5
difficult.
o'clock is a difficult challenge. That's why the 27 season things might be, we might be able to expand. However, it depends on who we get and the interest.
Yeah,
At least
okay.
we could put out a tender or, yes, request for proposals from, and see what we get at that time.
and thank you.
Okay.
Okay, other questions or comments on this
Yeah,
one?
through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might. I echo what Councillor Lamb said there. I think it would be great if we could find it for 5 days a week. I think you'd have more people probably attending it, but that's will be addressed in the future, it sounds like. Is there any government funding, Wendy, that is available for this? Like, I know there's a lot of childcare facilities that do the $10 a day, or I'm calling the $10 a day daycare, that's partially funded through the province. Have we ever looked into anything like that and the possibilities of maybe getting some funding from the government for the after school program? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Nash, I believe that you are correct. It's not something that had been on my radar, only because getting used to the program. But I do intend to do some research to see what I can find, and I do believe that Councillor Bray has a bit of information regarding that.
Okay,
That's
so
got some break.
so is it? Oh, I was just going to finish here. So that's something that we're going to be looking into down the road for possible funding sources, or Councillor Bray, maybe you have some info there.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, you are absolutely correct, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yeah, on two things. I know that the District of Parry Sound Social Services Administration Board does do the administration of childcare fee subsidies. So that's probably something that I'm not sure where we're at with that, whether we get that funding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how in the past that was set up, whether the parents approached District Social Services and received the funding. I do know that it has happened in the past. Haven't been asked, so by any of the parents. Sorry, I can stop.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say that's something we can look into.
Yes.
The other thing is that I know that all throughout the whole district, not even just our district, all over Ontario, finding staff for childcare programs, before school, after school, any kind of program is extremely difficult, and there are not enough of them. That's one of the things that around the Canadore School College reduction, we will. There was a certain amount that could be done through them, and I'm sorry that that's happening, that they're closing. But But I would be happy to sit in and assist as being the DSAP rep as well. If they'll let me. But yeah,
Back in the day, we did get, for a while, we did get some funding from DSAB. And there was something about it that caused that to stop, and I don't know what it is, but I don't remember what it is, but I remember our previous CAO clerk digging into it and trying to satisfy them as to what it was, but I don't believe it ever happened, and I don't think I think once it stopped, we stopped getting funding from DSAB. I still don't think we're actually getting it, is my sense of it. Unless,
I have one follow-up.
yeah.
So the, in the analysis, it says that, a representative from District Social Services conducted 2 quality assurance visits. Do you know when they were? Were they this last year or the year before?
Oh, no, they were through
This year?
Mr. Mayor, yes, they were
Okay.
twice this year, 2026.
So if they are doing quality assurance, I would be looking at, obviously, then we probably, some of our parents are getting subsidy. So we can look into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good question. Any other questions or comments about this report?
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
I'll keep it real quick.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. The after-school program is something that I'm really glad that we try to maintain it. 3 days a week is helpful, ideally, and everybody in the community will agree to this that tries to use it. 5 days a week would be perfect. For a long time, we've heard at council meetings, for the last 2 terms anyways, we always have a hard time getting people to fill positions like this. And one of the reasons I believe is the people that do these types of programs don't get paid enough money. And if you can't offer somebody enough money to come out to a place like Whitestone for 5 days a week to make a check, you're not going to get anybody. And Mrs. Jackson's awesome. I think she did it more out of the goodness of her heart and trying to help the community to sign up for 3 days a week. And she is very much appreciated for that. But for the future, if we really want to get somebody to fill positions like this, we might have to put some of our own tax dollars towards it to pay people to come out to do it. And it would be a great thing, in my opinion, for the future of this community. Childcare is extremely difficult. And it usually means that, one parent is only going to have a part-time job because they wouldn't be able to work a full-time job. So it has a serious impact on families that are raising kids around here.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just echoing what Councillor Wood said there, just when you look at it, the total expenses, program coordinator wages for 2023, 2024 were $6,000, and for 24-25, which is, there's an asterisk next to that one as it started late, we're only $3,000. So totally understand that it's hard to find somebody to do this every day of the school or 3 days a week of the school year for $6,000. So I echo what you're saying, Councillor Woods.
Yeah, and I would too, by the way. Okay, thank you. Any other, anything else? All right, I'll call the question then on this report.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Gray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Conry, yes. That report is canceled. We're at 9.5, which is a report with respect to parking at the Twist property. So I'm gonna mover and seconder for the motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin-2026-08 Twist parking, and the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone directs staff to prepare an amendment to the bylaw number 33-2024 to include the Twist property as a designated parking location And the council of the municipality of Whitestone authorizes the immediate use and signage of the Twist property as a municipal parking lot. Is there a mover and second?
I'll second,
move.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor Lamb is moving and Councillor Woods is seconding. Discussion.
So, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. A couple people had brought this up to me, and if you recall in the winter time, we plowed out the Twist parking lot so that people with snowmobiles attached or trailers attached to their vehicles could park in there and use the trails and whatever, and it was an economic development sort of initiative and that sort of thing. So someone asked me whether they could park for a couple of days in the Twist parking lot. I asked our CAO, and because I thought we could, so it led to this. So that's how it's on the agenda. My personal feeling is that if we're going to, of course, allow it for snowmobile in the winter, which I think we all voted for, if there was a motion, I'm not sure whether it was a motion or just staff direction. I think people, if they want to park for a couple of days, it's no different than anywhere else. So that's the reasoning behind it. I noticed on the weekend there were a couple of boat trailers attached to vehicles that were parked in the Twist parking lot for a couple of days. I didn't get any calls to say they were bad or illegal or anything like that. So I support adding this to our, as suggested. Then I have one other item to bring up once we discuss the Twist on parking agenda. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to be honest, I'm a little perplexed why we have, I understand that there's some inquiries, but a little perplexed why we have this report in front of us. I know we talk about staff time or council meetings taking a long time, but if everybody can turn to our parking bylaw page, it's a 37-page document, which was supposed to be attached to the agenda, but staff had sent it out to us yesterday. If staff can pull it up and turn to page 28 of 37 of that bylaw number 33-2024, being the bylaw to regulate traffic control. Is it possible to get that up on the screen?
Sorry, yes.
I have a hard copy in front of me, Councillor Nash, so it's easier for me.
Yeah, and just as Wendy's bringing it up, I'll continue on what I was saying. So, Schedule 5 of that bylaw is Schedule 5, municipal parking lots. So if you go to page 28, Wendy, you have it up quick. 28.
It's on 29 is the one you want where the property is mentioned.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to start at 28, Mr. Mayor, first, if I could. So if you start at page 28, right at the top, municipal parking lots and designated vehicle parking areas, and then go to the next page, Wendy, and you'll see it says Whitestone, right where your cursor is, Whitestone property and vacant building. 2125 Highway 124 Dunchurch. If anybody takes out a Google map and Googles 2125, that's the Twist property. Yep. And you can park there anytime. So I'm not sure why this is before us, but you can already park there. It's already in our bylaws. It already says you can park there. We already talked about it in the winter. We already plowed it because you could park there. Why this is coming up saying we need to update something, unless I'm totally missing something, but anybody has a phone with them and just Googles 2125 Highway 124, a picture of the old Twist property will come up and all the listings on how much it was when it sold.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Nash. That was my point when I made the initial call 3 or 4 weeks ago, but I think staff didn't see that, and so I think that's the reason the report came. So you're right, we don't need to address it, and it's a done issue. So we can move on to the next issue, and I think we can withdraw the motion that we have before us
So-
now. Thank you,
and-
good catch. And,
Yeah, no problem. And it wasn't, it was more, yeah, no, it was more of a question. I know that you'd always thought, Councillor Lamb, that we could park there, but I guess my concern is, and I hope staff understands this, we've taken staff time to write a report. We've taken staff time after hearing from council on, well, can't we park there? And people have written a report, and then we have a motion that says we're gonna have to update the bylaw. The motion was, that council of municipality directs staff to prepare an amendment to the bylaw. Well, why does it take a council member to say it's already in our bylaw? We just need to read it. Like, I'm sorry, but we need to, like, I'm just so frustrated with this type of thing. They keep coming back, like, things keep coming back to us with errors and omission, I'll call it, or, this is just, it's already there, which is great for people. We can tell them to park there. It's already there. Before we write reports, we need to do research. And like I always say, and so many other members of council, to our consultants or whoever, we're only as good as the information that's presented in front of us, and we really need to look and do a good job of diving into these things before we come back to change something that's already there. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the mover and seconder withdraw the motion then, please?
I will, but I want to talk about one other issue while we're on to the parking bylaw and this whole bylaw issue. And I will withdraw, as the mover. So there was quite a thing on Facebook, like the Wabash Lake group, in the last 24 hours, and it was a warning that was issued to and it's out public to Mr. Sinkovich up in Wabash area. And it was for a parking violation, and for parking, if you go down Indian Narrows on the left, it says parking, or it says boats with trailers is the sign. And he parked his vehicle there and he didn't have a trailer, and he got a warning on a ticket, and said, next time your vehicle will be towed. Now, there's a few things that bother me about this. One of them is that in a year and a half that we've had the bylaw officer, it still says Paul Rossiter on the bottom of the warning ticket. And it's crossed off, and then Chris, our bylaw officer, writes her name and initials. So why in God's name, after a year and a half, we can't have proper warning tickets made up, which should be a 5-minute job, I would think, with a printer, is beyond me. But anyway, having said that, I think that it really looks second rate to me. Secondly, I've now looked at the bylaw with our CAO this morning, and there's nothing in it. First of all, it doesn't say, it says boats with trailers. It doesn't say boats with trailer only. It says boats with trailers, right? So he, of course, thought he could put his car there. And I see nothing in this whole document that says he can't. So people along that stretch, unless someone can tell me something different, can park there without a trailer, and unless I've missed something in the parking bylaw. So Councillor Nash, you're real good at it, but I looked at it this morning with our CAO, and there's nothing in there that prevents Mr. Sinkovich from doing what he did. So of course, now we've got 25 comments and everyone's into all kinds of issues on our parking bylaw. And it's, to me, something that maybe shouldn't have occurred. And so someone correct me if I'm wrong. Because I don't see anything in here that says he can't do what he did.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Lamb, on this one. I think it makes us look bad as a municipality, just like the previous item. And what I believe there is down there is signs that say vehicles with trailers, but there's no sign, that sign does not say vehicles with trailers only, or refers us to a bylaw or anything like that. So I think you are 100% correct, but even more so to make us look not the most professional, I'll say it, after a year and a half or 2 years or however long Mr. Rossiter's been gone for, hand crossing off something. I haven't seen it, but I take what you're saying and I've heard about it. Hand crossing off and writing a different name on that is to me totally unacceptable. And at the same time, I don't know how many times so many people on council have said, why do we keep giving out warnings? So if this was a violation, there shouldn't have been a warning. There should have been a ticket. We talked about this so many times, all of us, yet the complaint that's come up is somebody was given a warning when in fact the bylaw officer or staff has been directed through council directives not to give warnings. So if it was, it should have been a ticket. But with that said, I agree with you, Councillor Lamb, that there should have never been a ticket because there was nothing wrong with what they did. And we have to make sure our signs are correct. What should have happened should have been, if there's proper signage and somebody gets a ticket, okay. But 100% agree with what you're saying, Councillor Lamb. I don't think people with the trailer can park in that spot, but also somebody with just a vehicle can park there unless we have updated signage and updated bylaws. And again, this makes us all look bad, everybody at the municipality when these types of things happen. So I like the fact that you brought this one up and hopefully we can take care of this and we can get our signs updated and hopefully the ratepayer that had a warning will be issued an apology letter from us if in fact the case is that they weren't supposed to be getting a warning anyway. So I would hope that we'd do an apology to them if in fact we were wrong, which I believe you're right and we were incorrect on it. So thanks for bringing it up, Councillor Lamb.
Unfortunately, this discussion is not properly before council. We have a motion on the floor. And just because people are commenting about things on Facebook, that does not mean that we can discuss.
Fine. I'll withdraw my remark and I'll bring it up under councillor comments, okay?
Yeah.
So we can do it now or we can do it.
Yeah,
which is fine. I have, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have every right to bring it up as councillor comment.
You do, but.
And I will at that point, and we'll carry on the discussion at that point. Thank you.
I just, if we keep going off onto things that are not, what's the point of?
Well, I think it's pretty relevant to the people on Wawashkesh as to what happened yesterday, and we're talking about the parking bylaw. So yes, it's not on the agenda, but fine, I'll bring it up under council comments. So duly noted, let's move on. Then we can carry on at that.
I just think that if somebody had a beef with what our bylaw enforcement does, there is a procedure for that, which is to complain to staff through the process and say, I shouldn't have gotten a ticket for this or a notice or whatever he got.
Sure.
It doesn't cause it to be in a council agenda item. That's all.
Okay, I'll duly noted. I'll let people know.
So are we withdrawing the motion that's about the twist? We are? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Mover and seconder have agreed to withdraw it. I'm gonna tick withdrawn. I guess I should say everybody's in agreement. Is that all the councilors, are you in agreement to withdrawing this?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay, I am too. It sounds like everybody's, all right. So I'm gonna just put withdraw. So 9.6 has to do with the request that was made about a webcam. Here's the motion. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone received for information report in Min 2026-09, purchase and installation of web camera in the village. And that council directs staff to purchase and install the Rio Link, and there's a space for an FD model number because there were 2 model numbers that were suggested, I guess. Web camera and provide a live feed on the municipality's website. And this is so people can see what the weather conditions are currently I'm assuming down here at the, at the dock in Dunchurch. So anyway, is there a mover and seconder for this?
I'll move it.
Motion. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by.
I'll
What do you want?
second.
Are you seconding,
Yes,
Councillor Ray?
I'll second.
All right. So, who's given the report is, our CAO? We don't know.
No,
Well, it's Wendy.
That was, yes, sorry, through you,
Do
Mr.
we
Mayor.
comment on the report?
It's pretty self-explanatory. I do believe Councillor Lamb had requested that we look into the purchase of it, and all I need is direction as far as which one to purchase.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, again, I had several requests. We used to have a webcam, used to be over at the Marina here. For years and years, people would look in and see the weather and that sort of thing, right? And I think it goes beyond that. I think there's some security issues. I think that we should put in the report and that sort of thing. I don't care where it is, particularly, it would be on the pavilion looking out at the lake if people want. If people have concerns that you don't want it pointing towards the beach where people are, that kind of stuff, we can put it somewhere else. I don't think it's very expensive, is it? Could I ask what the cost of this would be?
Cost of the installation will be minimal. And
People, you know, again, maybe I'm, you know, 80% of our population are seasonal, right? And, but they love this community. And believe it or not, they love to look in at the weather in the community if they're coming up and that sort of thing. So rather than go by the weather forecast, sometimes they go onto a webcam and they say, oh, it's snowing or it's not snowing, or it's here's what's happening. So I think it's a little cost, and you know, I think a good benefit to, I've heard over the years from several people on this. So what is the cost of it?
so for you, Mr. Mayor, we have two options that were provided by our IT consultant. One for $230 and the other one for $330.
It's peanuts to do, right? It's nothing, right? So, anyway, I could go on. That's generally my comments. I think it's Councilor Bray has something.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ray.
Yeah, I'm fine with this and, it's not that much money, but we will have to have signage as well. Just so that there's a webcam.
Good idea.
Very annoying.
We'll look into regulations. That's just a countdown.
I have a hard time hearing you with the fan going here.
Turn it off.
That's great.
I think this really gets to something that is kind of hinted at in the report. Councillor Lamb alluded to it. It's that several municipalities have installed, I would say the majority of municipalities have installed webcams at public launch areas and so on. And it's public safety, and it's to provide some security and deter vandalism and that sort of thing. And I do not, I mean, I did not look up the specs on these specific units, but I'm guessing that the more expensive one, in fact, it is a panoramic image, and so it covers more. And the intent, of course, is, at least I thought the intent was that people want to see what the weather is, and I understand that entirely. That they would want to do that. But if it is being used for surveillance purposes, in effect, if it's going to show people doing things at the beach or wherever the area is, then Councillor Gray is correct. You have to put a sign, and I would simply point out that in the past we have been requested to do this at other locations, and council has decided that they did not want to do it and they refused to do it. And so I guess in I would be expecting an argument for, for consistency of treatment if we're gonna record people. And I fully support recording people, but as long as you tell them. And that way you can use, if you see somebody damaging somebody's property, now you can use the information. If you didn't tell them that they were under surveillance, you're gonna get thrown out of court, right? That's
And
the issue.
through you, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
Councillor Craig has her hands up first before
Yeah,
we.
of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things too about also, down by the waterfront, because we often, as the fire service, we do meet, patients right outside the fire hall, and we cannot have it pointed that way because we do patient transfers, and that would not be okay.
Yeah.
So I think we have to sort of think about what kind of a location do we want and how we can do it so that it's not going to really identify anyone specific, if we can. Whether it's down there, you know, I know maybe that's where people do it, but maybe we need to have it up here. I don't know. It's for further discussion, I guess. But I really, we cannot have
Yeah.
it facing the fire department.
That's fair.
Thanks.
And through you, I know Councillor Nash wants to get in, but with your permission, Councillor Nash. Yeah, I forgot that this was asked out at Boulder Lake, I think, at one
Yes,
point,
it was.
right? And I had forgotten that. Again, I've had requests, you know, it's the will of council to not have it. It isn't a hill for me to die in, right? It just, I've heard from several people, and I told them I would bring it up, and that's why the report's here. So if it can be done safely. But I had forgotten about that, to be honest, so I'll leave it up to the will of council, obviously.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, you beat me to my famous line, I'll say, Mr. Mayor, and treating everybody equally. And what I was going to say, you'd kind of already said. I was actually going to bring up Bolger and say, we actually went so hard as to take a camera down, not once, but twice. And all they wanted it for was to see the weather and to see if people were stealing things or whatever. And to me, I don't disagree with having cameras, not one, but I think, you know, the weather that you might see at the municipality of Whitestone dock can be 100% different to the weather, certainly in the wintertime or during thunderstorms, for example, than at Lake Wawashkesh. So why are we doing this only for a camera at I'll call it the Whitestone boat launch at the community center? If we're going to do this, to me, this is something that should come back. But are we doing this just so people can see that it's sunny out or if it's rainy out? If we're doing this, shouldn't this be brought back to us so that, you know, I'm going to say every municipal building has a security system like video cameras. Every boat launch would have video cameras. So if somebody wants to see what it's like at Farley's Road boat launch, they can go on that camera. If somebody wants to see it at the Whitestone dock at the community complex, they can see it. If somebody wants to go at Indian Narrows, they can see it. So I'm not against this, but I don't think we should do it with only one camera for one spot. I think if we're going to do this, we need to look at it as to, are we going to do this for everybody? Certainly, people on Bolger and many other lakes would love to see these things go up. And I don't think we should do it just for one spot. And for building safety, I think we really need it. I believe years ago when we spoke about the one at Bolger coming down, I said at one time we should have a camera at the Dum-Dome facing across to the lake and municipal office, and it was quickly shot down. But times change, and you know, more people are on phones and more people will want this type of information. So I see this as something that should come back with a much more detailed report as to how can we use it for security? How could we also use it for the public to see? Would those be different cameras? What kind of signs would we need to say you're being recorded, even if it's just to see the weather you're gonna be on camera, so we'd have to post it. And as Councillor Bray said, what do we do for privacy for patients if they're being treated there? So I'm not against this. I just don't think it's the time to do it for one of them. And I think staff should bring something back. And I guess by they bring it back, it would probably be under, under a new council, that something could be done here. And I think it could be beneficial to the community as a whole, but it would be done at more than one location. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I completely understand why, maybe somebody asked, but I honestly don't think that we should do it. The big reason is I remember the yelling and screaming matches that we were all part of and subject to when the MPA came about their camera, and nobody knew about the camera and what people in the community had been saying about being at landings and under video surveillance. And yes, I get it. Down in the cities, there's a lot of surveillance cameras everywhere, and that the towns and the cities manage and operate. But in today's day and age, I don't know too many people that don't have cameras on their properties. A Blink camera, they're on sale all the time on Amazon. You can buy 2 packs up to 8 packs of them for cheap. And you can put them anywhere, and you get the image to your phone or the video to your phone. I know that members of council have them because I've seen them at your houses. You guys have told me about them, right? If anybody wants to get a look of what's happening at their property, they could turn on their Ring doorbell camera or the camera that's faced towards the lake that most people have now. I think we're getting into something that, like Councillor Nash says, and you, Mr. Mayor, if we're going to do it at one, then we got to do it at all. But I want to ask the question, does anybody on council remember how much money it costs to install cameras in the dumps? Because if you look at every location of what it cost us, we're going to get into the tens of thousands of dollars mark of taxpayers' money. After all of us said that we did not want to see this before. All of us. Magnetawan Pioneer Association came in, there was a whole group of people and they were angry, and I understand why they were angry. I don't agree with the placement of their camera and what their reasoning was, because it was a privately done thing, checking out public lands. But now we're going to talk about putting one on the Dundome and which direction we're going to point to that and who we might, offend and not offend. And this whole conversation to me is, I'm just shaking my head.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, it appears that council, all I did was get a bunch of people ask me. I said I would bring it to council. I brought it to council. It appears to me that council is, is bringing up some very valid points. As I said earlier, it's not a hill for me to die on, right? So we don't need to take any action, right? We do have cameras right now, as far as I know, at the 2 landfill sites, right? Hopefully they're working, and I think they're appropriate, right? This is at a municipal building. We only have a few municipal buildings, the Rhodes Garage and Maple Island and out in Ardbeg and here, right? There's only 4, right? But I've never expanded to every boat launch and every, all that. So anyway, I can withdraw it. I can tell people that I brought it up and it's not the will of council to expand it at this point. And if under a new council, people want to address it, then I guess they can address it. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one quick question?
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Do we have cameras at our municipal works yard where we park millions of dollars worth of equipment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've asked for it many times.
And I don't have them, right?
Our works manager is nodding his head. Would you like to answer?
Yes, we do. We have 3 cameras at the works yard.
So we do have it on some, my point is, we do have it at some of our buildings. We have our 2 landfill sites. They're not buildings, but I guess there's sheds there, right? And so again, well, once we start expanding it to, I wasn't promoting this as a boat launch thing, right? But somehow we've morphed into boat launches and all those sort of things. It was just a request for people mostly seasonal people, I'll be honest, that say, I wanna, look at the weather when I'm not here and that sort of thing. So I agreed to bring it to council but if we don't want to proceed, or we want to proceed under a new council, that's fine, or we wanna, expand it to boat launches and everything, then I guess that's something else, so. But anyway, I can withdraw it, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. I just was gonna make 2 comments. First of all, I've been in the security business most of my life in one way or another. I am not opposed to the owner of property securing their property. And the municipality is no different. And I think, I wish I could say it wasn't necessary. But as you've heard many times, I think we do have some folks who come up here from other parts of the world, the province, I mean, and they come here because they think, there aren't any rules up here and they can get away with whatever they want, right? So unfortunately, you do get vandalism, and eventually we will want to make sure that we have cameras on our facilities so that we don't have them being damaged or inappropriate things going on and so on. So that's the security issue. By the way, the difference between this location and perhaps the landfill sites, for starters, okay, the landfill sites, when we started into this exercise, they didn't even have electricity. They now have electricity. Remember, the compactors used to run on batteries and solar. They now have electricity, but they don't necessarily, particularly the Falls Road one, doesn't necessarily have good internet. And there's no Wi-Fi there. So you are paying to connect to a cell tower. And this is why these things have, you'll notice the words no monthly fees somewhere in these 2 ones that our consultant has recommended. Why? Because they're going to connect to the Wi-Fi that is inside the municipal office, I'm guessing. Right, so that's why you're not paying any fees. But if you decided to put one in Bolger, I can assure you, you would be paying a fee, because there's not good Wi-Fi, there's no Wi-Fi, and there's not good, so that's going to get more expensive. So anyway, I fully understand. We've had this request before, by the way, as far as the Hoboken Waashkish is concerned. And some people have said to us, why don't you add one of these $350 cameras to the system? Well, it's connected to power and it's connected to a cell tower, so it can do this, right? It could be added easily. But I'm not trying to suggest that we could do it for every place. I'm just kind of trying to raise the issue about. I think the first thing that we have to be clear about is, what is the purpose of doing this? Is it just to let people see what the weather is? Because that's easy to do and it won't cost very much. And I don't have a problem with that. But if it's for surveillance purposes, then I think we need to look at the bigger picture. Yes, I would agree with the other comments that have been made in that regard. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I think that perhaps maybe now that staff have heard some of concerns and can look into, what it would be like just for, say, to let people know what's happening, like the weather or whatever in the municipality, what that might look, as opposed to a different one for surveillance, and where would the surveillance be? And I think that's something that needs to be discussed with staff, with our fire chief, if it's going to be down near the Dundome or the municipal office. And if we're thinking of Ardbeg and the other places, that all should maybe be part of that discussion. And whether it makes it back on our schedule before the election, then if not, then come back to the new council. That's what I would say.
Sure.
And not say no, not say we're not gonna do it at all, but let's maybe look into the two kinds of cameras or two kinds of the purposes, of what we're doing. Would be my suggestion.
All right, well, thank you for the discussion. What,
So I'll
What-
withdraw,
what-
I'll withdraw the motion. I
Withdraw
mean,
the
staff has heard the concerns of everyone. I think it's been a good discussion and,
I'm happy to.
so, yeah, so we'll withdraw it and staff can bring it back or not bring it back, but I think there, in today's modern technology, that we should come out with a clear policy sort of on what we're going to do here. And so it can be explained to residents what we're doing and what we're not doing. And certainly I'm all for protecting our assets. Up at the Rhodes Garage, for instance, I've been on Mike, he knows several times that I want those gates closed all the time. Because again, we have millions of dollars worth of equipment, right? And to have the gates open, to me, invites people to come in, right? And, we have assets down here, a lot of assets in this area, right? And, so anyway, so I'll leave it with that and I'll withdraw it. And, it's been a good discussion. Thank you.
you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm
That's
okay
the
with that, and I think that would be a good, to have a policy.
Yeah,
Okay,
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I was muted there, so I couldn't answer. Yes, a policy coming back would be a great idea. But if this wasn't for, it sounded like it was at the municipal office that it was brought up for. That isn't really looking at the lake. And maybe I'm missing something here, but if we're doing this for people to see what the weather's like, and we're talking about everybody's technology that everybody has now, can you not go on the Weather Network app and see what's happening, be it in Ardbeg or Dunchurch or Whitestone or Parry Sound? And more to that, if somebody's wanting to do it, anybody can have a camera at their own full seasonal residence, their wood lot, anywhere, and they could do it themselves go buy a camera at Walmart, Canadian Tire, eBay, anywhere. So if it's just for somebody to see what it looks like outside, I'm not sure why we need to do this with all the technologies that everybody has. More as if we're going to do it as a policy, to do it at a number of launches for security purposes and protection, I think is totally different and much more worthy of further discussion. But as Councillor Wood said, unfortunately that comes with a big price tag, and none of us wanted to spend that money in previous years, right? So thank you.
all right, thanks. Can we move on down to item 9.7, which is an amendment to fees and charges bylaw with respect to building charges. Here's the motion: that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin-2026-10 fees and charges bylaw amendment in brackets building, and that council directs staff to proceed with the notice and adoption process for the draft bylaw as presented. Mover and seconder for that.
I'll move.
Councillor Bray moves, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb, you second? Okay. All right, it's on the floor. This is your report, Mr. CAO, right?
It is, yeah. Excuse me.
Explain to us what that's about.
Yes, through your worship, this is a follow-up to the previous direction of council back in April of this year. When we heard a report regarding the fees and charges and the open permit fees. Part of that discussion was the idea of adding a yearly maintenance fee to the fee schedule for building fees and charges. So I've drafted a bylaw amendment. I did change it slightly from what the previous direction of council was, and it was just to I think offer better clarification for the decks and the docks and other permits. We didn't have other permits in the category before, so we thought that this would be a good catch-all for anything that didn't fit into the other categories. So I thought it was important to add that, you know, as an example. I guess if someone was doing had a permit for a foundation repair and it was beyond 5 years old, it wouldn't have been captured under the previous draft. So by adding that, that would be captured as well. So it's a minor change, but I just thought I would highlight it to you. Second part to this bylaw was a section that came up recently regarding the building without a permit, and the current language there states that permit fees will be doubled, or a minimum charge of $1,500 will be charged, whichever is more. Some discussion around that on a recent case, and the thought was that maybe that $1,500 could either be reduced or removed, so that the language would either say that the fees would be doubled, just leave it at that, or that they'd be doubled with a minimum fee of $500, which would be, I guess, a little less punitive than the $1,500. So that is the draft of the bylaw that I presented. If council is okay with that, then we would go ahead and provide notice and put this on the next agenda so that it would be adopted and implemented as of January 1. If there's any questions, I can try to answer them.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a question, if you can hear me through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple things. So you said that there was something that came up recently, and that's why you're changing this $1,500. It'll come back. But I guess my first question would be, anything that's been done up till now would still follow under the old bylaw, correct, Nigel?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, I would expect it would. It was those were the rates at the time, unless council made a subsequent motion to change that.
I certainly wouldn't, in the sense of what we had is what we had. But you said something, I'll call it, about penalty. And to me, the whole premise of this is to make people go out and get building permits. If you have a $250 dock permit that you're supposed to get and you don't get it, and somebody's dinged $1,500, my gosh, is everybody in the municipality going to make sure to get a dock permit? It's not that it's punitive, it's that we're saying that's our minimum fee by the time we need to look into something, to do things. That's our minimum fine. That's all that's saying. It's not that it's trying to be punitive. Would you rather it that somebody doesn't get a permit on, I don't know, let's call it a little bunkie, and they pay a $300 permit fee and they go 10 years and rent that bunkie out as a bed and breakfast or whatever they might do, and then the penalty to them is only $300 for doing that intentionally? So I'd say the $1,500, which I think we all agreed to before, was there to say everybody better be going out and getting building permits, whether it's a dock permit. Now, as you said, maybe 1,500 might seem steep when we look back at it, but I think 500 certainly looks light. Maybe we modify it to $1,000. But to me, the whole premise of this is simply so that the public, it's the same thing as, you know, when we brought up about warnings, and we didn't think there was warnings. And then today we found out a warning was given for bylaw. When people don't think there's any consequences, or think, well, I'm going to complain that it was $1,500 and I think I should only pay $100 for that penalty, or nobody's going to come and look at it, or there's no point getting a bill. That's what's been going on in our community for years and years and years and years. Lack of action on enforcement. And the way you make people do things is through us doing a better enforcement job. We're sitting here talking about having to charge people a maintenance fee, which I wasn't for at the time when it came back. I was fine with just the $200 inspection fees. But then we all agreed as council that, you know, there'll be this maintenance fee. That's what it's there for. But we really shouldn't have very many permits that are over 5 years old. Instead, from the data that I've been provided by staff, there's over 200 permits that are over 5 years old in our municipality. Of 1,000 people for population for units, I'll call it, we have 200 outstanding building permits that are over 5 years old. That's the problem. We need to curtail that by giving big fines to make sure people take out their permits, and then even more so that they complete them in a timely fashion, so it's not on our CBO's desk taking up his time, his effort, his powers to do other things instead of chasing people that have decided not to close it. So for the 750, I'm glad that it's back. For the 750, I'm glad that it's back to us, Nigel. And my question on that is, I think we should be charging it from the beginning of the year, and it's a shame that it's just come back to us now. But from what I am understanding, is it the municipalities or your suggestion, direction, that when are these $750 maintenance fees going to start? Are we starting them from August 1st or January 1st, 2027, so that everybody on council knows and everybody in the public is aware of what we're doing there, which I think is a very important question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to answer the last part of that, your comments there regarding the timing, the way we anticipate this working would be that every January, so every January, we would take inventory of every permit that was 5 years or more old, and they would be billed. So that would start in January, the upcoming January 2027.
So, sorry.
So if I just give you one more second, the idea is that we would rather do it, just pick a date and do it from that date, because of course there's permits, otherwise you'd have to be looking at permits daily, right? Because they throughout the year, permits are, you could have a permit today, I could have 5 tomorrow, I could have 10 the next day. This way, it's a date, January 1st, everyone that's 5 years or older gets a fee, and then it is what it is then, right?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, here's the issue. I heard Councilor Nash say 200 letters. Is that basically? I think you told me 80 some odd have gone out, with another 135 or something. So there's 200 letters now going out, right? At the direction of council, right? Or the direction we voted on. And basically it's saying you've got an outstanding permit and it's from whatever, 217 or 218, and you got to get it cleared up. And there's something coming in that we're discussing right now that's going to solidify this maintenance fee. So that was passed in April. Now we're into nearly August. So these letters are going out in nearly August, and they have what, until the end of the year, just giving clarification, they have until the end of the year to clear off their building permit that's outstanding, or come January 1st, 2027, they're going to be assessed a $750 fee, because we're sending out letters in August instead of April or May, right? So now we're going to get jammed up, and people saying you don't have enough time, and then it'll be the winter time and all that. So I can see issues coming on this. So am I correct that for clarification, come January 1st, we're going to say you didn't clear off your building permit and here's a $750 charge. Is that correct? Or is it going to take effect next January for the next year?
No, you're correct on the first account that as of January, you'll be billed at $750.
Okay, so I can see issues because we're now in August as opposed to April. I think it's regretful that these letters didn't go out in April or May when we first passed this, right? Because it would give people more time, and I'm all for people finishing off their building permits because there are many people, not many, some that think if I finish them off, MPAC's going to visit and my taxes are going to go up, and they're therefore kind of, you know, I'm paying I and other people are paying their taxes, if you will, or their share of extra taxes. So enough said on that. The $1,500 thing. Here's I think what happened. I don't need to quote any names or whatever. There was a building permit in the community for $150. Okay, and or a person did not get a building permit, right? But the building permit was worth $150. And the chief building officer read the bylaw and said, oh, $1,500 minimum. So they slapped the person with a $1,500 charge, right? Which I think is tremendously steep, okay? Because it's never been done before, okay? It wasn't last year and the year before and the year before that we were slapping people with $1,500, and maybe that will get their attention. But let me give you an example in terms of a dock permit, okay? Over the years, I've got dock permits, so everyone could check them out, but you know, I've been told two different answers in terms of a dock. If you're replacing your dock, you know, as it is, you don't need a permit. That was by a previous building inspector. And then another building inspector, oh, you have to get a building permit. So there's two different stories going up there, right? So here's what's going to happen. First of all, I don't even know why we have dock permits for $100 and $150 because we don't administer it anyway. Who goes out? When's the last time anyone, 19 years, went out in a boat and checked a dock, right? And anyways, to me, it's a little ridiculous. But when it comes to docks, so that person who thinks they don't need a permit suddenly says, oh, you need a permit. So the permit's $100. Here's a $1,600 charge because you didn't call us. I think that's tremendously not fair in terms of a dock permit. That's just one example. I guess I'm at 4 minutes. So I don't think the 1,500, I guess it is a deterrent. And if somebody does get charged 1,500, you're right, it'll go through the community like, you know, whatever, but I don't know. I think 1,500 is too high in my opinion. And I know we can't do anything, and I know I only get 20 seconds left about the one that was administered at 1,500 because it was administered under before we changed this, unless we make it retroactive or something, right? But anyway, those are my comments on 1,500. Thank you very much.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up there, which
you already spoke at some length there.
Well, I did what I was just trying to follow up to something Councillor Lamb just said there in just in a response back. But I can do it afterwards after Councillor Bray, no problem, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was looking at this too, and I know that it looks like it's a real difference. But if you take it that the whatever the permit fee is double, so if it was a $300 permit fee, that's $600 plus $500 on top of that. That's $1,100. So it's still a substantial penalty or deterrent, but it's not like straight 1,500. I'd say that, you know, what our staff in this report and suggesting is reasonable in my mind. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I should ask Councillor Woods wants to speak before we get somebody to speak a second time. Councillor Woods, did you have comments on this?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So 200 letters that aren't sent out are supposed to be sent out times $750. I'll leave that comment right there and let you guys digest the numbers in your head. We don't have to talk about it though, but that's a heck of a lot of money. As far as a $1,500 penalty for not getting a building permit, and you know, their permit was only $150. We've heard for years up here that that's been a huge problem with people not getting permits and building complete structures and doing renovations, doing whatever they might do without a permit. But that $1,500 number, that's been on the books for a while, as far as I can remember. If somebody could tell me differently, I can wait. It's not a new number that was just changed like last year or something, was it? The 1,500. We've always had a minimum penalty fee.
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Woods, you're right. It's been on there for a long time, but to the best of my knowledge, it's never, ever, because I think there was some discretion. And I don't think that discretion, I think that discretion was used 100% of the time. So I'm never aware of anyone being charged $1,500. I stand to be corrected, but I've never heard of it in all my years on council.
Yeah,
Sorry. It's just now what we've done is we've taken that discretion away, right? So now
right.
The building inspector is saying, since you've taken the discretion away, I'm now going to, everyone who doesn't have a building permit is going to be charged $1,500 minimum. So that's what he's doing now, and this is the case that I said. So that's the difference. I just say that for clarification.
And just Councillor Woods, I think go finish up and then I'll say my part. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, when it comes to a $1,500 ding for building something or doing a project without a permit, right? The reason that it's like that, the way that I see it anyways, is for projects that you see where someone says, completely stripped off the entire exterior of a building, all the siding, all the sheeting, all the roof sheeting, pulled the windows out, removed all the plumbing, removed all the insulation, removed all the electrical, and then goes ahead and starts rebuilding the whole thing. A $1,500 ding should be a walk in the park. If you're going to do that extent of renovations and construction on any building, or you're going to build a brand new building and try and, skirt the whole system, build a garage or a cottage or a bunkie, like we know on many of our properties, because we've had taxpayers tell us about complete brand new builds that have been done on lakes, right? That's what the 1,500 is for, right? The deterrent. It's the slap for not following the rules. That's all I'm saying. But if you want to say it was because of $150 permit, or you want to make it, up to say a certain percentage of what your permit fee would be, but then again, that you're given the discretion back to the building inspector. And I heard all the members of council say, no, they didn't want to give the building inspector discretion. Right. So I think we need to legitimately look at this, and everybody needs to make a common sense decision on what is it you're trying to do. Are we trying to stick to the paperwork, or are we just entertaining right now?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just in response to Councillor Bray and Woods and Lamb there. So Councillor Woods, like for yours, I'm fully in agreement. I think that at the end of the day, we want to deter people. We deter people by saying there's a hefty fine here. It's double your permit or a minimum of $1,500. If somebody wants to find out when a dock permit is needed, they simply need to go on our website or call the CBO. Same for a bunkie or anything, and it tells them right there when and if they need a building permit. Now, with that said, in regards to this one that was $150, what I'm most saddened about with this file is that I think what Councillor Woods just said is almost unfortunately what happened in this instance, that decks were taken off, that the entire shingling system and some of the roof system was taken off, all exterior siding and insulation and everything was taken off, plumbing, wiring on the inside. You could literally see right through the entire house. And from what I understand, the cost to rebuild it is about $250,000 in renovation work. And somehow they were issued a building permit for $150. To me, that's the big concern here. And then they were charged a $1,500 penalty for doing all of this work without a building permit. how the building permit is only $150. I'm assuming it must have been a mathematical error or something like that. And that's probably being addressed behind the scenes. But $150 permit for about $250,000 worth of work, when our building permit fees are $14 per $1,000 worth of work, that would mean that whatever was going on at this particular house had less than $1,000 of work being done to it, yet the entire roof was off, all exterior walls were off, all interior walls were ripped out, or down to framing, all plumbing, all decks were gone, and somehow they're issued a permit for $150. That's the biggest question out of that whole comment that was said by other councillors. But if we want to lower that number, and as Councillor Wood said, it's been there for a long time, but at the same time, I'm going to say it's kind of ironic. We take some of the powers away for discretion, and all of a sudden there's a charge for it, even though there's never been a charge before. Well, maybe that tells you that that discretion is good that it's not on there now. And maybe if somebody's complaining about a $1,500 charge, that our building inspector is following exactly what we've asked, which is perfect, which is what should be being done. And then, you know, somebody comes to us on council and complains, I can't believe I was charged, however it worked, $1,500 for this. And then we go, oh, well, since one person complained, let's go back and fix that. To me, that's not what bylaws are for. Just because one person complains, let's not go fix something. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. It wasn't broken. Somebody did something that they shouldn't have done. They got caught and penalized, and now we're going to change a whole bylaw. Well, if you go back to having it less, people just go ahead and break the bylaws again. So that's my summary to, I think, all three comments that were made. And, you know, I'm not for updating that. I think the $1,500 is a stark reminder to people that they better get their building permits and to check with the CBO if the building permit's needed or not, get it in writing. And then if something comes back to haunt you down the road, you could just pull that email out from our building inspector and say, no, look, I was told I didn't need a permit. And then we wouldn't charge you. And, all right, I'll summarize here. And then in regards to the 750, great that if it's going to be starting in January 2027, I wish it was January this year. However, I think it has been summarized, I think, in some newsletters and stuff that this is out there, even though not everybody's gotten the letters. And I would certainly ask that for those letters that have not gone out yet to the CAO, maybe they can make sure to note that they have until January 1st to complete. And I think that would help for the remaining 100 and whatever letters have to go out. But certainly it's on our website. It's been in our newsletters, so the public's aware of it. So thank you.
Okay, so did you have something else you wanted to say, Councillor Breyer? Right. Oh, no, it was Councillor Lamb.
No, that's okay. I just, my only point was, quite frankly, I didn't realize the $1,500 minimum was in there, right? We got all these pages, go through everything and whatever. So maybe Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods did realize that. I didn't realize it was in there. So again, I just go back. I think it's too steep. But again, if the will of council is to leave it in, then go ahead. We've all had our debates. What we have to make sure is we don't go around and around and around and around and get 5 responses from every councillor, right? That's how we extend meetings. So I've said everything I want to say about it. I don't know what the mayor thinks on this. You haven't spoke to it, so I wish you would.
And I'm just going to speak once on it. I didn't realize that 1,500 was there either. What I thought it was that if you built without a permit, you ended up, and I may be mixing up other municipalities, but I thought what happened is you paid double the fee, the permit fee that you would have had if you'd got it in a timely manner. So if you were doing an expensive building, if you're building $1 million thing and you start, I don't know who would do this, but if you started, or even if you started a massive renovation that cost $200,000, you're gonna, the fee is gonna be more than a $1,500 building permit fee is gonna be more than $1,500, and you're gonna pay $3,000 instead of. That's what I thought we did, but putting that aside, I mean, I do agree, and I suppose my biggest concern here is the small ticket items like a dock, for example. And docks are a special case. You asked, Councilor Lamb, you asked the question, why are we bothering with docks? The reason we're bothering with docks is the decision in Glassfell versus the municipality of Kawartha Lakes from about 6 or 7 years ago now it was. And the judge in the case decided 3 matters of law, and one of them was, is a dock a structure within the meanings of the municipal the meaning of the building code? And he got that wrong. I'm happy to go on record as saying, in the particular case of Glassfell, it was one of those docks that had sleeping accommodation on top of it. Okay, so it was a structure, but we don't have any of those in Whitestone so far that I've run across. If somebody has one, I'd love to, you just tell me where it is, I'll go see it. We have floating docks. They are not structures. They do not, there is nothing in the building code that tells you what to do with that. So now we might have a legitimate purpose in asking people to put a permit for a new dock where there's never been one there before, because it might be interfering with somebody else's use of the waterway or the neighbor's use of their property or something. So I could kind of justify that. But if somebody is rebuilding a dock that's been there before in the same place, I don't know. I remember saying to our previous building official, we should not be in this business at all, I don't think. And I think if somebody got dinged a huge fee, they might just decide to get a judicial review of that decision, and then I think we'd lose it. But anyway, putting that aside, I don't see having. I mean, I think the $1,500 is a flat fee may not be the right way to go with this, but other than that, I do think this is.
What do you suggest?
This is, I mean, as far as the $750 is concerned, yeah, I wish we would have got them out earlier, but however, we're. You know, to try to get people to close, there needs to be something there to get people to. You know, to close their permits that have been longer than 5 years. The sooner we get it out there, the sooner we'll get them closed, hopefully. So I think we just gotta.
But we're talking on the, we're talking on the 1,500. What do you suggest?
On the 1,500, I think it's exorbitant for a small project. Like it wouldn't bother me, I guess, if somebody was doing a major reno, but my inclination is to make it a percentage of the value of the permit. That lots of municipalities do that.
Well, it's double right now, right? It's
Yeah,
double.
Mr. Mayor, I think you have it mixed up. It's the minimum is 1,500. Otherwise, it's double the building permit. So if you're doing something and your building permit was $2,000, you're going to be charged a $2,000 penalty and the $2,000. This $1,500 is the minimum penalty, right? So that minimum is 1,500, and then it only goes up from there. So the bigger your project, you know, if you had an $8,000 building permit, you'd be paying an $8,000 penalty. And I hope that clears up that one item.
Okay, so I'm 1,500 now. I don't think it needs to be that high.
So it seems to me we're going around, we've talked.
Yeah.
I think we have 2 councillors that want to keep the 1,500, and I respect their positions on this. And I think you have Councillor Bray and I suggesting that it be double, right? Everything be double. So the small docks and stuff that are $150 or whatever would be 300, maybe with a minimum of 500, I think is what I heard Councillor Bray say. So we need to finish this impasse by saying it's either 1,500 or it's 500 or it's whatever. I don't know what you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor, that we bring back. Is it 500 or?
I'm okay with 500.
Okay, so
if it's not, if the notice there, I'm okay with 500.
It appears to me that the straw poll, not to take charge here, but it seems to me that the direction of 3 people on council is that the 1,500 becomes 500.
Good. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm just trying to summarize so we're not going around for another half hour.
That's.
Would you guys
that's
consider 750 go in half by chance? Instead of 500, make it 750, and then I'd be okay with that.
It's okay, Counselor. That's not a hill for me to die on. 1,500 is, in my opinion, too high. That's what my point has been.
No,
I don't care if it's 500 or whatever, right? But,
So I'd be in favor of reducing it to 750 if that's going to be the will of the majority of council, because I'd rather 750 than 500, to be honest.
I'll
I'd be
leave that
okay
up.
if it was 750.
I'll leave that up to the mayor and Councilor Bray. I'll support whatever they say.
Or what does Councillor Woods feel?
I'm okay with the 750. I think the part I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around is this is all this is on the fees and charges bylaw, right? All these fees, all these little notations on those tables that we ran our building inspector through multiple times. Every year, I want to say we look at the fees and charges, and I'm hearing everybody say that they didn't know because they never read that or they didn't realize, and that's the part I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, folks.
Well, I guess I didn't think it would be applied to a small project. I thought that was intended to be for somebody doing something big, right?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Woods, as I just pointed out before, it was at the discretion of the building inspector and it was never charged.
Yeah.
That's the difference. We took the discretion away and therefore there was a big difference this year, right? Since we took that discretion away 2 months ago, it's now being charged, right? I hear what you're saying. Oh, we should have, read it, but it was at the discretion of, right? And anyway, so again, we beat this to death. Is it gonna be 500 or is it gonna be 750, I think is the word.
I go for 500.
Council Gray says 500.
What do you?
I'm good with 500, Frank.
Good, I'm good with 500.
All right, so could we agree that we're moving to
Can we have a short
minimum fee of $500?
aisle break?
Well, sure. Do we have time? Do we have time to do a vote on this?
Could we have?
Hey, we can vote on this.
Let's just vote on this and see if we can get past it. We got 2 more of them to do and we haven't got some
And
other
could I
stuff.
ask for a recorded vote, please?
You may. So the motion is, where did I put it? The motion is that we proceed with the notice and adoption process for the draft bylaws presented. So the bylaw won't get passed until the next meeting anyway, right?
That's correct, and you'll note that the resolution says as presented, so you will want to change that as amended to 500.
As amended, thank you. Like 1,500 goes to 500.
Well, I know I said 500. Just hold on a second. Is there any merit in that there's some consistency with the 750 for the maintenance fee, right? Therefore, all 3 of them are 750, right? So I know I'm kind of changing my mind here, but there is some consistency. Does that make any sense to people at all? So it's the same penalty as the maintenance fee.
But the argument is kind of different. What happened is the people who are getting the first 750 that takes effect on January 1st, they did go get a building permit. They just never finished it. These people
didn't get one.
Didn't get a building permit. I don't know, I guess.
I'm gonna change my mind and support 750 if the other 2 councilors wanted 750. I'm sorry to change my mind, but it just seems to me that would be more consistent with that.
All right, okay, I'm not good. I wanna move on. I'll live with 750. Okay, so
750.
so could we call the question on this motion, please, that
And it's at 750.
it's, I've got it now on my notes, says 1,500 gets changed to 750, and that's.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the minimum fine, right, it's not really a fine, but you know what I mean, Only for not having a building permit. Or no building permit, I'll put it right here. All right, so, can we call the question on this?
Counselor Woods?
Is this a recorded vote?
Yes, sorry, Counselor Nash. had
Oh,
requested
okay,
that. I'm
sorry.
Jumped in.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Woods?
Yes.
Counselor Bray?
Yes.
Counselor Lamb?
Yes.
Counselor Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes,
That motion as amended is carried.
okay, thank you, and we'll now take just a quick bio break.
Couple
Yeah.
minutes of break.
The video is still disabled by the host.
Not do it.
Well, I guess I'm coming out in a, well, that's okay.
Yeah,
That doesn't matter. It can see three of us in one screen, that's all right. Item 9.8 is the West Parry Sound Joint Election Compliance Audit Committee. Motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin 2026-11 entitled West Parry Sound Joint Election Compliance Audit Committee. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the reappointment of Judy Keown, Larry Simons, Keown, I guess it is, Judy Keown, Larry Simons, and Peter Spedzinski as members of the West Parry Sound Joint Election Compliance Audit Committee for the 2026 to 2030 committee term. Need a mover and seconder for that.
I'll move.
And Councillor Bray is moving and
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb is second. Okay, so we will ask our clerk if he wants to say anything about this.
No,
I do this every 4 years, right?
Yeah, through your worship, this is something you need to do at each election, and it's basically the same process that you would have undertaken in the last election, so I don't think I have anything to add.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or concern about this? Can I call the question then and we can?
Councillor Lamb, yeah.
Counselor Bray, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
And Mayor Comrie, yes. That motion is carried. And the last one, traffic safety measures in Dunchurch. Item 9.2. The resolution that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information report admin 2026-12 entitled Traffic Safety Measures, and that council appoint Councillor Janice Bray as the advocate for advancing this issue. And that this report and resolution be sent to the Honorable Graydon Smith, Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and MPP for Parry Sound and Muskoka, and the Honorable Pradmeet Sarkaria, Minister of Transportation. And that a meeting is scheduled between Councillor Bray and Minister Smith to discuss council's concerns and potential projects. And that staff are directed to get quotes from an engineering firm for a traffic study. And the staff are directed to continue to work with MTO re sidewalk costs and other traffic calming measures. Let's meet in that one. Is there a mover and seconder?
I'll second it.
Well, you're gonna move it?
I'll move it.
All right.
I
I'll
can
second
second Counselor
Want to because she's named in the motion. Are you seconding Councillor Woods? Or who was it?
Yeah, I can do that, Mr. Mayor, no problem.
All right, thank you. So it's on the floor. So now who's going to speak for the report? You, Mr. CAO, or it's your report, I guess, sir?
No, sir, this is.
Oh, it's Councillor
Councillor
Bray. Councillor Bray, you
Yeah,
have the floor.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We have done a little research on the past, what we have done in the past. We do have one traffic calming radar, which at the moment is pretty operational, isn't it? Yeah, and so and we are applying for, I know that Mr. Huggins is applying for another permit for the west side of the village. And also in conversations with his NTO contacts regarding next year's work that's going to be done through our village, a possibility of whether that we can talk about sidewalks. I think that as you can see, when we looked at the data coming out of the radar machine, we could see that as a conservative amount, we have 3,800 vehicles traveling east to west through the village per week. That's just one way. We also have the other way.
Double it.
Yeah, so you can double that. Plus, there are days when the machine was not operable. And so it's probably a conservative amount, which is quite a bit, considering that we have a school here. Our community safety zone is pretty short. Doesn't include the whole community. And that there is no sidewalk to the road where the school is, so that children can walk safely that way on the sidewalk. So it ends here at Marina Drive. So we'd like to talk to them about continuing it on, but I think that we also, as council, need to do a political part as well to try and move this along, because I do know that it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, and so we do need to be part of that. The traffic study, when looking at the community of Warminster, staff found out that how they got their crosswalk at first. Now it is a four-way lights, so it's progressed to lights. But they got that through doing a traffic study. I don't know how much it would cost, so I thought staff could, find out what the cost is. So it's something that we could think about. And we also know that there's lots of other places that they have done calming, traffic calming measures. And if they say they can't do it here, well, I beg to differ. I think we can have something here, and it would certainly help to slow things down, because I know that they're not doing 50 going through the village. And if 74 is sort of the 85th percentile, and there's still 15% doing way more than 74 going through the village, it's a lot. And so we need to take this into account. I'd like to proceed with it. And if somebody wants to come with me, that's fine. But I think we need to push forward on this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's through you, Mr. Mayor. Like, I'm not going to get into each detail, but it's an excellent report. And I congratulate you and I congratulate Wendy. I think the two of you worked on it. It's a concern to a lot of people, the people speaking through the village, right? I don't know whether, I think all these suggestions that you have are good ones, you can go down from 80 to 70 to 50, that sort of stuff, right? Later on, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the sidewalk issue, and it's coming up in a couple of items, I guess. So I'll talk to it at that point, but I think we need to work towards a proper sidewalk in the village, particularly to get from the school all the way to the library, to the bridge or whatever, right? I think that will help a great deal. Up to me, I'd put a stoplight in the middle of the village, and that'll solve all problems, or a lot of them, right? But And that is, unfortunately, it doesn't just go for Highway 124. I mean, go down Cannon Road, right? I will guarantee you put the signs down there that the 85th percentile is probably 73 kilometers also, right? Go down, I don't know what the speed limit on Balsam is. Is it 50 or 60?
Yeah, most of it.
50, yeah, I bet you. What do you think it's gonna be on Balsam? So, again, we're concentrating on the highway, and again, I appreciate your work. But this goes on a lot of our highways, right? And thank God we haven't had a catastrophe in terms of a fatality or something with people speeding, but it becomes so easy that, and that's the other part, with today's cars and whatever, it becomes so easy to step on the gas and suddenly you say, oh my God, I'm going 78, right? And you think you're going 50 or 55. So anyway, great report. And I'll talk a little bit about the sidewalks, and I encourage you, both of you or whoever else, to follow up on all these things. So it's really good. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, if Councillor Lamb was finished there.
Go ahead, please.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, Janice, you did a good job preparing this. Thank you for the time and effort you put into it. A couple questions on it, and I do think there's something we should do here. In the report, it talks about the increased community safety zone, and you'd spoken to the ministry staff back in September of 2023. Have we followed up with that? That's almost a year ago. When did we follow up with that if we haven't heard back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually, Councillor Nash, that was me that communicated with the MTO, the Regional Relations Specialist. That was September 23, 2025.
Yeah, so when did we follow up? It's, Wendy, it's almost a year later. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
When did we follow up?
I haven't followed up with that. Mostly because I kept assuming that the MTO would actually do what they had said they were going to do. Keep waiting, but I will see if Jacqueline is still there and if they are still planning to make that change. I can reach out just with an email very quickly.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be a first start. And if you need another contact at that department, just let me know and I can pass you on to somebody else there. Because yeah, it sounded like they were going to get back to us quickly, but they do take a long time. So that's my one question. I think if we can follow up on that, that would be great. If you need another contact and Jacqueline's no longer there, let me know. Janice, I think you'd said you'd like to be appointed to this. I'd be more than happy to help out on this. I think I'll be able to bring a lot of ground resources, I'll call it, to the table, just from my background, professional experience and this kind of stuff that I think I might be able to help on. In regards to a traffic study, my guess is it would probably be $40,000 to $50,000, maybe a little bit more than that, for to hire a traffic engineer to do a study that would need to do in order to pass it on to the province to have a look at. They are not a cheap endeavor and they do take substantial time. Now, that's where I'm not sure how far we want to go on this. I think, yes, we definitely want it in a budget coming up in 2027, but what can we do in the next couple months before there's a change of council? And that's where I think it's a shame that we're just dealing with this now. Is there stuff that we as council can do before any transition's done? I don't think we'd get any answers, unfortunately, before then. I know there is another item coming up today in regards to the sidewalk, so I won't talk about that now. But it's like you said, I'm rounding, but 70 or about 80% of the percentile was going above 73. And as you'd noted, that meant about 15% were going over 73, but it also means, about 80%, more than 2/3 are going under that, but still 73 is much more than 50 like it should be. Now, in order for us to get involved, I've mentioned it to a number of people, and I've actually spoken about it with Councillor Woods several years back, and I think I brought it up at council meetings in the past. The best thing the public can do for anybody listening right now is to send an email to your MPP or Ministry of Transport to say that you have a concern with the speed of traffic and crossing Highway 124 within our community. We can do some stuff, but the public does need to get involved as well. So whenever the public can do that, or if they send an email to staff and we include it in our agenda packages, anywhere of making that concern public will help us as council and a municipality to do something. Hopefully we get that radar sign second location. I thought we'd gotten that a couple years back, but I guess with staff changes it kind of we missed that one. So hopefully we can get that, but I'd be more than happy, Councillor Bray, to help out in whatever capacity I might be able to bring to the table. And thank you for all the work you did on this, and hopefully we can, as a community, do something here for some additional traffic calming along the corridor. So, thank you.
Okay, so has anybody not spoken on this already?
Well, no one, everyone doesn't have to speak.
I guess. Sorry,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Woods.
I do have something I'm gonna say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes everybody does need to speak. Councillor Bray and whoever worked on this, Wendy, this is a great report. Thanks very much. I agree that we definitely need to do something as far as slowing down the traffic through the village and through the rest of our community. This was talked about at great extent last term of council, and I want to say it was Councillor McEwen that brought it up, and that's how we ended up with the speed sign. This term of council, all of us talked about, extra speed signs, where we could put them, rates of speed. We've heard from multiple residents out in Maple Island about the rate of speed that people travel in through Maple Island. Councillor Lamb, you've just said about Canning, and I have no doubt that Canning and Balsam, because the road's so nice and smooth, it could be a racetrack, much like the Farley's Road racetrack, I call it, in front of my house. That I came to council and asked specifically what everybody thought about reducing the rate on all of our roads. And nobody agreed with me. Nobody. Our previous administrator told me that I was crazy for even asking for signs to try and get people to slow down on our roads. And no, we couldn't put signs just anywhere because there was rules and regulations behind the signs. Right? For years and years and years in this community, long before I was on council, the people here, cottagers, locals, everyone alike, has said that people are driving far too fast through the village. I really hope that something actually happens to change that, for all of the people that are here. There's always a lot of talk about what we're going to do. Hopefully something gets done this time.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of comments. I think the first one is that, and I agree with the assertions that are in the report and the fact that the idea that we should keep working on it. The Ministry of Transportation, which regulates anything that happens on a provincial highway, which this is a massive roadblock to getting anything changed. I mean, we know this from so many other interactions with them. So I won't go into all that. You've heard this many times before. We can't we can't just go buy another speed sign and put it out there without their consent. I don't know why, but anyway. And it takes forever. So that's why we don't have a second sign up now. I mean, we should have had it up a long time ago, but it's not the municipality's fault. It's MTO's. Let's be blunt. The way I see this whole thing is that there are really sort of three dimensions to the issue. One of them is trying to get people to slow down. And you know, that the more information we have about when people are speeding and how much they're speeding and so on, the more action we can get out of the OPP out of it. Also having more signs will deter some people who just don't realize how fast they're going, but I'm not sure that the signs, to what extent they're really a traffic calming measure. The second issue, and we should really be talking about the sidewalk thing now, because I mean, it's in this report and it's all part of the same thing as far as I'm concerned. I'm not sure why it needs a separate item by itself, but the other aspect of safety is having a place where people can walk without walking in the street. And that's clearly an issue. And I guess would have to figure out, maybe look again at what it would cost to do that and what options there are for doing it. You can't get all the way to Marina Drive if you go through the back, but you might be able to get to from the school over to Bob's Crescent and then across part of the way. But ultimately you come to the third thing, and the third thing is, how do you cross? One way or the other, you have to cross Highway 124, and the sidewalk ain't gonna do that. You could go on the sidewalk to a certain point where you get to whatever it is, the community. Well, if you're just going to the library, you're good. You don't have to cross. But if you're going to the other side, the community center or the beach or whatever, Sundome, you're gonna have to cross. So that really has been covered off, I think, by the possibility of trying to get a crosswalk or something like that. That would, or a traffic light. And there are, you know, there's mentions of Highway 12 here. There's a whole bunch of them on Highway 12. You know, get your gumboot along at 80 kilometers an hour, and all of a sudden you're at a stoplight. So you stop and wait till it changes, and away you go. If you've ever crossed all the way across it, you know what I'm talking about. So, I don't know. Those are the three things that we need to look at, and can we get any of them done between now and the end of this term of council? I don't want to be pessimistic or whatever, but I don't think so. But we can start lobbying for various things. We could do that right away, and there's no reason not to. So I don't know. I mean, and I think if you wanted to pass, there is no resolution in my package for the sidewalk piece, but if you wanted to pass one, we could maybe we should just continue our discussion and hear what Councillor Lamb wants to say.
No, I've said all I want to say. Oh, on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk. I mean, do you want to add anything to what's, I mean, the sidewalk is mentioned in this report. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know, but it's coming up later, and I think Councillor Nash said he wanted to speak to it, so I can speak to it in a minute or two, yeah.
Well.
You want to advance it now?
Well, we can deal with this one and move on. It's.
Well, it doesn't matter, Nate, whatever you want.
Kind of on the same subject.
That's fine.
Now,
the last council meeting, there was, you know, mention of the sidewalk and whatever, and so I went into the office and I was with Paula and maybe Wendy, I don't know, or Nigel, and we sort of looked all around the school area, and it was all private property, right? And then I was in touch with Councillor Nash or Councillor Woods, and they said, no, there's another way. So what came out was the map that's in here under, what is it, 11 point something or other? 11.2?
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
11.2. Let me get it. So.
Oh, yeah, I see that one, yeah.
Where's it here? Yeah, so there is a way that we can, and the mayor just mentioned it, there is a way that we can come down Moore Drive and access a concession road allowance, right? And make a path from that corner there, it doesn't have to be a sidewalk or whatever, it can be a path and you can access Bob's Crescent over our land. And then at least make it over to the highway and therefore stop the kids from having to go down the highway if they're going down that side of the road, right? So that should be able to be done at a relatively inexpensive cost. My mobility isn't that great that I could transgress it, but I think Wendy, you did, and maybe it was Janice or whatever, people did go. And I've been told there is an area that we can put some gravel down and do it and relatively inexpensively. And I suggest if that's true, that we get on it real quick and do that. So at least come September, that the kids, if they want to go to the library, can make it partly there, right? They're going to have to go on the highway from Bob's Crescent over to Marine Drive because there's no way to go through there. So, but Councillor Woods and Nash are right. There is a way to do that. So I'm fully supportive of it. And that's all I wanted to bring. I didn't know at the time that I was bringing this back that the traffic calming thing was coming. So that's why there's two separate items to answer your question, Mr. Mayor. So anyway, I'm all supportive of this and I think we should get on it, right? And I don't know that anyone's got any bright ideas as to how to get from Bob's Crescent to Marine Drive. Unless you ask the marina to go through their property, which they probably aren't going to allow us to do, right? But if they would, and we can make a little pathway through there, they can make it all the way, at least for half or 3/4 of the year, to the library, right? In the interim, so.
But that.
In the good weather, but in the winter, it's not gonna do anything, right? It's the winter, but someone said in the winter, if they wanna go there, sometimes they take buses or something. Or they get transported by buses to the library or whatever, I don't know, I think Councillor Woods told that, so. Anyway, that's why it's up, and that's why I've got.
The thing that occurs to me is that would be a shorter sidewalk than the one we were talking about, right? We were talking about running one from Moore Drive all the way over to.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying
this
would be an interim step, right?
Yeah, but it might be, if you just did that little stretch from where it comes out at Bob Crescent over to Marina Drive, then you joins up to the sidewalk that goes in front of the library.
Yeah,
now you can go.
Yeah, and
that would save some money. That's what I'm.
Well, it would, but it's not gonna help in the winter time, right? How are they gonna, unless we're gonna plow the little path, I guess we could, I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have.
Snowblowers. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that is a good idea, and they might be more amenable to doing something for that short bit before to Bob's Crescent. The other thing, yes, I mean, the MTO do not plow don't clear the sidewalks in the winter.
Yeah.
They're just piled up with snow, so there's no, there isn't gonna be that available in the winter time.
And
that's where.
Through you, Miss.
That's where we need more of the calming, traffic calming happening, because in the winter time, there are more people on the sides of the road walking, and I'm talking not just children, we also have a lot of seniors that walk to the library and community center and things like that. So that's where we I think we need to be sort of looking at all three aspects of what's needed in our community for traffic calming.
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, I'm agreeing with you, but that's only my little.
This is a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. A number of things on this. For the sidewalks that are already here, they've been here for, I'm gonna say, decades or many years. Why we don't plow them, I have no idea. We want a sidewalk plowed, the MTO would have no issue with us plowing them. We have some sidewalks. We as a municipality choose not to plow them. Let's have staff come back and say, let's plow them. There, we'll solve that problem very easy. I don't know, anyways. In regards to the, and I'm glad Councillor Lamb did bring it back, but this idea of cutting through the unopened road allowance from Moore Drive to Bob's Crescent has been brought up, I'm going to say 3 or 4 times to council members, all of us, because I'm the one that's brought it up. The last time it was brought up, and I'd love for Councillor Woods to confirm this, I brought it up. I went out and met David Creaser, our past works manager, about this, and it was dropped. Never followed up on. Then we never wanted to put it in our budget. Part of the whole purpose that we never wanted to close the road allowance, where that drawing that we're all looking at, the reason that there's a 52088 in bluish purple with red around it is because this map comes from when that was in front of us at council, and it was brought up then, I believe, by Councillor Woods. Why would we close this? I think, you know, others were talking about the property was too small, and if they get this unopened road allowance, they've basically gotten a property for free. But it was talked about that that could be used for this back then as well. So this is not a new item. This has been going on for several years, and I'm really glad that other members of council are now understanding the location and seeing this. I met with our roads manager, I don't know if it was last year or this spring, and showed this to him also. So he's aware of the location. And I just had mentioned it to him and said, yeah, we were going to do a sidewalk, but whatever, this is where I thought it could go. And it kind of died, but here's the spot that I looked at with David, our past works manager. So he was aware of it. Traveling along Bob's Crescent only makes sense. You come down Moore Drive, you'll hang a left if, you know, they're walking from the school, go through this concession road allowance. Maybe it's paved, maybe it's not. There'll be a little bit of blasting or some stonework that will have to be done to get down to Bob's Crescent, but certainly a small cry from the cost that it was going to cost. And then Councillor Woods has brought it up, I'm going to say numerous times, about a meeting that I wasn't in attendance, but I believe everybody else was in attendance. And Councillor Woods will be able to better explain it. But when it was brought up that they were first going to be doing Highway 520, he'd mentioned to staff and council that we should ask for all the recycling granular material so we can use it. And I believe staff has asked the MTO that when the work is done for Highway 520, that the RAP, the recycled asphalt, will be provided to us, whatever amount we can take. That material could be used to go from Bob's Crescent over to Marine Drive. That's what you could use to fill in that wetland area or ditch area. But again, we'll have to see what we do with our official plan to see if we're allowed to do that. So everything's in place to do this. I'm sure staff have followed up with the MTO and let them know we're thinking of a sidewalk. So they're probably looking at it as probably a cost sharing or something. But I don't think we need it for the whole area. I think we need it from the end of Bob's Crescent over to Marine Drive. But again, thank you, Councillor Lamb, for bringing this up. Thank you for understanding where it's going from. And it sounds like Councillor Bray and all others now understand the area that we've been trying to speak to for several years. And I think it would be a great opportunity to do something there for a lot less money. And it would probably be more safer even than being a sidewalk right next to the highway, because we're taking them away from the highway and onto Bob's Crescent or through an unopened road allowance through the woods. So also much safer. So thank you again for bringing it back, Councillor Lamb.
Great, thank you. Can we do have a motion on the floor which has to do with Councillor Bray's report, and those items.
Councillor Woods.
Sorry, did you want to say something, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Just getting back to some comments that have been made by other members of council about what I had said and when I said it and who was there and whatnot. It was when I brought up the thing about the granular material that would, when they do the shave and pave from McKellar all through Whitestone, that was you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, and myself over in Sprucedale. And I want to say it was the first year of this term, the meeting that we had, and we spoke to the MTO. And then we advised staff then to make sure to ask for that material. And my specific reasoning was then we could use that for this specific pathway. I'm glad this is brought up. I'm glad that members of council and staff now are actually walked out and viewed this spot. Because the reality is, folks, this could have been done long ago and we wouldn't be having this discussion and the kids would have been using it and they would have been safer. In talking about this, doing the shave and pave through town, and we want traffic calming solutions. At that time, or sidewalks, at that time, if we have monies ready, MTO, I could pretty much guarantee you would be willing to work with us to try and get an extension across Marina Drive for sidewalks. But we should also talk to them about painting bike lanes. Because when people see bike lanes on the side of the road, they tend to slow down a little bit more, especially if it's, it's painted a really visible looking color. People naturally slow down. Right? That could be a way that we could help with, slowing traffic down a bit. And as far as getting across the highway, I brought this up before, and I know everybody look at me like I'm crazy at times. Build a bridge right across it. There's nobody that can tell me it can't be done, because if we look from the drive from anywhere in the GTA all the way up here, we'll see walking bridges that span highways and roadways all the time. And it would be a super simple way. It would just cost some money. And I brought that up before too, but nobody wanted to listen to it then.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to our action item. Can we pass this motion?
So, yeah, what are we going to do with the side? Are we gonna build this sidewalk or area or pathway? Is that the direction of council?
Can we devote that to your matter at 11.2?
Well, we were discussing it, so I don't know.
I think there is still some work that would have to be done to come back with a proposal, but we have to.
Well,
we can pass a motion. Since it's not covered for this motion, maybe we should.
I know, but I don't wanna, September's coming.
It wasn't budgeted, so if we gotta spend monies on it, how do we do it? Right? We'd have to reopen the budget. It's gonna cost some money to do some work.
Wait, but part of the action items of this motion that's on the table is to get quotes. Not to tell us them to do it, but to get quotes for an engineering study. That would have to come back to us, because that's gonna be X budget, right?
So I'm talking about.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're talking about two different things. I think you're talking about traffic study for the highway, and I think Councillor Woods and Councillor Lamb and myself, I'll call it, are talking about what could we possibly do for the trail. I don't think the trail has to do with the traffic study. And I think what was brought up for Councillor Woods was.
Councillor Nash is correct, and that's what I was getting at. And so if it's not very much money, we don't have to open a budget. We have to open a budget if we're gonna do anything else, but certainly Mike and his crew can do something in that area relatively little or no cost, or what?
True.
Sorry, let our works manager answer.
Yeah, well, just if I could, just before he answers that, and I'd love to do something, but I was out at Maple Island Commons last week and say, could we get a couple loads of sand to put below the playground that is not in conformance to existing bylaws, and a volleyball court that's totally covered with sand, and was told by two staff members, so we don't have the money in our budget to do that. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have the money to do a trail unless we reopen a budget. I'd love to do the trail. I think it would be great to do it, but I don't think we have any money if we can't do little things at parks or parkettes or stuff, right? I think we've cut our budget so tight that there's no extra money unless we reopen something, which I'd be no problem doing. But anyways, just wanted to say that before anything else was said about
Walking, before we can run, I think the question is, what are the possibilities? We need to get a report that says what are the possible things that we could do, and then figure out how much it's gonna cost. And then we can decide whether we have to open the budget up and not start working on it, or whether we leave it till the next year's budget, or what we do. But right now, we don't have a plan for this thing. We have an idea, but we don't have the, like, what is it gonna take to make this happen, is my question.
Through your worship, I would have to get an estimate done, but to your question, I think we could do the bulk of the work in-house to keep the cost down. Clearing a pathway, making the pathway to go from Moore onto Bob's.
Right.
So the cost would stay relatively low. And then if this is the direction you want to go, we would only have to get sidewalk prices from Bob's Crescent to Marina Drive.
But could you bring back to the next council what the estimated cost would be to make that pathway?
Yes, I believe I could.
Good, and then we can approve that. Or do whatever we need to do at the next council meeting in August, right? And then if we approve it, you do it fairly quickly, I would think. Thank you.
All right, so can I go back to the motion that's on the floor? Can I call a question, please?
Councilor Lamb, yes.
Other councilors?
Can you refresh what motion's on the floor? Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm getting confused.
It's under 9.9, traffic safety measures in Dunchurch. There are 6. You want me to read it again? There's 6 parts.
It is on the screen.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen right now in front of you. Okay. These are the motions that are related specifically to Councilor Bray's report.
Yeah, and if possible, I'd said I'd like to be part of that, if I could be, in addition to Councilor Bray.
Okay, well, you can take that under advisement. I think we'll.
Can't we do that as an amendment, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I'll make an amendment that it says Councilors Janice Bray and Scott Natch.
All right, is everybody, who's the mover? The mover was Councilor Lamb and Brian and Councilor Woods. Are you okay with that?
I'd be okay with that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we've added another name. All right. Are we good to go? All those in favor?
You're gonna vote on the amendment first and then the motion, or we're just gonna go right to the motion? Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, we want to make it, you're making it as amendment, right? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We have to make.
If you're gonna make it as an amendment, then we need, that's the proper procedure, you're right.
Okay,
There
so-
has to be a second.
No, Councilor Woods seconded,
And he said yes.
and he said yes, and I said yes. We're looking for other people to say yes to the amendment, right?
Okay, I guess I will call the question on the amendment then.
Councilor Lamb, yes.
Councilor Nash, yes.
Councilor Woods, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. Okay, so the amendment is carried. Now the motion is amended.
Councilor Lamb, yes.
Councilor Bray, yes.
Councilor Woods, yes.
Councilor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. That motion is carried. So that's 9.9 is out of the way. We're on business matters. Let's just do them in order. We'll do the easy one first. It's in the middle here, but. Number 11 is CN Rail Safety Week, September 21st. To 27th, 2026. Whereas Rail Safety Week is to be held across Canada from September 21st to 27th, 2026. Whereas 252 railway crossing and trespassing incidents occurred in Canada in 2025, resulting in 69 avoidable fatalities and 60 avoidable serious injuries. Whereas educating and informing the public about rail safety, reminding the public of railway rights of way or private property, enhancing public awareness of the dangers associated with highway rail grade crossings, ensuring pedestrians and motorists are looking and listening while near railways, and obeying established traffic laws will reduce the number of avoidable fatalities and injuries caused by incidents involving trains and citizens. And whereas Operation Lifesaver is a public-private partnership whose aim is to work with the public, rail industry, governments, police services, media, and others to raise rail safety awareness. Whereas CN and Operation Lifesaver have requested Council adopt this resolution in support of its ongoing efforts to raise awareness, save lives, and prevent injuries in communities, including the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone support National Rail Safety Week from September 21st to 27th, 2026. Is there a mover and seconder for this motion?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Bray seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Here's Palmer, yes. That motion's carried. Do you wish to make a motion? We've already discussed it in regard. I have no graph here, but do you wish?
No, it's coming back next month. We don't need a
In
motion.
regard to 11.2, we did have a staff direction to bring us back something. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. All right, I will put this aside. And we'll, but no motion. Moving forward. Okay, so 11.3, that was. We discussed that. There is a request from the Maple Island Thrift Shop for purchase of clothing racks. The motion is that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the thrift shop's expenditure of $3,666.72 for the purchase of clothing racks.
I'll make the motion.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by.
I can second Councillor Nash.
Any discussion on this motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a really quick question. Was this not budgeted? I'm just wondering why it's having to come to us for approval if it's already part of their budget. Wouldn't they be able to do this themselves and not have to come to us for approval, or is this an added expense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, I guess they need the racks. If they didn't put it in their budget, they have a reserve. So this isn't extra money. It's sitting in a reserve that they have that they're simply taking out to buy the racks. So it really doesn't have a budget consideration. It's not that we're adding 3,300 or 3,600 to the budget.
Oh, no, perfect. Thanks, Councillor Lamb. I was just wondering why it had to come to us at all. Even if it's coming out of their reserves, wouldn't they have the right? Like, I guess it's good to keep us informed, but I don't think we really need to approve anything if they're within their bounds for going into the reserve to do this, and it's not affecting the budget. Appreciate that it's coming to us, but I'm just not sure if we really need to approve anything. Does that make sense?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's what they were told to do, so that's what they did. They were told in order to get the 3,600 out of their reserve, they had to come to council, so that's what they did. I don't know whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, quite frankly.
Well, it'll be an easy vote. I'm in support of it. I was just asking, that's all. So thanks.
I don't know the answer to the question, but since we have it, it seems like
Let's do it. Councilor Lamb, yes.
Could we just vote on it, please?
Yes.
All those in favor, please.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. The motion is carried. They can take the out of their reserves. Okay, so that one's 11.4. Last business minute is simply report for information from our CAO clerk, update regarding the Washkash Dam discussions. The motion is the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the memorandum from CAO Clerk Black dated July 21st, 2026. Is there a mover and seconder for that?
I'll move.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Bray. Okay, do you wish to present your report to CAO Clerk?
Sure, Your Worship, thank you. This is just meant as a very brief update on the limited work that we've done since last council meeting on this issue. I did have a meeting with Mayor Comrie, and we discussed some of the history and found some of the background information that he had available at the time. Does have more, and he's actively in the process of getting some more, I believe. And further to that, Mayor Comrie also had planned to make additional inquiries with government about having a government official come and speak to us on the issue. In the meantime, I did get a list of a number of consultants and people that are in that type of industry that could potentially provide us with some advice, but I have not made contact yet. Just a status report for you, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a dead issue. It's still.
Yeah,
but
it's not a dead issue. Is there, I know there's no committee of council, or is there? I know we haven't established a committee of council. But where are we going with this? There's been talk about some committee on Wawashkesh to study the issue and whatever. So where's this going? What are we doing? I've been asked by a couple of people. Like, are we? Yeah. Is there going to be? You're probably closer to it, Mr. Mayor, than I am. Is there a committee going to be formed of residents up on Wawashkesh?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, and I mean there are certainly people who are interested in participating if there were to be one. What I thought, and I did talk to some of them about this, what I thought was the best approach was to try to see if we could get someone to advise us. And it would probably be someone who does this sort of thing for a living, as to what it would take to determine, first of all, if there is anything useful that could be done to address the problems that people have had, and if so, what that useful thing would be. And in order to answer that, I know what is necessary, but my plan was to get somebody else to tell you, so you could come and tell you, and you could ask them questions. But it would require a study to establish the flow rates of water in and out of Wawashkesh at various lake levels, and to determine and the capacity of the channels both above and below the dam. That's how you would answer that question. Is there anything useful that you could do? And And that study in and of itself would have to be undertaken by professional people who know how to do this. Right? It's not, we don't have the expertise in our municipality. The Conservation Association doesn't have expertise within its membership, although there is some legwork that volunteers could do to help, right? In my opinion, anyway. So that's a possibility, but what we would need is we would need to get someone to tell us what we would have to go through in order to answer those questions. And so this is not a short-term thing. It's not gonna get done between now and then.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not saying we get somebody to talk to us within this term of council. Perhaps that would, while cottagers are still around here, maybe we could have it in a meeting in the early fall or something and
through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. I think it's great that this has been brought up, kind of thing, in the sense, and like I fully understand that this is months long process to get somebody to talk to us, years long of reviewing this. This is not something that's going to be short term. I'd say if members of the public want to create their own little committee and do something, that's great. It has nothing to do with the municipality, but I'm pleased that you're going to be following up with the M&R and pleased that the CAO, I think I flipped over some names when I Googled some, that we just need to look at who can talk to us or what information you have. I know it's a slow process, but I think the important part for the members of the public that might hear this later or that might be listening now is that we are trying to look at this, but it's going to take us some time to get there. And we need to look at who can talk to us, what professional. I think all those people need to be independent people coming through us through an RFP or a formal quote to us as a municipality. And it's, as you said, it's a very long process, but at least we can say we're at the starting point and looking into it. And I think that should be well understood by anybody on the lake that we are trying to look at it. But it's just going to take some time, and nobody should think that we've forgotten about it. So that's what I hope people can take away from this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions about this? Okay, can I call the question then? All those in favor of receiving for information?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. That's 11.4. So now we are at correspondence, and you will see that there are the correspondence. This is sort of a new idea here. The correspondence has been divided into two parts based on, I believe, what councillors said they wanted to discuss. But I guess my question is, so if I were to read the draft motion to you, it says, whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 6 of the agenda and selected the following items for action, and there are 9 of them that are listed there. And I guess you can see them on the screen. I won't read them all to you unless you want. But then now therefore resolved, council proposes the following actions. So I guess my first question to you is this the list of things that you want to talk about? And if so, we could proceed to talk about them in the same manner that we normally would do, the ones for action, and then we will decide what we want to do with them.
Mr. Mayor, did I hear Councillor Woods vote on the last item, or was he trying to speak?
I thought he just said, I thought he was just voting on it. Did I get that wrong? Councillor Woods?
No, I cast my vote on the last one. I was just waiting for an opportunity to say something for this, but I can wait. I didn't chime in.
Okay, but you want to speak to the ones, to the correspondence, so is that what you're saying?
If at all possible, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Well, I go ahead. I don't see your name attached to any of these necessarily, but go ahead. What did you want to speak about?
No, that was part of my question, Mr. Mayor. I'd asked for something to be added. And then I guess between the time that I asked for something to be added, staff has made a little bit of a change up to how we're going to handle the correspondence, but I still wanted to pull the letter that I asked. And I don't think there's any action that's going to come out of it, but I definitely think it needs to be talked about.
What letter is that?
It was from Bulger Lake levels from Jacqueline Head.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Oh, well, we can add that to the list if you wish.
Yep.
And I don't know what order it was originally, but why don't we if you want to do that one first, I guess you can. We'll just put it at the top of the list there.
So the letters are all at the back. Yep.
Or
they used to be numbered.
You know what, we'll put it at the bottom. There's a little more space at the bottom of my page here. So we're gonna add to that one. It's resident.
Where's the ones for added? Let's start from page 183.
Resident Maggie Head. And that's Bulger Lake levels. Okay. All right, so the first one on the list is from a resident by the name of Dave Hicks, and he talked about a parking bylaw concern. He sent a letter. In fact, I think he sent it to me, and I forwarded it to our CAO clerk, if I recall correctly. Because I honestly didn't know how to respond to it. But anyway, it ended up in correspondence, and so I wonder, Mr. CAO, do you have comments on the letter to start with before? It makes some to find the particular item.
On page 184, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd ask for this item to be pulled, Mr. Mayor. So if I could, I'd like to get the chance to speak to it first.
You asked for what to be pulled?
Both you and the mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, both you and the mayor asked for it to be pulled. So yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. I was just trying to find the letter, but you go ahead if you want. Sure.
If you'd like to go for, anyways, yeah. So, all it was, I think for this, I think there's a lot of I'm going to say some miscommunication and some misunderstanding that's going around. So back when this bylaw was being written, I'll say, a couple instances, where we ended up at and where we started with, it's a moving target as we're doing things. And at one time I'd suggested make it the same as M&R, which is 21 days consecutively in a parking area, because that would be easy to enforce in law, our law, similar to that of the M&R. Where we ended up at, and I believe I was in favor of it, was the 14 days. But at the same time, I think, in this letter, it talks about, they might have to post this as a covenant on their real estate listing and things like that. And that's where I think there's some misunderstanding. Somebody is able to park a car, a pickup truck, a van, a motorcycle, whatever it might be, for many more than the 14 days a year. all that is being said for everybody to understand is if you're coming up and you have a trailer and you're putting your boat in the water or a jet ski in the water or a snowmobile, whatever it might be, our parking lots are for vehicles for the most part, not for vehicles with trailers and not for just trailers. So we had instances at some landings that trailers were being left for extended periods of time. Other landings that vehicles connected to a trailer would be left for weeks and weeks and weeks or months. We had others that I think were just using our property for storage. So what the municipality came up with, and I'm saying it like this so that I'm not sure if the ratepayers on the call right now about this so that they understand, or other members of the public. But the premise of this was you're allowed to put your boat in, you can park your boat or park your trailer as long as it's connected to a vehicle in the parking lot for up to 2 weeks a year. That was supposed to cover people coming up to go camping, or if you're coming up to go hunting for a week or whatever it might be. But it's not for storing your trailer connected to your vehicle. For that, you know, there's a storage facility in Whitestone. There's many businesses or marinas within Whitestone, or just people that have their own storage yards that'll take your trailer and you can store your trailer there. So basically you're going to put it in and out and in and out and in and out your trailer or your boat on your trailer, or you're coming up for the whole summer. The idea was, again, you're going to put your boat in and then take that trailer and take it to a storage facility. Somebody you know, a private business, a marina, a storage unit, and that's where you store your trailer until the fall when you take your boat out. And that's what 99% of the people in our community do. If they're using a marina, that's what they do. If most people who have a waterfront properties are doing the same. However, there were some people that weren't doing that. So that's why that bylaw was there. So it wasn't to penalize anybody. It wasn't made to make it harder to sell a property. It's just saying our parking lots are not for storage of trailers. And if you're going to be doing this for more than 14 days a year, please just go and store that snowmobile trailer, boat trailer, whatever type of trailer it might be, off our property and somewhere else. So I hope that helps to clarify it. I just wanted to make sure people understood that. But again, if you're coming up and just with the vehicle, you can come and go as you please. It's just we're not a storage yard. That's it. So I hopefully that helps explain it. And if the gentleman that wrote the letter, I'm happy to speak to them if they want to send me an email or phone me about it. Thank you.
Okay, well, the reason I referred this to the CAO clerk was because I didn't really understand what, I guess I understand what he's talking about, because 3.8.3 talks about trailers attached to vehicles for Fort, that's what the 14 applies to. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I may be wrong, but I think he's on Shawanaga Lake. I think that's the location, but I may be wrong. And of course, I'd like to point out that we're trying to put a dock there, right? We budgeted a dock so that, you know, if someone has an island property and they're coming, they can leave the boat there and go to town and come back and get in the boat. And every time they come, they don't have to, you know, go get a trailer somewhere and bring it back and whatever. And I understand exactly, and Councillor Nash is correct. The criticism that I've heard from people, and I'm not suggesting any action, is that here I am, I'm connected to the car, and I want to go to town and get some groceries, so I have to take my trailer into town and traipse it all around the parking lot, whatever, and bring it back, because I can't leave it there because I might get ticketed, right? And I don't know that there's an answer to that, but you know, every time you try to do things that improve the parking lots, and you know, what we did in Wawashkesh, which is, I think, was started all this, was, you know, we don't have enough parking on weekends and all that kind of stuff. We need to get more parking spots and whatever. And then we went up, this is some years ago, and found out there were all these trailers in there permanently, and therefore we kind of made the 14-day rule, and I think it's improved the amount of parking that's available on long weekends, et cetera. So I'm not suggesting any action, but that's the complaints that I've heard about this thing. This is the first time I've ever heard of 21 days. I always thought it was 14 days that we had, but anyway, if I'm not suggesting we change it to 21 at this point. I don't know how we administer that, by the way. You know, whether someone's connected to a trailer for 14 days, what do you do? Go chalk a wheel every day or something? I don't know how bylaw does that, or I guess it's necessarily my business, right? But, anyway, those are my comments.
If the bylaw officer came and saw it there every day for 14 days, then it was still there after that, then.
But the reality is our bylaw officer, unfortunately, has two jobs in McKellar and here, and also has a third job at the hospital. And I've heard isn't even out on weekends, and that's why they were here on Monday and not on the weekend. So that's a bit of an issue too. So every time you go down a road, it opens up other issues, right? So I'll guarantee you our bylaw officer isn't going to a landing for 14 days in a row to determine that. But I'm sure if someone was there, I don't know, if you saw it today and went out 2 weeks from now, how would you know whether it was there for 2 weeks or just the second day or what? I just don't know how it's administered, but that's, I guess, up to them to administer, right? The law, the bylaw was brought in for good intentions, but sometimes when you come in for good intentions, you know, there are side shoots that don't work for everyone and everything, right? And I think this kind of is a case here on Shawanica, right? Well, hopefully we get the dock in Shawanica so that, you know, maybe he doesn't have to, you know, have a boat connected for 14 days. He can leave it somewhere else. That's what everyone else, or a lot of people do, right? They take it to Bennett and leave the boats there, or they down here, they're at the marina or somewhere, right? And then they don't use our landing in a boat launches as permanent storage for their trailers or their snowmobile trailers or for anything else. So anyway, I've said it.
And in particular, if it is, I mean, again, it varies from site to site, okay? If you're talking about, if this person is trying to do it at Beach Road, you'll know there's a very limited, like, if you're gonna park a vehicle with a trailer there for a protracted period of time, I think even 14 days is probably gonna materially impact the operation of that landing, whereas at Oshkosh, there's a lot more parking, so you could put it there, but I think, you know, the idea was, if you're coming for a protracted period of time, then you put your boat in the water, take the trailer, you find some other place, but that you can store the trailer and then you just leave your car. And I don't know, like, I think as things evolve, we'll ultimately have to look at the various landings and see what they're. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the capacity of the landing to park anything, right? And it's the same issue at Bolger. There was historically, there's been not enough parking for the people that wanted to use Boulder. I mean, especially when you consider, you know, folks who are just visiting in the area. So anyway, I don't have a solution. I just didn't know how to answer this person. So and I'm guessing that since he's sent a request to us for reconsideration, we owe him some kind of a response. That's why I suggested it should be on the agenda.
And I may be wrong on Shawanica Lake, by the way, but I'm guessing. I thought that's who it was.
Yeah, I don't know who would tell us if we were. Anyway,
well,
what do you want?
Councilor Nash said they could call him.
Well, but that's not, that isn't.
I'm only kidding.
Yeah, I know, that isn't.
That'd be more than, I have no problem calling him if we want, but maybe the CAO can reach out. And I've even heard of many people that, no, I know, I have no problem doing it though. But I know of many people that are coming up and, they'll even sometimes phone in advance for somebody.
like some of the people coming up to the lake I happen to be on come from the States, and they'll phone some local people and say, we're coming up next weekend. And their boat's stored at their place, and they say, we're coming up. Can you put the boat in the water so it's there for when we get there? There's so many solutions that sometimes people might not think of, right? So hopefully we've brought to light some ideas that maybe that individual can work from, and hopefully will help them
So
or them.
can I just ask, what is the action item with this? Is there any action item with this item? We discussed it.
For myself, I wasn't proposing an action item, Mr. Mayor. I just brought it up for discussion. I think, you know, if they follow up again, we can let them know to listen to this part of the council meeting, and we've tried to do what we can, and just, you know, that would be, but I didn't have a motion. The deputy clerk asked me, and I said, there's no motion. I just wanted to talk to it. That was all.
Does anybody other than me think that when somebody sends a request for reconsideration, that we should at least send them a letter and say, we talked about it and we're not reconsidering it, or we talked about it and, or at the very least, somebody needs to get back to them. Otherwise he'll think, well, I submit stuff to council and they don't get back to me.
I would think that would be a great idea. Or sorry, Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, exactly what you're saying there. So, I mean, if somebody writes an official letter in and they're asking for something specifically, even a phone call from the CAO or a simple email back, or both, I think would be the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I'd say the CAO can reply back to them or them.
Okay, well, thank you.
Can I just ask, well, Mike is still here before he, it looks like he's getting ready to leave. Where are we going to be able to put that dock in at Beach Road? Because I've had 2 or 3 people say when to come and when to come. I think I've sent you a message on the weekend. I forwarded you an email on Friday or Saturday from someone out at Chewanica asking that.
Oh, that's through your worship. I don't see a problem. There's been a couple of measurement issues that we've run into.
Yeah.
But all I had to do was ask Jamie to attend with me. And we'll go over it then.
Yeah, we need to action that because we're nearly in August. We'll be, before we even get the dock, we'll be taking it out or floating it out or something, right? Because that was approved in our budget. So we need to get Jamie out there, because I heard that a month ago, right?
And I hope, if I could indulge here, if the works manager is about to leave, if he can wait till councillor comments. I had a couple things that will be down his job description when I bring them up. So thank you.
Okay, well, we got quite a long list here. So the next 2 items had to do with retaining cancer care services in Huntsville, which was the subject of our delegation. Do you want to still speak to these?
I think we've done enough. Thank you.
Councillor Bray, so okay, can we go past those?
Yep.
And the town of Prairie Sound expression of interest in purchasing Canada College, seems to me we did talk about that. But I don't know, there might be more to it. Is there?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we talked, we had a motion to support.
Yeah.
But we didn't actually, this has come up since that. So the motion we had earlier on was from the last meeting, and this one has come up since then of them wanting to purchase the property. And I think that I think it should be that they, it should be that they get first rights to purchase it. Just as it's in our municipality, it's their property. And if the college is saying they don't want it, it's just like other things, other publicly funded colleges are like schools, that the property should be available to be part of other public entities. And so I'm in support of our municipality supporting the purchase of that property by Prairie Sound Council. town of Perry Sound.
Through,
Okay,
if
thank
you're
you.
done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. To me, if that college was purchased by the college, to me, it's up to the college on who they decide to sell it to and for what price. And we should play no part in saying who should or shouldn't buy a parcel of land that would go up to on public sale. I would not be in favor of that. It's a shame that the college closed, but however the college gets their funding and however they're able to sell their land is up to them, and we shouldn't be saying we support Perry Sound and having first dibs on it. In my eyes, whoever gets first dibs on it is whoever's going to bid the higher dollar amount in it. That's part of the free market. So that's my
second. Councillor Bray's going to answer something you said, I think.
Yeah, because in their second paragraph, the Perry Sound, town of Perry Sound demonstrated its commitment to post-secondary education by originally investing and donating property to support Canadore College, establishing a campus in Perry Sound. So I think that they went more, it's not completely without already the town of Perry Sound's commitment financially and with support. And the colleges are supported by provincial funding. Just like the education, like all of our public schools, and in the Education Act, there's a certain list of entities that get first rights to purchase. And to me, if the town of Perry Sound has already invested and donated property, I think they should be able to purchase it back.
Yeah, and I fully agree, Councillor Bray, that, you know, in the acts there are for schools, there is the people that have the right to buy them back, but we shouldn't get involved in that. And whoever through that legislation has the right to buy them back has a right to buy them back. We don't need to start saying our part. That's just my take on it. Anyways, I won't be in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, I alluded to something earlier when this, because I knew this was coming. There is a more detailed proposal that has been drafted by a councillor, a Perry Sound councillor who happens to be the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce. And there are more specific ideas about what the building would be used for. I have a feeling that the town of Perry Sound still has some rights to the property. There's some other things that don't have anything to do with Canadore that are on it, right? Like that outdoor education school.
Forest school.
Forest school. That's not part of Canadore. So, you know, but anyway, I would suggest to you that what our interest is in this is in trying to keep some of the things that have been done historically in that campus going at that location. And that's important because residents of West Perry Sound will otherwise have to go to North Bay for those, you know, examples of that are the the personal care worker, PSWs, you know, that program. There are a bunch of other programs. So I don't know. I mean, we could leave this. My inclination, frankly, would be I mean, I'm supportive of people coming up with resolutions that would not cause this simply to be sold and turned into a, you know, an office park or some other thing, right? But if there's any possibility that it could still serve the purpose for which the building was built in the first place, But anyway, we might wanna just defer it and see how things play out. I mean, I don't think we're going to be a major player in the outcome of this, but, it's your call, council. If you want to support the town of Perry Sound, then you can. Otherwise, you know, we'll, this opportunity is not gonna disappear overnight. This is gonna be going on for a while, I would say, till they figure out what can happen. So it's up to you what you wanna do.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if there are other things coming, then I'm fine with us leaving it till later. If you feel that there's other requests or for support coming, then I'm fine with it. Otherwise, all I'm saying is I think we should support our fellow municipality when they're trying
I agree.
to do something. And I know that the same thing happened with Radisa with purchasing the school. We had to get support from other places, and I just feel it's neighborly. It's what we should be doing as a neighboring municipality. But I'm happy to let it sit if you feel there's some other stuff.
If you want to propose a resolution that we simply support the town of Perry Sound, I'm happy to do that. We could try it unless the rest of council says no, we shouldn't do anything.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor
Yes.
Bray, if you don't want to propose it, I'll propose it and you can second. How's that sound?
Perfect.
And
Okay,
I'll-
let's do it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll support it because all it is saying we're interested in acquiring, but it's not, you know, so anyway, I think we're gonna support it. So let's move to the next one.
All right, so we'll just have a motion of support. And can I just ask you something that occurs to me every time we're doing this at 5:30 in the afternoon? Is there any reason why our staff cannot write that letter of support and send it? Do we have to come back to another council meeting and look at it? I mean, we have their resolution, right?
I don't have a problem with it.
I'm just wondering, do you
Yeah,
really want?
I don't think we need to see the letter to say, oh, yes, here's the letter that supports it, right? Like,
Why don't we just let our staff produce a letter?
but there are some times that we want a letter to come back. So we can't just make a general statement. If we want it to come back and we vote on it and say, copy these people and this people, and not all that. So I don't think we can make a general rule. In this case, doesn't matter to me.
All right, well, I'll leave it with you. Let's go on to the next one, because we're gonna have to do curfew in a few minutes, right?
Yes.
Minister of Northern Economic Development and Growth. And this is talking about NOHFC. Resources available for projects, and
Yeah.
did you ask for this, Council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I think I did too, actually.
I just think
It's okay.
that if there's opportunities there for any of our businesses in our community or ones that we can work with them on, we should be trying to advance those. We had talked a long time ago about having a town hall with businesses, a town hall with our farming community, and we've never got to any of these things. So I just don't know how we're supporting them. And if there's opportunities here, we should be letting them know, we should be getting it out there so that they know that there's opportunities. We need to let them know that there's the economic development in town. There's also the Business Development Center of Perry Sound that could help them with some of this as well. So I'm just thinking that there are opportunities that we need to figure out how we pursue them for people in our community. That's all. I don't think there's anything.
This is an example of the thing that came up earlier. If we don't ask, we don't get, right? These are, you put in applications. We have got some before and we could get them again. But it's coming up with something that meets their criteria. And it can be a private thing, it can be an individual business in the community that benefits largely from it, or it could be expansion of a marina or something like that. It could be something that the municipality wants to do that benefits everybody. It's fairly open. What I'd encourage you to do is just look at the criteria and see if you can think of things, or make some suggestions. Okay, so the next one was a resolution from Town of Whitby, and this is what they are asking for is they are asking the government to review the sort of guidance that they give to the OLT and improve deference to municipal planning decisions. And I was involved in a major effort to get back in the late days of the Ontario Municipal Court. I was involved in a major effort to try to get the previous government to do that, and they did do it. In fact, they did go a good chunk of the way towards doing what they were asked to do, and then the government changed, and so the OLT became the LPAT. The LPAT became the OMB became the LPAT. The LPAT became the OLT. And the thing is heavily stacked, as I'm sure you've heard, in favor of developers. And I mean, we're a small municipality with very limited planning resources, relatively speaking, but a lot of big municipalities, bigger ones, they have very sophisticated planning processes, and the developers, if they don't like what the council decides, they just go to the OLT. And I think we should support this. What's the point of having municipalities go to the trouble of doing official plans and all that kind of thing, and making people go through a planning process if they say, well, look, if we don't like the answer we get from you, let's go to the OLT and we'll get it overturned. So I'm proposing that we have a motion of support for this.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, can I speak to this? Are you finished? I think you were.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Where I was going to say was, I know you said, the government is stacked with pro-development and everything, which I hope, anyway, it's not a statement I think we should be making. But the only reason somebody takes something to the OLT and would win at the OLT is because a municipality has decided to do their official plan, which is not taking into regard the provincial policy statement. That's the whole problem. We can write anything we want in our official plan. Doesn't mean it's allowed to be done. And we've been working on our official plan for meeting after meeting after meeting. And each time what I try to do, and I think others try to do, is to make sure we're taking the provincial policy statement or keeping it in mind when we're making our rules, so that we don't have a rule that somebody can appeal and then we're always going to lose. And that's the problem. If our official plan was written perfectly and in perfect sync with the provincial policy statement, people wouldn't win cases. But that's not what municipalities do. That's why people lose. Municipalities lose those fights sometimes because they weren't written correctly. So I think we need to remember that. It's certainly as council and as a municipality that we always need to understand that the top policy plan is a provincial policy statement. And whenever we're doing something that is not in keeping with that, or in keeping in the regard of that, we stand a risk of losing when something goes to the OLT. So I wouldn't be in support of this because I think, anyways, I just think that, you have a provincial policy statement in these court systems for a reason.
And the reason some of them have been changed, some of the rules in regards to appeal process and things, is because what you were getting, and we have in a municipality within the Parry Sound district, that every time there's a planning file, there was an OLT appeal almost every single time on one lake. And what they've done is to take some of those appeal things away to make the system go quicker, make things go in front of the appeal board faster. That's what's being done. And that doesn't look good to some people that want to not allow for development and not allow for things to be done, and they aren't allowed to appeal anymore. Basically, the only people that are allowed to appeal is the municipality or district or upper tier government that the area of an application is in front of, or the applicant. Those are really the only people that can appeal now. Anyways, so that's my take on it. Thank you.
Anybody else want to comment?
This got nothing to do, through you, Mr. Mayor, with us being in the planning board or not. This is a separate issue, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a general issue of,
I know, I just don't want to.
we've had very few things. I mean, I'll be honest with you, we, Whitestone, have had very few matters of ours that have gone to the OMB, LPAT, or
No, I realize,
right? We don't very often, but there are, I'll just say, I do not agree with Councillor Nash's kind of oversimplified view that it's because the municipality is overstepping its boundary. They have, this is, if you talk to folks from planners from bigger municipalities, this is a huge subject, that's all.
Yeah, it is.
But if you want to say, well, it's not an issue for Whitestone, ignore it, go ahead, that's fine. I don't.
Well, no,
I'm
my question was,
yeah,
is it, you and I have a differing opinion on the planning board. I guess there's something coming up a little later on, right? I am not going to do or support anything that infringes on our ability to either be in or continue to be in the planning board. And I don't think it's related at all. I'm just asking the question, is it even remotely related to that? And if it is, then I don't think it is.
It's not related.
Good, then you've answered my question.
No,
Thank you.
it has nothing to do with the planning authority is.
Okay, that's fine. You've answered my question.
All right.
I do realize how this applies in Burlington, because I followed Burlington politics for many, many, many years. And I realize exactly what the McGuinty government, or Wynne government, I guess it was, did in bringing the power, if you will, back to the municipality. And then when Ford got in his government, he reversed it. But we all, I think, are aware of that. And as a result, in Burlington, we've got a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of stuff. And you're right, developers, the council in Burlington might as well not exist, because the developers in any high rise or anything else don't like it. They've got more money, they just go right around and they go to the provincial government, and it gets reversed 90% or more of the time. So I don't have a big problem supporting this. Give it that, right? Okay, thank you. Maybe I'm doing it more for Burlington than I have for up here. We don't have many of them up here, but anyway, okay, thank you.
Can I thank you? Can I hear from anybody else who hasn't hasn't spoken?
Mr. Mayor, I would like just to comment. I just think that, again, yes, what they're saying is that local governments should have greater certainty and authority when decisions are consistent. When they're making decisions with their approved official plans, provincial policies, and social planning principles. I think that municipalities should be able to have more certainty and not be always caught up in this and having all these huge costs. I think that, you know, there are some times when the person who is taking the municipality to the OLT has a legitimate reason, but there are also lots of other ones, and I've seen it happen in some other municipalities too, where I've heard from people that I know. So I'm in support of this. I think it's what we're doing is we're just supporting that the OLT needs to be more more equitable for municipalities as well as those bringing the issues.
Okay, do you have any comment, Councillor Woods? We haven't heard from you on this.
Mr. Mayor, thanks through you, to be honest with you. I absolutely understand the reason for the OLT and why people take things to the OLT. I might have a differing opinion than everybody else, but I completely understand it. And in my lifetime, the things I've seen, especially up in smaller areas, regardless of what you might have put in an official plan or what somebody wants, I've seen far too many instances of, I'll call manipulation of situations to serve private agendas. And that's the reason why people think that I know and I've seen have taken things to the OLT. And that's why I wouldn't support this motion.
Okay, well, what do we sounds like we have 3 people in favor and 2 who are not. Do you want to stop poll one more time? Anybody want to change their mind? You want to?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, sure, Mr. Mayor, I can say something. I'd like a recorded vote for it, please.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've got a paper on this somewhere, do I?
We'll come back to, can we get one?
You did make some for some of these, did you not?
I did, and I didn't give them to you.
Okay, I don't know. All right. Well, all right, so the Council of Municipality will supports, here's the motion, supports the town of Whitby's resolution. Read the OLT deference to municipal planning decisions.
Did that letter of support come back to council at the next meeting? Mr. Mayor?
Well, once again, I think it's just a letter that says we support the decision. I don't think this should be anything else, and we'll get into details about it, but.
Okay.
So is there a mover and seconder for this motion? No, that.
Well,
Moved by Councillor Ray. Seconded by. Well, if there's no seconder, then I guess we're not gonna do it, right? No? Okay, look, no, not but. Let it aside and move on. Actually, we'll have a curfew, which I guess is somewhere.
Right here.
Oh, it's not in my file already?
No.
Okay, thank you. So curfew is taken, it looks like 5:34 p.m. Whereas section 6.5.2 daytime meetings commencing prior to 4 p.m. of the municipality of Whitestone's procedure bylaw number 80-2023, being a bylaw to establish protocols governing the proceedings of council, committee, and boards of the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone, states no item of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 7 hours of the meeting unless authorized by a resolution supported by a majority of the members present to allow an additional agreed upon length of time. Now therefore be it resolved, Council of West Valley Whitestone hereby continues the July 21st, 2026 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional, what, 1 hour?
1 hour should do it, I think. Shouldn't it?
One. Who's moving?
I'll move it.
Move Councillor Lamb, seconded by
I'll second.
all right, Councillor Bray, seconds. All those in favor of continuing for an hour?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Council Gray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor Marina. Okay, the meeting is extended. So now we're into, we just got a couple more here. Peterborough County. They raised an issue regarding provincial action on the accuracy of municipal voters lists. And I suggested that we might want to hear, I don't know whether we need to do anything about this, but I thought it would be appropriate to hear from our CAO clerk about what he's finding so far in terms of the accuracy of our voters lists.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I won't be putting you on the spot here too.
Well, that's all right. I think what they're saying in this resolution is accurate. There are some pretty big discrepancies between previous lists and the current list under the new system. So I think it is a valid concern. We have our staff, Paul and Wendy are doing a lot of work to update the list. So I think it's being addressed, but it's not being addressed by those that are putting it. It's not being addressed by Elections Ontario, I guess is what I'm saying. And so I think we will have a good product at the end of the day, but it is a problem with their system. So it's a valid concern. I don't think a letter of support at this stage. I mean, it's too late, really. But I do think it is a concern. And that's something we should address in the future.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, and we've had lots of communication out there about get your name on voters list and all that kind of stuff. So for people that want to, they can go online and try to do it correctly, but I'm hearing from some people that they're having difficulty to give up and that kind of stuff, right? And that's a problem. So the next thing I say is, well, go down to the office and deal with them down there. But again, a lot of people come up on weekends or not here to be at the office Monday to Friday to, you know, when you guys are working. So this is a bigger issue than I think. I guess my question is, how big of an issue is it? How many, do we have any idea how many people are, like there's usually around 4,000 voters in Whitestone, right? Do we have any idea how many are being, because we have so many seasonal people, right? You're now into Elections Ontario. How big of a problem is it in Whitestone? How many people are going to go in September or not get their forms and things and go, well, why didn't I get a form? Why didn't I get it? Do we have any idea how big the problem is in Whitestone? Is the question.
I could, I don't off the top of my head, Councillor, but I know that Paula is actively comparing, you know, the impact list to like our database to Elections Ontario right now, and I probably would be able to get a number. I just don't have it at my discretion.
So if she comes up, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if she comes up with a name and says, oh, it's on the impact list, but it's not on Elections Ontario. The question is, what's she doing? Like, is she saying, oh, is she calling the person? Is that okay? Yeah. Wendy's shaking her head for everyone on the line. She's shaking her head.
Yes,
so,
I'm nodding.
So she is calling and saying, Mr. Smith, you're not on the voters list. Either do it or come in. Okay.
Yeah, she's helping them.
No, but my question specifically is if she's checking lists, regardless, Mr. Smith's doing nothing out there. He's just being Mr. Smith working in Toronto or London or wherever. He could get a call saying, you're not on the list. You need to do this to get on the list, right? Yes. Perfect. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, are you done, Councillor Lamb?
I am.
Okay. What I've found, like, number one for anybody listening, there is a number you can, as staff is working hard, I think, to try and go through the list, has been said, which is great. I learned about that the other day when I made an inquiry for somebody. But there's also a phone number you can phone for the election site, which I spoke to, and they can also help do something. But I think, this is just me thinking it from what I've found out when I did make the phone call, that, you know, if it could be that, you know, we'll call it Mr. Smith. His first name, we'll just call him Joe Smith. And maybe his property is registered with his middle initial on it. Therefore, when he types in his name, it doesn't come up. When you type in your address, if it's a water access property, is it 1234 WA Lake X, or is it 124 Lake X? All these things are happening. And one thing that can help it is by using your roll number. If you go in and use your actual roll number for your property along with your birth date, I've heard a lot of people are finding it. Sorry for the rumble of thunder in the background. But a lot of people are finding it by using their roll number versus their name or versus their address. So for anybody listening, try the roll number, and then it will ask you for your birth date. And I'm hearing people are getting through that way. But yes, it is a big concern, and I appreciate staff for double checking lists and know there's procedure there. And I just hope people will see this before it's too late. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Okay, thank you. Our CEO clerk has suggested that there is no action required for this particular one. So the next one, I don't think we need to do anything. The next one was and I'm not suggesting we take any particular action here. What happened is that the township of Puslynch sent a resolution commending the government on a change that they wanted to make, that they are making, in the process of making, or saying they supported this change. I think it is actually out in the the environmental registry for comment or something at the moment, but allowing the administrative monetary penalty system, or AMP system, to be used for zoning bylaw contraventions, which under the current legislation, it cannot be used for zoning. It can be used for most other things, but not that. And I only brought this up because one of the things that I think, and I'm not suggesting this council would do anything about it in what's left of this term, but I think in another term, we need to have a serious look at this in place of relying totally on the provincial offense courts, magistrates courts, which are so badly backed up. And ironically, the Ministry of the Attorney General just sent out a survey to heads of council, I guess, in which they said, are you using AMP for anything? And are you gonna use AMP for anything? And what are your experience like? And they weren't talking about this specific change with respect to zoning bylaw contraventions, but it sounds like they have finally got the word that their system is kind of broken, and that it needs to be, they need to do something about it. So they are having a review of the whole, and it's a review of the Provincial Offences Act. Those courts and the processes around that versus AMPS. So I know I brought this up a couple times before. I just wanted to make you aware of this. This is something that's going to come, one of these days is going to come down the pipe, and the process associated with making the transition is non-trivial. we would probably need to get some legal advice from somebody who does this, but bylaws that we have that have provincial offenses act offenses in them, and that's the mechanism for enforcement, would have to be changed. And in addition to that, you would have to set up the appeal mechanism for appeals of the tribunal that deals with the ANP fines if people ask for them. So again, it's a bunch of work. And maybe it could be, the work could be shared amongst multiple municipalities. I don't know that Whitestone would have to have its own separate one, but anyway, just to make you aware of this. That's all. Again, I'm not suggesting any particular action. But it's, it'll come down the pipe one of these days. Okay. And the last one had to do with the name change of the planning board. I did not ask, I'm sorry, I wasn't asking for this to be pulled. I don't think there's any. I mean, it's simply fact of information, unless you asked for it to be pulled. Councillor Lamb, I
didn't ask for it to be.
Okay, I don't know. If I did, it was a mistake in my giving the.
Well, it's just, it's.
Because I have nothing, I have no.
I have nothing other than to say that since McDougall and Carling pulled out of the planning board, it had to be, well, we felt it had to be renamed, and we did rename it. And the name is in this correspondence, which are there is the McKellar/Whitestone Planning Board. And I'm actually starting to train Patrick Christie to answer the telephone that way after years of the very sounded area plan for it, and changing all our pages, websites and things like that. So, but no, I didn't ask for it to be pulled. Thank you.
Councillor Woods did ask for another one.
Yeah, Maggie.
Yes, Councillor, I know there is one more. And that is the one which was listed up at the top. It says President Maggie had Vulture Lake discussions, and you. This is a discussion about water levels on Vulture and Cashiava since the dam was rebuilt. And I can tell you a little bit about it, but well, Councillor Woods, you wanted to say something about it, did you? Or
I thought you were going to say something there, Mr. May. You said you could tell us something about it, or you knew something about it. I was just.
Well, you want to hear what I have to say first? Okay.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I became aware of this because I saw correspondence from several individuals who, and they did send emails and whatever, and in some cases they sent them to individual councillors, and in some cases they sent them to somebody else, and somebody else copied them to me so I could see them. But I thought, well, okay, if we're going to have any discussion about it, it should come into correspondence. Yeah, but specifically, the allegation is that since the dam was rebuilt, the lake level is low, and that it is necessary to, to tip your motor in when you go through Bulger Creek to get between the two lakes. When I saw this information, I communicated that there was a potential issue or complaint. I communicated that to the project engineer who worked on the rehab of the dam. And he responded to me and said, yes, we will be coming out to have a look at it and see what caused it. My understanding from the environmental assessment was that the level of the dam, the level of the lake was supposed to, the purpose of the dam was to maintain the level of the lake at a level which would permit passage through Bulger Creek from the two lakes. That was my understanding of what was supposed to happen. We have since there is this correspondence and others that where people are saying, well, you know, there have been fluctuations in lake level over the years, and sometimes the lake level was high because there was debris floating against the sill of the dam and so on. Which shouldn't be happening, by the way, because there's a safety boom. I don't know, so I'm not sure, but I did see it once, and there was quite a bit of debris there, I'll admit that. But why did they rehab the dam? Because it was leaking a bit, and they were concerned that the ice might, in the wintertime, the freezing and thawing, a chunk of it might break away, and then the level would go down so significantly. So that's why the MNR decided to rebuild it. But anyway, I have no other information. I'm not expressing an opinion on this subject of it, but I think it's MNR's dam, it's not our dam, so I think what has to happen is that they have to take a look and see, did what they intended to get built, and if it didn't, then probably the contractor's on the hook to do something, and if what got built was what they intended to build, then maybe it needs to have a little bit more put on it or something. I don't know that, but that's, you know, it's easier to put more onto it. It's easier to build the dam up higher. It's not a very big dam. It's easier to build it up higher than it is to take some off one. That's all I can say. It has a concrete cell, so concrete and steel. So anyway, that's all I have to tell you about it. It's just. Anyway. There's an issue that people are complaining about. Some people are complaining about. Did you have a comment, Councillor Woods?
Sure, yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, if you were done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, when I opened the email and looked at this email, and I saw that it was addressed to everybody, that's why I asked, okay, could this be added? Specifically this letter. And there's a list of 5 things here, 5 issues that the ratepayer wanted to raise, and I think that, you know, we should talk about them a little bit. The one, you know, Councillor Nash received 5 letters from MPA members. I heard some people out there. I'm sure the rest of us have heard things from people out there. When it comes to the levels of the lakes and what was going on, I mean, we all know how bad the flooding was around here. And at that time, Bolger's real low, which is why I think it warranted discussion. And I mean, a significant amount of discussion, not just on Bolger, but the other lakes in our community, right? I'm not too sure what her actual valid complaints are in here. Maybe somebody else could explain it to me. I think as a council, we made a good decision trying to get the water monitoring for the water levels on the lakes that have dams that was extended to Wawashkesh, but they already had one. But I do know one thing. I was told this specifically by members of the association out there, and I never get the opportunity to talk to this lady. She just sends me emails or phone calls the odd time, leaving me messages. So I'll just give her the answer here. The answer that I got was their association president had told members of their association that the council member that they should speak to about this would be Councillor Nash and only Councillor Nash. I don't understand why this type of behavior happens with some of the associations. Primarily the Magnetawan Pioneer Association over the past few years. I don't think, to me, it's not a good idea to not talk to people that are especially in elected office. The reason we're supposed to have discussions, especially with people that we don't agree with or we don't like, is because when discussion stops, then nothing gets done and then things get worse. So I just wanted to pull this letter out to make sure that everybody had a look at it, actual look at it and read through it and just remember this kind of thing. So I don't think any of us are doing anything horrible, to be honest with you. We might have some differences of opinion on things, but I think too many of us too often, because we have opinions, we get targeted by certain people And whether or not we agree with one another, we should always agree to stand up with one another.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. Is anybody else?
Yeah, I'll speak. I wasn't going to speak to this, but I'm glad somebody else pulled it. I know the email was addressed to me in response back, or that's what I get. But I think what's happened was, you know, we had some complaints or some concerns that people brought forward that where the water level was too low. And I think what's trying to be said here is the water level has been low before, and what has been happening over the more recent past, being, I don't know if that's 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, is not the actual reality of what had been happening 15 or 20 years ago. And over time, it's raised for whatever reason. But all I'd done was got some emails, passed them to council, asked for them to be included. Before I did that, asked if it was okay for them to be included. So I did everything correctly. And I think what this letter really is about is, for whatever reason, re-bringing up shore dockers and the fact that, you know, it talks about 87%. And this is just really bringing up the fact that the individual that wrote this didn't like the decision that was made in regards to the shore dockers. That's all this is. This is just re-bringing up something like that, and I'll leave it at that. And I'm glad I passed it on to staff and to the rest of council, and the ministry can make their decision on what is right and wrong for a water level on the lake. And I'll do it any time in the future again. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, I wondered if we could move on from this list to, oh, you know what? We do have a resolution here that I that I read to you so long ago now that I'm sure you've forgotten, but it was the motion to receive the correspondence, which we've done, and we've discussed these ones, and we've made notes about things we wanted to be done. So could I just call the question on the?
Sure, Councillor Lamb, yes.
We'll wrap it up here.
Sorry, do we have a mover and a seconder for that, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. We don't have mover.
I'll move it.
Yeah, it's good we have somebody here keep me honest, like, so Councillor Lamb's gonna move now that we receive all this correspondence. And a seconder.
I can second if you need, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that would be great. Thank you, Councillor Woods. All those in favor of.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yeah.
I didn't hear Councillor Nash, I don't think, but.
Well, Councillor Nash, yes, sorry, I was muted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. We got you. All right. No problem. 164. Okay, that goes in another page. But I'll get it. All right, so now we are at councillor items. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, so I have 2 or 3 things. I was looking at the action items and the outstanding items, and I think Councillor Nash brought up earlier the procurement bylaw, which has been there for years to review. I don't know why we haven't reviewed it. The second one that's as important, if not more important, is the grant writing. A year and a half ago, we said, let's go out for a request for proposal to have someone either do our grant writing or we had a group come in and say they were taking, I think, 10% of whatever they were writing for us. So anyway, we decided to go for a request for proposal. There's been no action. I'm really afraid that, and I'm going back in years gone by where Pat Allen and other people were writing grants and we were getting grants, and you know, the playground, the library, there were a number of grants, right? Up in Ardbeg, the community center up there got $140,000 grant, right? I read all the time about Magnetawan getting all kinds of grants. From if you look through, they get all kinds of grants. I don't know whether they have someone dedicated to it or whatever, but I really feel like we're missing out because we don't have someone who's actively doing the job that was done in the past in terms of grant writing. And I just say that as a comment. We need to action. It's like we're now nearly to the end of the term, right? And I don't know what we have to do. I brought it up several times. I think other councillors have. We just can't sit on a shelf and do nothing. We're either not going to do anything or we are going to do something, right? And, you know, we either train staff to write grants more or something. But anyway, we've had good people in the past do it. I know Tammy did it way back, and I know Pat Allen did it, and others. So it's just a comment. No one needs to say anything. The other thing I'm going to re-bring up is what I was talking about at the Wawashkesh parking area on Indian Narrows. I think we've made I would request that we get the warning pad redone with the proper name on it for our bylaw officer, and we're simply not crossing out at, you know, Paul Rossiter's name and writing a name in. I think it's embarrassing for us as a municipality to be doing that. And B, if there's nothing in our bylaw that says that it's only trailer or parking vehicles with trailers in that area, that we take the signs down, because we're not following the bylaw, because it's not in the bylaw. So take the signs down or put, you know, parking or trailer or cars with trailers preferred or something, right? But the bylaw right now does not prohibit cars from parking in that area as you're going down on the left at Indian Narrows or as you're coming up from the lake on the right. So we need to fix that, because again, there's a lot of action, and as Councillor Nash said earlier, we're the ones that get the brunt of the craziness, right? Not crazy, comments on, I take craziness back, but the comments, and they could be on Facebook, doesn't matter, Facebook, people talking or whatever. We're the ones that this crazy bylaw and says this and says that, because in my opinion, the bylaw officer has a duty to read the bylaw and enforce the bylaw, not make up stuff that isn't there, okay? And maybe I'm wrong, but no one, and I've gone over it with the CAO, there's nowhere in this parking bylaw where it says that that's the only place that you can park, not the only place, but that cars aren't allowed to park in that area. So I'm going to respond to people tonight who have got a hold of me on this, and so I'm finished. That's all my councillor items. Thank you very much.
Are you raising some other item, or are you commenting on what Councillor Nash just said?
I was going to bring up my items, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Lamb was done, but
I just clarify something that might be causing this confusion, because I think it is confusion. At the very bottom, we're talking about the Indian Narrows landing.
Right.
This is the only place where this applies. When you get down to the level of the landing itself, there is a parking area, a rectangular parking area, out of which people can launch boats and so on. The dock is there and so on. So not going up the hill on Indian Narrows Road, but right down in the bottom of it. And in that parking area, if you look at the signage, there is as you're driving into it, going down the hill, on the left-hand side, there are spaces that say vehicles only. And on the right-hand side, there is a sign that says vehicles with trailers. And the reason for that is that there is not enough space for people with a trailer attached to park on both sides. And so the original landings task force, which set out that signage and so on to use the lot, put those signs there for the purpose of not having people on both sides park vehicles with trailer attached, such that there would not be enough room in the middle for people to go in and turn around, right? So it's just a matter of trying to make the best possible use of the space that's there. Now, it doesn't say that it's an offense for you to publish, you're right, it doesn't say that it's an offense for you to park a vehicle without a trailer attached anywhere. But that's what those signs are there for. They're saying, look, if you got a trailer attached and you're only there for the day, you just put your boat in the water, you're gonna go out fishing for the day, you're gonna leave. You come back, the trailer, take the boat off, back the trailer in on the one side, but you can't do it on the other side because, well, there's no clearance for you to get the trailer in. So that's the whole thing. You can also, by the way, park up and down the hill, there's spaces and people can park their vehicles with or without trailers in those spaces. So I'm not sure what would have caused somebody to get a warning or God forbid get towed away for that, but in any case, that's what the signage says, and that's why it's,
Okay, but
that's why it says that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the tickets or the warning says, that gives them a warning, and it says the next time your car will be towed. That's what the warning, I can send it to everyone. It's, you look at the site, we shouldn't be out giving warnings when it's not in our parking bylaw. It doesn't matter what the task force or anyone else said. This is, you know, this is important to people up there, and they're now getting warnings, and we need to do something. Like, you can't force stuff that isn't in our bylaw, right? So I don't know, maybe I'm not making any sense, but to me, it makes 100% sense, you know, and I'm not trying to change people, but anyway.
Okay, do you have a
Councillor Lamb, I think you're, or sorry, Councillor Lamb, I think you're making 100% sense, by the way. I think, if I might here, I know it was your item, but if you don't mind me speaking to it for a minute, I think you're making 100% sense here. Bylaw needs to follow our laws and regulations and bylaws, not what signs we have. So what we need to do is, very first thing I'd say, as soon as staff can, go out to the landing there and see what signs are there. Any signs that don't conform to a bylaw need to be removed. I personally know that there's a sign at the landing, the government landing, not Indian Narrow side, that still refers to the Lake Wawashkesh as being part of the launch areas, right? Staff need to go, and our signs are not in line with our bylaws. We need to take signs down that shouldn't be there. We need to put new signs up. There's signs up at the Indian Narrows landing that still say no camping, not no camping overnight within parking area or boat launch that's been talked about, just no camping. Council comes and talks about things and signs aren't correct, or all these types of things. Councillor Lamb couldn't be more right on this topic to me. And bylaw should be the ones that knows this more than Councillor Lamb or myself or anybody else. And as I said earlier on this topic, we're not even supposed to be giving out warnings yet. And certainly, if we're giving, be it a site report, a notice of, violation, or whatever was given out in this case, you can't be hand scratching out somebody's name and writing your own name. That makes us look like just makes us look foolish. So hopefully, staff can take what Councillor Lamb said and what I'm adding to it, and thank you, Councillor Lamb, for letting me speak to it, can go there and to any other boat launches and look at what signs we have, make sure they make sense, make sure if it's a no parking, the arrow's pointing the right way and it doesn't just say no parking. We still have COVID signs up at some of our boat launches. Let's update all this stuff and make sure our signs are in correspondence to our bylaws, and let's make sure bylaw officers are only doing what's in our bylaws and not what a sign says, because I think the signs are outdated. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the comment, I don't care if the sign says boats with trailers preferred or something, but you don't, I could show you this, it's ridiculous. It's a warning, it's on our municipal paper, it's next time you'll be told, It was 2:46 yesterday afternoon.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, okay? I do not think there's an offense here. I'm just.
No, I know.
I'm just trying to explain.
Yeah, I know exactly what you were trying to
bylaw-
explain, and I'm not necessarily in disagreement with what some parking committee thought a year or 2 or 3 years ago. What I'm saying is that council is paying the price for us inappropriately administering our bylaw and not knowing the bylaw properly. And I want it fixed, and it needs to be fixed properly. Go take the doggone signs down tomorrow until you get proper signs put up, whatever they are, but they should follow the bylaw. Because I don't want to get slammed, or anyone else on council, which is what is happening out there over this. And I think it's completely inappropriate. Anyway, thank you. I've said enough, I guess, or we go over the hour. Sorry.
Okay, are there any other councilor items that anybody wishes to bring up?
Yes,
Please
I have, yes, Mr. Mayor, I have 8 items I'd like to bring up, please. And I'll try and be as quick as I can. So often we run out of time, but today I've written down the 8 of them, and I'll speak to each one, but I'll be as brief as I can. And if somebody else would like to talk to any of the items that I'm talking about at the end of each one, anybody that wants to speak to them are more than welcome to. So the first one, and these are in no order of importance or anything. The first one I have is the fuel pumps. Recently has come to my attention that the fire department, from what I understand, does not use the municipal fuel pumps. They go to the local resort and fill up with their gas or diesel or whatever. And I did a quick little inquiry if this was what was happening, and I understand it is. And I'd certainly ask that I understand that our fuel pumps do record the amount of liters and stuff that are taken. And the amount that is charged for bulk sales to the municipality are cheaper than what they would be to the municipal, to the local gas station, I'll call it. So I'd really hope that the fire department going forward can work with our works manager and start filling up at the works yard or at our fuel pumps to save us money, which will equate to thousands of dollars in a year that can be spent in better spots. So that's my first one. I'm not, if anybody wants to speak to it, let me know. If not, I'll go on to number 2. All right. As I didn't hear anything, I'll go on. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I said, why don't you go on to number 2?
Okay. So number 2 is just a quick little update for the Stewardship Committee. And that is recently we've spoken to the works manager about how the garbage cans were working out for the couple that were bought last year. And so far they're working out well. So the Stewardship Committee is going to be getting 3 more garbage cans to be installed this year. One of them is going to be going at the Maple Island Commons. So just to update council that there will be 3 more going in this year. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention. Number 3 was Maple Island Commons. I'd made a quick little reference to it during something else earlier today, but I recently did a tour, and there were several people with me from staff, and it was showing that there's some updates that could be done there. One of the volleyball courts is overgrown. There's no shade. The swings don't have the proper sand under them. It's too far of a fall height, and it's not soft sand. It's really hard. I think when we were there was 3 vehicles total, and you were kind of blocking 2 of the vehicles with the 3rd vehicle. So possibly just doing some pruning and stuff like that to allow a couple more cars. But the reason I was bringing this up is I did have a discussion, and then just today I've sent an email to the mayor, because at first it was said we didn't have any funds in the budget most likely to do this because of how tight our budget was this year. But then I remembered that there was some money put aside in the Recreation Committee for
improvements. And that could be both at the Dunchurch or at Maple Island Commons. So I sent some of these comments to the mayor in hopes that possibly some of the funds could be used at the Maple Island Commons this year through the Rec Committee. So I've given them the list of those things that were looked at. So does anybody have any comments on that?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, and I don't know, this is of staff. Those playgrounds and the swings and all that need to be inspected every year. So I assume that's being done still, right? Years ago, like every year we have someone certified in the municipality to go out. And it's a law, you need to certify. I'm probably got the wrong terminology.
Through you, your worship, yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Item number 4 was just if we could maybe have it. I guess I'm asking here instead of me sending a separate email, but asking for staff, just in regards to the bylaw contract. I believe it's coming up for renewal. So I would ask that that be placed on, if possible, the next agenda. If it can't be, if staff could let me know, but I think it would be prudent for us to have it in front of us so we can renew it or go out to tender, whatever is going to happen, but have that for discussion so we can get that done as it is up for renewal. Any comments on that? If not, I'll go on to my 5th item.
What bylaw are you talking about? He's talking about the bylaw officer's contract.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Lamb. Item number 5 was, it's come to my attention recently that there's several shore dockers at Labrash Lake. And I know, we've said to people that had shore dockers out at Bolger that they weren't allowed to have them. So I'm hoping that that staff can get some signs erected there and make sure that the people on Labrash understand that just like Bolger, that was municipal wide. It wasn't just for Bolger, so that hopefully signs can go up and there can be some notification there. That's one of the things I was asking if Mike could stay around. Is that something you could look into, Mike?
Through you, your worship, yes, I can look into that.
Perfect, thank you. And then
number 6.
Item number 6. I couldn't even read my own handwriting here. It's getting late in the day. Item number 6. It's just about the Alds Road culvert. And I'll also bring up the Gooseneck Lake Dam at the exact same time. So just wanted to make a public announcement that work on the dam is starting or has started, and it's supposed to take a couple weeks. I believe staff were going to post the notice on our website. So just as an update to that. But with the work commencing there, I'm hoping, and again, one of the reasons why I asked if you could stay, Mike, was the culvert at Alds Road, or the bridge. I know there's been some questions as to when is it going to be replaced, what's going to happen. And with work now starting on the Gooseneck Lake Dam, which is right at the Alds Road Bridge, as you know, maybe finding out what the cost is to replace that bridge with the culvert. If the water's going to be shut off, I'm going to call it, or lowered and bypassed, I think now would make the most sense to look at this. And I think we'll see a huge cost savings if the work can be done now, because all the environmental items have been done with the ministry for the dam, and there won't be any water flowing over it. So again, I guess it's a question, is that something that staff could look into and bring back to council? I understand it might not be in our budget, but maybe we can look at it to see what kind of cost savings we could have for doing something when the work is being done, or just when they're finishing up, if it's going to save us tens of thousands of dollars in savings.
Is that something that yourself or staff could look into, Mike?
Is this council direction? Because
Could you say that again?
just asking if it was council's direction to look into that way.
Well, I guess I'd ask other council members to speak up here. I'd ask if it could be looked at, but we'll see if there's other members of council that would I guess formally ask for that, but we'll see what others say.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the culvert at Gooseneck, is that what you're talking? Or alls or both, or what?
It's the bridge crossing that drains from Gooseneck to Awashkesh. You were there with me one time, Councillor Lamb. So, yeah.
That's where the dam is, isn't it? Yeah.
Very close,
Yeah.
yes.
Correct.
I see you're talking the actual bridge versus the dam. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And the thought is because they're doing work on the dam, they're bypassing all the water. Environmentals have been done with M&R. So I think it would be a good time now to get a budget or pricing on the replacement of the bridge with the replacement of the bridge with the dam or with the culvert, if staff could look into how much it would cost and bring something back to us.
I had the same, as you know, I had the same thought, that somehow or other these two projects, the replacement of the Alts Road Bridge and the work on the dam could be coordinated somehow or other. Unfortunately, the M&R did not particularly want to do that for various reasons. I think they didn't want to complicate their project any further. But the reality of it is the municipality has no existing plan in terms of how we would replace that bridge. And to try to do something in the next couple of weeks while the M&R is doing their work is simply not practical. I don't believe that's a reasonable ask for us to make of our staff. I mean, it's just there's engineering involved in the bridge, and then there's if you once you decided how much it was, how you're going to do it, then you'd have to procure materials and a contract for somebody to do it. It's questionable whether it's going to be our own staff doing it, and we'd have to open the budget back up. And how is that going to happen in between now and the next meeting? Council, I just don't. I think it's not a practical thing. It's not that it wouldn't be a good idea. It's just at this stage of the game, we can't do it.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Nash, I can take the time while the water level is down to be able to get down closer and have a better look to see what we could possibly do there and get some advice from someone who's pretty much done that one. That kind of project, see if it's feasible and kind of come up with a couple ideas at this point.
Yeah, Mike, that would be great. That's kind of where I'm going. What could a budget be? I know right now there's a big $450,000 or $350,000 almost new bridge, concrete going in, bypass roads. And from an engineering side, yes, all that needs to be engineered. That bridge, if we just look at the bridge configuration and the size of it, a culvert would do the same thing. But I think, yeah, if you can just look at it, I want to make sure it's on the radar. I think it's a shame. And again, this could be something that maybe a grant could be applied for or something if we can't do it now. But anyways, I just wanted to bring it up. The next item was, I'll call it the ticket process. But what I mean by that with bylaw is we thought it was happening, then it stopped, then we thought it was happening. And what is the update on the MTO access to driver license plates so we know
a name and address for things. I don't think we've heard an update on that in a long time. And again, this has been going on for years and we haven't heard an update in a number of months. So what is the update on that? Where are we with the ministry on having approval to access those databases? Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, we can get you, and I don't have an update right now. I can certainly get one for the next meeting.
Yeah, is that possible? If you could bring that back to the next meeting, then that would be great, and I'd appreciate that. And I think that was, I said 9, but I can't read my chicken scratch on one of the items. So there's my 8 items, and thank you for answering all of them. I appreciate it.
Okay, are there any other councillor items?
I have a couple that'll be real quick, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Else.
please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. I had the opportunity, as I know you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Deputy Mayor Lim, also took the opportunity to show up to the elementary school for the graduation ceremonies, and I just wanted to make sure it gets highlighted. It's good that we give some money to the school for awards, because looking at the kids' faces when they're graduating and their speeches, to me, is fantastic. And celebrating the kids around here is definitely a great thing, and the families appreciated it. So I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, for showing up this year. It's very much appreciated. I also had the opportunity to attend the high school graduation to present the Louise Woods Memorial Awards, and I'm pleased to announce that it was presented to Grace Fiscaldo. My daughter graduated that day, so it was a great day for me, but I would encourage members of council to try and show up to things like that when you can, if you can, just to see the look of accomplishment on young people's faces that are from these communities, right? I think it's really good for them to see municipal representatives show up at things like that. And saying that, now that school's out, I would like to try and remind everybody, this is the time of year where our population explodes. People are out and about, walking dogs, riding bikes, going out for jogs. And we've all heard today, especially, and I'm not going to kick it to death, about the rate of speed on some of our roads. So just a reminder for everybody, let's try and slow things down a little bit. That, and my last one, Mr. Mayor, I would like to thank Mike and the roads crew staff. I went by the Ball Diamond. I mean, I've been to the boat launches, most of the boat launches this year, multiples of times, but I want to make sure that the roads crew, the public works staff, all the staff knows that the work you do is appreciated. I've heard some good comments about, the cleanup over at the Ball Diamond. There's a lot of people using it. So Mike, please make sure you let everybody know. Thanks very much. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Thank you. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I just have a couple of items. One is in the new Whitestone, the new edition of the Whitestone Lake Conservation Association's booklet. Welcome to Whitestone. There's a 2-page about the nursing, from the nursing station, about the Whitestone Nurse Practitioner-led clinic. It's really good. It's very informative as to what people can do, and has the phone numbers that are for the Near North virtual care website. And so I just wanted to bring that forward, but I also wanted to bring forward that I had a ratepayer contact me that they phoned there to have an appointment, and was told that they are now full. So that means that there probably are no extra appointments available, that they were full, even though this person did not have a doctor and wanted to be on their roster. So those are my one thing. And the other one is the August 1st long weekend is always a busy weekend. I know that there's many things going on in the community, and the Knox United Church has their annual yard sale. and bake sale there, which is always, we have people lining up before we're even open for the bake sale. So, I just wanted to, say that it's a really good fundraiser for the church, and I'm sure that the, library is probably having their book sale.
They are.
So they'll be very busy, and we always try to work together so that we send people down and they send people to
Yeah.
us, and we help each other out.
It works well together.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we are now done with council items. Number 14 is questions from the public. Actually, are we out of time? Okay.
Yes, you're fine.
Sorry, we're gonna need another. What?
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at my last page to see how many.
4 matters and.
There's 4 matters, none of them should be.
Doesn't matter, you can make it an hour. If you don't use it, we don't have to come back 20 minutes from now and say, you know.
No, I did not anticipate.
Well, okay, I got blank ones here somewhere. Let's see what we got in the blank file.
Yeah.
Adjournment, confirming bylaw. No, I thought we had blank ones. Okay, well, we'll use this one. So, so this is, extension number 2. So 1 hour. Who's gonna move it that we extend for another hour?
I'll move.
Oh, moved by, that's the phrase, who's gonna second?
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Well, Councillor Wood, all those in favor, please let me know. It's
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor Carmen, yes. I sure hope it isn't an hour, but anyway, all right, so we do have questions from the public, and I'm looking to see if it looks like there are a couple of
Just
really
gonna say-
dedicated people here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Miller has been here all day and diligently followed this since 10 o'clock this morning. So congratulations, Mr. Miller.
And so has Margie.
Oh, has Margie been on there all day too? God bless you, Margie. You too. So there you go.
But anyway, do either of you have a question that you want to ask before we move into closed? Going once.
Go.
Okay, so I think with that, we could entertain the motion to go into closed session.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. At, it looks like 6:33 p.m. For the following matters, there are 4 of them. There's minutes from the regular council meeting, closed session. A personal matter about an identifiable individual pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act Section 239(2)B, which is a volunteer appointment to the Whitestone Fire and Rescue Service. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land by the municipality or local board pursuant to the Municipal Act Section 239(2)C. And this is correspondence relating to a shore road allowance purchase, and 15.4, which is advice subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act Section 239(2)D. And we have a memo from our clerk to talk about that. So, all those in favor of going into closed for those 4 items, please.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. I'm pretty sure that Councillor Lyman's in agreement. He's is when we are. And so we're now back into a regular meeting and we're matters arising from closed session 15.1 that council for the municipality of Whitestone receives the regular council closed session minutes from January 16th, 2026. We're actually approving them or not. We're not just receiving them. Regular council closed meeting minutes. Who's moving?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, did you say what date for the minutes?
These are it's June 16th,
Okay,
2026.
fine.
That's the last meeting's closed
I
session.
heard you say January, that's okay.
Oh, I could have, I'd said, given the hour. Sorry. So you moved, Councillor Lamb?
I did.
Seconder,
I'll
Councillor
second.
Bray, thank you. All those in favor of these amendments?
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Connery. Yes. 15.2. The Council for the Municipality of Whitestone approves the appointment of Christopher Alder as a probationary firefighter / first responder in training in the Whitestone Fire and Rescue Department. And that subject to completion of mandatory training and 1 year of successful probation, Christopher Alder will be a permanent volunteer firefighter / first responder with the Whitestone Fire and Rescue Department.
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Bray.
Second.
That was Councillor Woods?
It was.
Great. All those in favor of that motion?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor
Bray.
Woods.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Mayor Connery, yes, that's carried. 2.3 was that council. I don't think we need
I
to,
don't think so either.
I don't think we need this one, sorry, I'm not.
Yeah.
Or the next one, really.
Okay, we don't need that one either. The last two, they're just about receiving the last two items. Confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 29-2026 being the confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on July 21st, 26 is hereby enacted this 21st day of July, 2026. Mover and second.
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by
I can second Councillor Nash.
all right, I'll take Councillor Nash this time. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Connery, yes. 17, adjournment, whereas the business of this meeting has concluded, now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 7:20 p.m.
I'll move it.
until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, August 18th, 2026 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by
Councillor Bray.
Councillor
Councillor
Bray.
Nash.
Oh, sorry, I got Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray,
Councillor
yes.
Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Connery, yes. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.